There is increased police barricading and police presence that can be seen, especially at the border areas, owing to the high sensitivity of the situation there. Traffic jams that has been reported since morning. Let's listen into even more viewer reactions that are coming in.
हम लोग आए हैं यहाँ से काठमांडू से, गाड़ी उड़ी नहीं मिल रहा है। हम सोचा कि यहाँ से जल्दी पहुँच जाएंगे पटना या आरा। तो मेरा बच्चा दूधू है, पढ़ाई लिखाई में उसको दिक्कत हो रहा है, स्कूल भी खुल गया है, हमारे मैसेज आ रहा है मोबाइल से, बहुत दिक्कत है। क्या करें, गोरखपुर स्टेशन से हम बैठे हुए हैं 3-4 घंटा से। कोई पता नहीं लग रहा है ट्रेन के बारे में, सारे ट्रेन कैंसिल है और जाने में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है हम लोग को। पूरे परिवार के साथ आए हुए हैं और जाने में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है। कल किसी भी हालत में पहुंचना, आज शाम इवनिंग तक मुझे किसी भी हालत में पहुंचना। अब देख रहे हैं कोई इवनिंग में ट्रेन रहेगी तो उसको पकड़ के जाएंगे। दवाई लेने आए थे और यहाँ ट्रेन पूर्वांचल का ट्रेन नहीं पड़ा है, टिकट नहीं दे रहा है, बोला है टिकट नहीं है।
We are currently at Patna Junction railway station and there is constant announcement going on about trains which have been cancelled for the day. Owing to Bharath Bandh, owing to the violent protests that we have all witnessed following Agnipath, this Bharath Bandh call has also led to public inconvenience. Several people, several passengers are now stranded here on this very railway station. I will quickly speak to a couple of people. Sir, आपका नाम क्या है?
उत्तम पांडे।
आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
जमुई।
अभी आपका ट्रेन का क्या स्टेटस है?
ट्रेन कोई है ही नहीं जमुई जाने की, ना जमुई ना झाझा लखीसराय क्यों कहीं भी नहीं।
ट्रेन कैंसिल हो गया? आपका क्या टिकट था या रिजर्वेशन था या अभी जनरल में जाने वाले?
ये रिजर्वेशन था हमारा।
तो कोई अनाउंसमेंट पहले से नहीं कि?
पहले से क्या, हम तो रात में ट्रेन चेक कर रहे थे तो सारा तो जैसे कल चेक कर रहे थे तो आज का तो अपडेट दिया नहीं था। फिर जब हम 12 बजे के बाद चेक किए तो दिखाया सारा ट्रेन कैंसिल है।
तो अभी क्या करेंगे?
अभी हमको एक ट्रेन आ रही है, इससे मुकामा जाना है, मुकामा से फिर बाय रोड लखीसराय होते हुए जमुई, फिर जमुई से फिर गाड़ी पकड़ के घर जाना पड़ेगा। 100 किलोमीटर का है।
आप घर जा रहे हैं?
हाँ, घर जा रहे हैं।
पटना में काम से आए थे?
नहीं, पटना में पढ़ाई करते हैं हम।
आप स्टूडेंट हैं?
हाँ।
कौन सी यूनिवर्सिटी में?
ये हम लोग का सिकंदरा यूनिवर्सिटी है, मुंगेर यूनिवर्सिटी से सिकंदरा है।
आप लोग सब छात्र हैं?
हाँ।
जी, तो आप भी घर जा रहे हैं? कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
घर ही जा रहे हैं, जमुई जा रहे हैं।
अच्छा,
इनके साथ में।
अच्छा, और ये आप लोग का पहले से प्लान किया हुआ छुट्टी?
जी।
हाँ, हम लोग का 21 तारीख से एग्जाम था मुंगेर यूनिवर्सिटी में ना।
अच्छा,
एग्जाम भी कैंसिल हो गया
कल से तो एग्जाम,
कल से एग्जाम है। तो क्या होगा अभी?
अब देखिए एग्जाम कैंसिल कराने का साथ चल रहा है बात, अब देखिए क्या होता है। पर हम लोग
अभी पता नहीं चला है, मतलब
कि अगर यहाँ रह जाए, कैंसिल अगर नहीं हो तो फिर तो एग्जाम छूट जाएगा ना। इसलिए हम लोग घर जाके सोचते हैं वहाँ से जो होगा बाइक से भी जा सकते हैं।
बाइक से भी जा सकते हैं। तो ये जो इतने सारे प्रोटेस्ट हुआ सर, कैसे आपको लगता है कि छात्रों के इंटरेस्ट में है? बिकॉज कहा जा रहा है कि ज़्यादातर छात्र लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं आर्मी के रिक्रूटमेंट को स्कीम को लेके, लेकिन आप खुद छात्र हैं और आपका भी असुविधा हो रहा है, आप कैसे देखते हैं?
भैया विरोध करना चाहिए था, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। अगर वो छात्र का जो है आंतरिक मामला है, ठीक है, लेकिन सरकारी संपत्ति को नहीं जलाना चाहिए था, ट्रेन को नहीं जलाना चाहिए था। आप विरोध करना चाहिए था, ठीक है, विरोध करना।
इसमें हम एक चीज़ ये भी बोलेंगे ना कि प्रशासन की लापरवाही भी है इसमें। जब आपको पहले से पता है, जैसे आज कैसे पता था, तो आज आपने चुस्त दुरुस्त कर दिया है। ट्रेन अगर कैंसिल नहीं भी करते तो जहाँ जहाँ स्टेशन है आप वहाँ पे पहले से प्रशासन डाल दीजिए, प्रोटेस्ट होगा ही नहीं, आराम से जो भी व्यक्ति को काम पड़ेगा वो जा सकता है। समझिए कोई हंगामा यहाँ हो नहीं रहा है, अब ट्रेन सारा कैंसिल है। इसी तरह हर स्टेशन पे आप 20-40 पुलिस फोर्स लगा दीजिए, ट्रेन आएगी, जिसको जाना होगा यात्री को कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगा। पर आपने क्या किया, सारा ट्रेन कैंसिल कर दिया है और पुलिस प्रोटेस्ट में, यहाँ पुलिस तो है, अब दिक्कत हो रहा है ये जाने में। हम तो अच्छा आप ही सोचिए कि अगर हमको जाना पड़ेगा लखीसराय, आप लखीसराय में पहले से पुलिस फोर्स डाल दीजिए, ट्रेन कैंसिल क्यों करना है? जो 17 तारीख को जो होना था उससे तो आप समझ ही गए कि क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है। इसके जानते हुए भी आपने सारा ट्रेन कैंसिल किया।
So these are students who are all gearing up for an exam which is there slated tomorrow. Now there are talks that the exam might get postponed, but there is no confirmation as yet. For students like them, going back home has now become a challenge. They come to Patna to study and they were planning to go back to home, but now they are trying to figure out as how to find out a route which would in a way bypass the routes which are vulnerable and has the potentiality of people gathering over there and erupting in tension. So now they are planning to take a train, get down at a station which is very, very far from their hometown and from there by road manage something to go back home. So several passengers are now stranded out here and all of them are waiting for a train. Excuse me, आप क्या ट्रेन के लिए आए इधर पे और आपका ट्रेन का स्टेटस क्या है?
हमें मोकामा जाने के लिए जाना जी।
ट्रेन आ रहा है आपका?
जी जी, एक कामाख्या करके आ रही है, मतलब जयनगर इंटरसिटी पर करके आ रही है, तो उसी से।
आपका बुकिंग था कोई ट्रेन में?
बुकिंग तो नहीं था।
अच्छा
जी।
अच्छा, आप परिवार के साथ जा रहे हैं?
जी जी, परिवार।
कितना देर से वेट कर रहे हैं?
करीबन आधा घंटा से।
Okay. So there are people who are finding some trains which are in a way coming over and they would hop into them and then figure out what to do next. But then trains after trains have been cancelled. For example, this Ranchi Howrah, this is Jan Shatabdi. This Jan Shatabdi Express has also been cancelled for the day. And imagine people have bookings in all these trains with reservations to their disposal, yet the train's been cancelled. So now they have to plan their journey once again. Yes, and there are people who are questioning as whether there had been some slack in the approach to the entire situation on part of the administration, questioning if there had been intelligence failure on part of the government and the administration not to have anticipated the kind of fallout that happened on 17th of this month, and now on 20th when there is a Bharath Bandh called and a call has been given, and even with such massive deployment of police forces, why have trains been cancelled and in such a number? It's something many passengers are questioning. I'll just quickly like to show you as what is the security deployment like, how the security situation looks like here at Patna railway station. It is a junction, it is the main railway station here in the city and of course in the state. So there's massive deployment of forces over there. As you see, GRP police personnel, they have all taken position. They're all here, deployed and all on a standby for any situation to emerge. They want to intervene and handle the situation. But then there are several trains which have been cancelled and passengers are cluelessly waiting here, not really sure what would happen, which train to catch and how should they go to their destination, be it home or workplace or any other place they were planning to go. How to reach those places, it's something which is now bothering the passengers. So, as you see, all these trains have been cancelled. There you have, all these trains. 13332 has been cancelled. Again, 03335, that is Gaya passenger has been cancelled. And this board is only showing trains which have been cancelled over the past half an hour or so. It is almost like on a loop. Trains after trains have been cancelled, and people do not really know as how to figure out their journey, how to plan their journey, because so many trains have been cancelled which were supposed to come here today, and people were supposed to board those trains, but now that they stand cancelled, people are still wondering how to go about it. So yes, it has led to massive public inconvenience. People are frantically going to the inquiry counter to understand if they have got a train, if the train has been cancelled, will there be another train to in a way take them to their destination, or how to plan their journey. दादा, आपका ट्रेन कैंसिल है क्या चल रहा है? आपका ट्रेन आ रहा है? तो आप कहाँ जाने वाले थे?
मुझे जाने का इधर अपना जमुई।
जमुई? कौन सा ट्रेन में जाने?
वीडियो मत बनाइए, मेरा वीडियो मत।
Okay, so some people are reluctant to even talk on camera, but then yes, as far as public inconvenience is concerned, it is very much evident here at Patna railway station. With video journalist Ronnie Shatra here in Patna, this is Tamal Shah for Times Now.
Well, even if the opposition has called for a Bharat Bandh, the people there who are at the receiving end have not accepted the very same call. We are looking at instances now that is looking at normalcy, which is also being witnessed at the border areas of Delhi NCR. We'll be back with the top stories on the other side of a short break.
Times Now. Action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukde gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, there are pictures, there are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India, slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu. And when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation. Sir, I'm requesting you, don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go, Rahul. Please excuse me.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that.
You go. See, you've said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which.
No, say, finish, sir. Finish.
I'll wait.
Pass judgment on my party. No, what do you mean finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You've made a whole statement has been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply.
You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotri.
I have the social media. I'm going to
No, please go ahead. Finish. We haven't finished. Finish. Make your response, sir.
Mr. Agnihotri to pass judgment. So please take my response.
I am.
My response is that Mr. Agnihotri, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotri's point of view. This is not a point of view to which which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now,
no, sir, you are wrong. You are no, sir.
In international updates, Ukrainian President Zelensky visited the soldiers on the southern front line during the working trip in the Mykolaiv region, where Zelensky also visited the city and inspected the destroyed regional administration people, where 37 people were killed in late March. Almost 20,000 hectares of land has been burned in the Sierra de la mountain range in Spain after a forest fire broke out amid unusual heat. More than 600 people have been evacuated near Berlin. After being hit with 3 Russian missile, a fuel storage depot in the western Ukrainian region exploded, killing 1 and injuring 2. And China on Friday launched its biggest and the most modern aircraft carrier, marking a major military advance. The announcement came at a time of heightened tensions between China and the United States over Beijing's advance towards Taiwan.
Times now. Action begins here.
Very good afternoon. Welcome to Times Now. I'm Kritsween, and while several states have tightened their security across, given the Bharath Bandh call that has been given against the Agnipath scheme. Getting you more details and ground reports. First up, the top headlines. Sea of stranded vehicles on Gurgaon Delhi Expressway sums up the harrowing time faced by common man due to Bharath Bandh call to protest Agnipath scheme. It is not just the road users, train commuters are stranded too across India as several trains remain either cancelled or diverted due to vandalization and arson of railway properties. Rahul Gandhi to face fourth round of questioning in National Herald case. Loyalists return to streets to shield the Parivar. Muslim cleric Tauqir Raza seems to endorse violence, says the Agniveer protesters wouldn't have been heard had they not burned trains. From UP to Bihar to Telangana, police connect the dots. Coaching centers on radar. Center bans 35 WhatsApp groups over fake news. Congress MLA Irfan Ansari continues to fan Agnipath fire with call for violence a day after Prime Minister Modi blamed partisan politics for jeopardizing government's good-intentioned schemes. Prime Minister will be in Karnataka for big infra push and Lingayat outreach. Prime Minister to inaugurate projects worth 27,000 crore rupees. Over 30 protesters from a political farmers' front taken into custody for threatening to gherao Prime Minister in Karnataka following his arrival. Assam continues to reel under devastating floods. Over 32 lakh affected, thousands homeless. Death toll rises to 71. Cop Arun fights back without fear, risked life for duty. Dramatic video of Kerala Singham goes viral. Viewers, let's talk about the politics over the Agnipath scheme that continues to flame up and refuses to die down a day after Prime Minister Modi said that good-intentioned schemes get embroiled in petty politics. The provocation continues. While Congress called for a Bharath Bandh, its netas openly called for violent protests once again. In the latest, Congress MLA Irfan Ansari said there will be bloodshed. That was the first threat that came in from him, the first shocking remark. Shockingly now, once again, when Times Now confronted him, he continued to claim that trained youth will become supari killers. Listen in.
तो ये भी फ्लॉप होगा, ये देश नकार देगी इसको, मैं बता रहा हूँ। कोई भी अगर आप एक्ट लाते हैं, बिल लाते हैं, अग्निपथ जैसा युवाओं को रोजगार के बारे में अगर कोई बिल आप ला रहे हैं तो उसका पहले आकलन कर लीजिए कि इसका साइड इफेक्ट क्या होगा, आपका मनसा क्या है, आपका मोटो क्या है। मात्र 4 साल हमारे युवा सेना में काम करेंगे, उसके बाद क्या होगा? जहाँ 32 साल हम लोग देते थे कांग्रेस पार्टी, आप 4 साल में उसको बेघर कर दीजिएगा। फिर वो युवा एक्सपीरियंस भी नहीं होगा, गोली चला देगा किसी पर, देश में तमाशा होगा, खून खराबे देश में होंगे, बंदूक पकड़ेगा युवा।
लेकिन इरफान की
आप देखिए ये बहुत ये देखिए अब तक आप देखिए आपने 3 तलाक लाए, हम लोग कुछ कहे।
इरफान की बात सुनिए आप।
And moving on, shocker from Congress's Salman Khurshid as well, where he questions the character of forces, says big question mark on their charitra. So that's another shocking statement coming in from senior Congress leader Salman Khurshid. My colleagues Mohit, Samya and Shireen joining us live on this broadcast. But before that, quickly playing out what Salman Khurshid said.
जिसके लिए बनाई है वो संतुष्ट हो जाए तो हमें क्या समस्या है, लेकिन जिसके लिए बनाई है वो बेचारा संतुष्ट नहीं है, वो चिल्ला रहा है, वो रो रहा है। तो जब तक वो रोएगा हमारा ये दायित्व बनता है कि उसकी रोने की बात, उसके दुख का विषय जो है वो हम देश के सामने रखें। और इसमें सिर्फ नौजवानों की समस्या नहीं है, नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
Samya joining us with the latest. Samya, very, very shocking remark, because Salman Khurshid is questioning the charitra of our forces, the same forces who yesterday took to a press conference to break down details of the scheme further, to talk about how there will be no rollback, and to talk about the intentions of those who are being misled deliberately.
Well, the Congress party by and large feels and maintains that this particular scheme of Agnipath and the Agniveers thereby is not a well thought out scheme, that the stakeholders have not been consulted, and there is a question mark on the future as to which side and which way would these trained youth veer towards. That is the question mark the Congress party is raising by and large, but they're not casting any aspersions on the character of the armed forces per se. So Salman Khurshid, the statement over here, the Congress party feels should be seen in that light. They are saying, of course, that the Congress party by and large does not support this sort of a scheme. They are all for youth and employment generation by the government schemes, but the stakeholders should have been consulted. This has been brought about in a matter of haste without much deliberation, and now it shouldn't be imposed upon the youth by and large, and that is the reason why they are witnessing a pan-India protest as the youth are
Though
out
they've
on the
disagreed
field.
with this scheme all throughout, but a question mark on the forces is certainly uncalled for. Colonel RSN Singh joining us on this broadcast. Colonel Singh, I don't know if you've heard what Salman Khurshid says, but those are his words. He's questioning the charitra of our forces, saying that inconvenience is certainly being caused, but as far as the situation is concerned, forces ke charitra pe question mark utta hai.
No, he should worry about his own character. He should worry about, the character that he carries, carried when he said that, the madam cried a lot, after Batla House encounter. So he should decide, whether his sympathies lies here or down that side of the border, because his boss, he surreptitiously goes to the Chinese embassy, then madam goes and signs a MOU with China. So this fellow, he is a lawyer, and also, sadly, he was a minister also. So ask this gentleman to say what are the contents of that MOU. The same MOU that Jamaat-e-Islami Pakistan signed with China, similar MOU was signed with them. And who are these people on the forefront? CPI-ML, Marxist, Leninist, who kidnapped the former air chief La Fontaine twice, extorted money from him. They kidnapped a Jawan from my unit, right? And my postmate, his brother, Group Captain R.K. Prasad, a fighter pilot, had to pay 10 lakh rupees. They're the same people of the Tukre gang. And His Highness and Her Highness, both lend support. And so these rascally, people, they are in the forefront of this, who have got pro-China sympathies. Doesn't the CPI-ML have, pro-China proclivities? Didn't it support the Tukre gang? Didn't the Queen Mother support the Tukre gang? Didn't the Prince support the Tukre gang? They should just be lifted from here and put behind the bars. And
Colonel Singh, all this went yesterday. If we detail the press conference that was held by the officers from the three services, they'd essentially put out why there is a need that is being felt across the services that a younger lot takes over. So that's a shocker coming in. But before that, let me go across to thank you, Colonel Singh. Nalan Kohli of the BJP also joining us on the phone line. Mr. Kohli, what do you make of this kind of a comment coming in? Not the first Congress leader to get to this, to talk about our forces in this kind of a manner. It seems like the Congress party is more concerned about what is going to happen with these youth after the 4 years instead of focusing on what the scheme is really about.
It's completely condemnable, these kind of statements that are coming from senior Congress leaders. And it's becoming a pattern that Congress leader after Congress leader always draws the armed forces and tries to make a controversy of it, which is not in national interest. You remember the unfortunate statement about General Nehmer Street level Gunda. It was by a senior. There were those who asked questions on Balkot that show us the proof. proof on surgical strike. They are politicizing unnecessarily and in an incorrect manner the Agniveer scheme, or the Agnipath scheme as it is called. It's a good scheme. After all, after 4 years, people come out disciplined and trained. 25% of them are going to continue in the army, should they wish to. 10% of them are going to get reservations, which is part of the scheme, in terms of different ministries announcing it. They come out more disciplined. Look at how disciplined, and these youngsters, they get an opportunity to serve the country. They get trained well. When they come out in the private sector, they get good jobs, which is what happens to veterans who do serve in the army and come out after 5, 10, 15 years. And the politicizing this is doing great disservice to the country, to the army. And in its desperation to make a comment, they are not even reading the facts and are actually creating a misinformation campaign, which is not good in national interest and also shows their...
And they've called for a nationwide protest. They've decided to stage a satyagraha at Jantar Mantar against the Agnipath scheme today as well. I thank you, Mr. Kohli, for sharing that perspective with us. Colonel V.N. Thapar is also joining us on the phone line. Colonel Thapar, is there a sense then, that we're picking up from parties like the Congress, that they have a problem at the moment with the forces, with the officers representing the three services, talk about the scheme in detail and not the central leadership?
Well, actually, I would like to steer clear of the political parties and whatever the political people are doing. All I want to say is that whenever such a massive change is going to take place, there is bound to be certain disruption, and that has to be managed. In managing that particular change, both the government and the opposition have their role to play. I mean, there is no point. A lot of hard work has gone into designing this scheme and putting it on the ground now. Implementation stage has come. Therefore, at this stage, causing encumbrances, causing problems by any party whatsoever is not on. We have to find whatever solution the young people find, whatever problems the young people are projecting, we have to find solutions for them. Aggravating this issue on party agendas and their own thoughtless remarks by any and every politician is not really in the best interest of the country. I say once again that this huge change that is going to take place with the Indian Army is going to have its effects, and those have to be managed both by the ruling dispensation and the opposition. They both have a very important role to play, and I request that this be handled very, very delicately. As it is, with little lack of misunderstanding of the scheme, so much chaos and so much loss has taken place. After all, the people who are doing this are also countrymen. And, now we are trying to put fear in them that they will not be allowed to join the army if they are in these. Rather than that, we should avoid this kind of behavior, because there are leaders who are instigating this kind of a thing.
Absolutely.
They must lay off it and, let the
And this can't keep going on, Colonel Thapar. Appreciate you sharing that perspective, because, if there's a deliberate attempt made to instigate people or to fearmonger, then it's only going to lead to things going out of hand, and that is something we can't afford at this point in time, seeing the kind of protests that took place across the country right after the scheme was announced. Thank you for sharing that perspective. Viewers, it's been one shocker after the other. Let's quickly talk about another Congress Neta, Mallikarjun Kharge, who's once again resorted to fear-mongering, who says protest is happening all over the country. And then, while referring to the BJP, says, do they want to prepare 46,000 youths and bring them to the RSS? Have you ever heard about this kind of scheme in any country? Let's listen in.
देखो, अग्निपथ ये तो 46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके आरएसएस में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं। कभी आपने सुना है क्या किसी देश में ऐसा हुआ है कि 4 साल ट्रेनिंग देना और छोड़ देना? यहाँ पर तो परमानेंट वैकेंसीज हैं। युवकों का जो आज हर जगह एजिटेटेड है, तो उनको अलग निकालने के लिए, उनका दिशा भटकाने के लिए ये काम कर रहे हैं।
Shireen joining us with more details. Shireen, how many Congress netas will come out and make these kind of irresponsible remarks? Somebody is hinting at the fact that these Agniveers will eventually end up joining Naxalism. They will end up joining hands with Maoists. Somebody is saying that they will join hands with the RSS. Somebody is threatening bloodshed. It's absolute chaos and confusion and very irresponsible behavior on the part of the party.
Absolutely, and now they have started questioning the army forces as well. Now we are seeing that in a tweet by Mallikarjun Kharge, he clearly says that for the first time in 75 years, service chiefs are being fronted to defend a policy decision by the government. Where are the Prime Minister? Where is the Defence Minister? Now, since day one of Agnipath scheme has in fact been announced by the government, the Congress party has been questioning, though they have not yet been questioning the forces, but now we are seeing that senior leaders like Salman Khurshid, Mallikarjun Kharge have in fact been saying that the character of the army will in fact be questioned at this point, because we are seeing why this is happening is because we are seeing that since day one it has in fact been the three chiefs of the forces who have in fact been giving interviews, who have been talking extensively, doing press conferences, making people aware of what exactly the scheme is about. And now Congress believes that this is being done. The Congress believes that the army chiefs are being put in the front by this government. They are being pressurized is indirectly being hinted by the Congress party. And we have seen how the questioning after about 4 years, what are the people who were in fact recruited in this scheme going to do is another question that has been asked. And we have seen the irresponsible statements being made that whether these youths will join Naxal, because
and
now
it's
they
not
are
the first
trained
time.
enough,
You know, in the garb of trying to hit out at the central leadership, often they have targeted the forces or made anti-forces remarks, and that's what Congress has done repeatedly. Thank you, Shireen, for that. Quickly playing out a BJP response as well.
अग्निवीर बहाना है, हिंसा भड़काना है, इसीलिए दुष्प्रचार फैलाना है. Despite the fact that the Nawabs of Nakaratmakta have been given a jawab by the Sena on the Agniveer scheme in detail, they are still becoming the jhooton ke janab. And today they are spreading all kinds of propaganda and fear-mongering and trying to incite. Salman Khurshid of the Congress party has now crossed all limits and has questioned the character of the armed forces. This is the same Salman Khurshid who told us that Sonia Gandhi had cried when Batla House encounter took place. Today the Congress party has exceeded and crossed all limits in trying to undermine the armed forces. From calling the army chief Sadak Ka Gunda, from doubting surgical strike and Balakot airstrike, blaming Pulwama on India, today they are saying that Agniveers who will train for 4 years will become Maoists and Naxalis. Irfan Ansari of the Congress says Agnipath se khoon se hoga desh latpat, and continues to provoke and says that they will become like Supari killers. Digvijay Singh says that they are being trained to shoot to kill. This is the manner in which they are undermining the forces. And the others too, with a similar mindset. JDS says that the Agniveers are like Nazis. This kind of comparison, this kind of undermining of the armed forces is being done deliberately. And therefore, this entire violence as well. अग्निवीर बहाना है, हिंसा भड़काना है, इसीलिए दुष्प्रचार फैलाना है. Despite the fact that the Nawabs of Nakaratmakta have been...
All right, another response coming in of H.D. Kumaraswamy, and he says who will select the 10 lakh Agniveers? RSS leaders will select them, or will the army select them? In the selected 10 lakh, he says there'll be the RSS team. So once again, hinting at the fact that all the Agniveers will perhaps join hands with the RSS eventually. Goes on to say, and I quote, there are workers in the RSS, 2.5 lakh who are retained in Agnipath, they'll be RSS workers. Then it's the RSS hidden agenda, and the remaining 75% who are sent out after 4 years, you'd spread them to the rest of the country. If they're also RSS, on one side RSS wants to take over the control of the army, so hinting at the fact that the RSS wants to take in some of these Agniveers after the 4 years that they serve. Listen in.
ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಜಿ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಲ್ಲ, ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಹುಟ್ಟಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಆಗ. ಆ ನಾಜಿ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯ ನಡೆದಾಗ ಹಿಟ್ಲರ್ದು ಆಗಲೇ ತಾನೇ ಇದು ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಈ RSS. ಅದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಅಗ್ನಿಪಥ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಅಗ್ನಿವೀರನ್ನ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟಿರೋದು.
Well, leader after leader coming in with these shocking remarks. Mohit is with us on this broadcast. Mohit, it all started with Irfan Ansari and then a series of Congress leaders. Now you have H.D. Kumaraswamy also talking about how these Agniveers eventually will be a part of the RSS.
Well, yes, in fact, you see, the Congress and the opposition parties have every right to protest if they are against any scheme of the government. But spreading misinformation about it is something which is not required as of now. And we know for a fact that how protests have gone violent. And as of now, the situation is very volatile. Today also, we have seen protests coming in from various parts of the country. As of now, what the opposition party leaders specifically need is to make sure that all the protests are peaceful. Now, the statement that have been coming in from Digvijay Singh, from Pratap Singh, who said that after 4 years, these Agniveers will join Naxalism. Irfan Ansari says that after 4 years, there will be bloodshed on the street. They will come out and shoot anybody. No, sir, the army is not trained for that. These Agniveers will be the part of the army, and armed forces personnel will never do that. You need to keep army out of the politics, and this is where the BJP is hitting out at the Congress and the opposition parties, that they're trying to politicize the armed forces. Now, the leaders are coming out of the opposition parties and Congress talking about the RSS volunteers being inducted into the army. That is not the case. The process is same as before. You need to prepare for it. You need to clear the physical and the interview. But the questions that are being raised by the Congress party and the opposition parties is BJP says is complete misinformation, and they are trying to dig the well of the conspiracy. This is what Union Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi said. So the statement that have come from Digvijay Singh, Pratap Singh, Irfan Ansari, they're trying to instigate and incite people, which is something is not required at this particular stage. We know that yes, protests are happening. Youth is also angry, but the government is trying to slowly and steadily clear all the problems that the protesters have, and also
irresponsible remarks are extremely dangerous because they can further instigate and provoke all those who really need to be told about what this scheme is all about. Let me bring in Deepak as well. Deepak, seems like H.D. Kumaraswamy has also taken cue from some of those Congress leaders who've been spreading this misinformation since day one.
Yes, now we should understand that H.D. Kumaraswamy has time and again spoken out against the RSS, but when it comes to the Agnipath scheme, now this is something that the army has decided that they will go ahead with this. They've also asked, youngsters across the country to refrain from any sort of arson and violence at such a point in time where things, there is misinformation that is spreading and it is leading to violence on the streets. Is it right to make a statement like this, going on to say that, the RSS is going to handle the entire scheme, going on to say that, while he, of course, expresses apprehensions about what about the people who are not inducted, going on to say that whether they'll join the RSS, saying that this could lead to a sort of a Nazi regime. These are all statements that could only lead to more, confusion and pandemonium on the streets, which we have already witnessed. So, from a responsible leader who's been a former chief minister of the Karnataka, was this something that's expected? And are these statements only being made to gain some sort of a political mileage, considering the fact that even in Karnataka now we are seeing instances of protests that are coming to the fore, especially from the North Karnataka region, at such a time, instead of having more clarity that the army is putting out time and again each and every day, there is more clarity coming in terms of how the induction process will happen, what will happen to these people who are, of course, getting in through the Agnipath scheme and come out after 4 years as Agniveers, the options that are available for them. And also,
all right, Deepak, I'll come back to you. Major General G.D. Bakshi is also with us on the phone line. General Bakshi, the likes of H.D. Kumaraswamy, also Mallikarjun Kharge, now of the opinion suddenly, after 4-5 days have gone by and the situation has relatively stabilized, suddenly they're bringing in an RSS angle, that it is the RSS hidden agenda to go ahead with this kind of a scheme to get in more of these Agniveers with them.
Look, I haven't heard any such statement from the RSS. And the very sad fact is that the scheme is being needlessly politicized. Needlessly politicized, dangerously politicized. And my advice to the youth is to please, those who want to join the armed forces, provocateur, agent provocateur, who wish to inflame you, who wish to
so much so, General Bakshi, to the extent that now you have a Congress neta clearly questioning the charitra of our forces. They want to target the Modi government, that's fine, but why are they bringing in the forces in between?
That's right. The armed forces are an absolutely apolitical organization. The armed forces are trying to reduce their age profile, which was the need felt at the time of the Kargil war. It hasn't been done till now, so they're trying to do it now. Then they have the problem of ballooning pay and pension bills, which is cutting the capital acquisition budget. We are just not able to get the arms and equipment that we need so badly. The Air Force is 45 squadrons, it should be. Today it's down to 30. Where is the money to buy the jet fighters, etc.? So there are problems which people are trying to address. Yes, it is an
targeting the forces with an intention to hit out at the Modi government with every case in point is not going to work out. Thank you, General Bakshi, for that perspective. Update coming in, Indian Youth Congress workers stopped a train at the Shivaji Bridge railway station in New Delhi. So once again, this time around, Congress workers have resorted to blocking a train in the national capital. Viewers, remember the kind of inconvenience that is being caused to the common man across the country. How so many trains have been cancelled given the kind of arson that took place at the railway stations, and also the Bharath Bandh call that has been given today. And now on your screens, visuals coming in of how Indian Youth Congress workers stopped a train at Shivaji Bridge railway station in the national capital. I believe Shireen is joining us live with more details on this. Shireen, if you can hear me, we can see some of those Youth Congress leaders wrapped in the Congress flag. They're lying down on the railway tracks, blocking the railway tracks. What's going on? We'll go across to Shireen in just a bit, but viewers, extremely shocking visuals. This was supposed to be a peaceful protest. The Congress party said that they will be sitting at Jantar Mantar and they will be holding a peaceful protest against the Agnipath scheme. They will be raising their voice against Enforcement Directorate, questioning Rahul Gandhi, but they've reached the railway tracks at the Shivaji Bridge railway station, blocked the train there. You can see how some of them are waving those flags of the Congress party. A man who could be spotted, one of the Youth Congress workers could be spotted wrapped in the flag and was blocking the railway track essentially. So all of those visuals that are now coming in of how the Congress party once again resorting to this kind of arson, and how is making sure that the Aam Aadmi party, I beg your pardon, has to face the heat of these protests. And that's exactly what Times Now has been opining, viewers, that there is a way to go about these protests. They're supposed to be held and staged in a democratic manner. The protest should take place at a designated protest site. But the Congress workers, Youth Congress workers, resorting to this kind of chaos and madness on the railway tracks, refusing to allow passage to the railway tracks and blocking trains once again. This is what we saw on day 1 and 2 after the Agnipath scheme was announced in several parts of the country. Picking up some reactions, listen in.
रास्ते खुले हुए हैं, सारी एस्टेब्लिशमेंट और शॉप्स खुली हुई हैं, मार्केट्स भी अभी टाइम हो रहा है तो वो भी खुलेंगी. यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह की अराजकता है उसको टॉलरेट नहीं किया जाएगा. दिल्ली पुलिस पूरी तरह से तैयार है किसी भी ऐसी स्थिति में जिसमें असामाजिक तत्व हैं जो सार्वजनिक प्रॉपर्टी का डिस्ट्रॉय करने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो उसके लिए वी आर रेडी. तो आई डोंट थिंक कि दिल्ली में कोई इशू आने वाला है.
जाम की समस्या लोगों को फेस करनी पड़ेगी क्योंकि बैरिकेड्स सिक्योरिटी के इंतजाम ज़्यादा हैं, तो किस तरह से आप देखते हैं?
कुछ इंटेलिजेंस इनपुट्स मिले थे कि बाहर के राज्यों से, दिल्ली के बाहर के राज्यों से कुछ लोगों का था, कुछ समूह थे जो स्टूडेंट्स भी नहीं थे, लेकिन कुछ समूहों ने आह्वान किया कि वो दिल्ली जाएंगे और वहाँ पर जाकर प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे. तो उसके मद्देनज़र रखते हुए, उन इंटेलिजेंस इनपुट को मद्देनज़र रखते हुए पुख्ता इंतज़ाम किए गए हैं बॉर्डर्स पर. सारे दिल्ली के बॉर्डर्स पर एक्सटेंसिव चेकिंग कर रहे हैं ताकि दिल्ली में कोई भी कामयाब ना हो कोई भी अराजकता फैलाने में.
मैम, राहुल गांधी को भी ईडी ने पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया था, तो पिछली बार देखा था कि किस तरह से पूरे हुजूम के साथ ये लोग गए थे, तो उसके मद्देनजर किस तरह के इंतजाम किए गए हैं दिल्ली में?
ये पिछले कुछ दिनों से ही चल रहा है, तो हमने अपने लेसन्स, वी हैव लर्नड आवर लेसन्स कि जहाँ जहाँ हमें लगा था कि हमारी कमी रही है उसको हमने पुख्ता कर लिया है। मुझे नहीं लगता कि आज भी हमें कोई समस्या आएगी सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल करने में या किसी भी सिचुएशन पर रिस्पॉन्ड करने में।
मैम, लोगों को ट्रैफिक की जरूर समस्या फेस करनी पड़ रही है और उनका क्योंकि ऑफिस टाइमिंग है, सोमवार का दिन है, तो किस तरह से आप उनसे क्या अपील करेंगे, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मैं लोगों से कहना चाहूँगी कि संयम रखें। ये देश की बात है, हमारी सार्वजनिक संपत्ति की बात है। ये जो अराजक तत्व हैं उनसे लड़ने की बात है, उनको बताने की बात है कि हम संयम से उनका सामना कर सकते हैं, ताकि वह ये जो अपना उनका एक नाकाम इरादा है कि दिल्ली में अराजकता फैलाएं, वह कामयाब ना हो। तो उसके लिए लोगों को संयम रखना पड़ेगा, उनको हमारा साथ देना पड़ेगा, ताकि एक दिल्ली में एक शांति प्रिय तौर से जो भी हमारे कार्य चल रहे हैं वह चलते रहें।
मैम, जैसे जंतर मंतर पर भी प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा, तो उनसे क्या अपील करना चाहिए कि किस तरह से अरेंजमेंट जो हुए हैं उसमें 1000 लोगों की परमिशन दी गई है, तो उस पर क्या बोलेंगे?
कानून बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइंस हैं कि जहां जंतर मंतर पर 1000 से ज़्यादा की गैदरिंग हो नहीं सकती। हमारा जो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हैं उनके साथ संपर्क हुआ है, उनको ये बताया गया है, तो मुझे ये उम्मीद है कि जो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हैं वह भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइंस का पालन करेंगे और हमारा साथ देंगे। उनका हक है प्रोटेस्ट करना, लेकिन एक कानूनबद्ध तरीके से करेंगे तो एक स्वतंत्र भारत की पहचान है वो सामने आएगी। एक अराजकता फैलाने से कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं निकलता है और एक छवि ही बिगड़ती है उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की जो अराजकता फैलाती है।
मैम, आखिरी सवाल, लगातार देखा गया पिछले दिनों में कि कांग्रेस की तरफ से दिल्ली पुलिस के ऊपर मैन हैंडलिंग के आरोप लगाए, तो इस पर क्या कहना है?
कुछ वीडियोस मैंने भी देखे हैं और कुछ वीडियोस उधर से भी आए हैं, कुछ उस पर कुछ भी कमेंट करना अभी मैं नहीं समझूंगी कि उचित होगा, क्योंकि ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन का मामला है, तो लेट द लॉ टेक्स इट्स कोर्स, तो तभी बेटर रहेगा। क्योंकि अभी हम एक के ऊपर आरोप और प्रत्यारोप एक मीडिया में लगाएं तो वो ठीक नहीं है।
The Prime Minister Narendra Modi was speaking yesterday at the inauguration of the Pragati Maidan tunnel corridor, and during the course of his speech there, in fact, hinted at the disruptionist politics adopted by certain opposition elements who are committed to, in fact, forestalling reform. Let's listen into what Prime Minister Modi had to say.
पिछले साल मुझे डिफेंस कॉम्प्लेक्स के लोकार्पण का भी अवसर मिला था। हमारे देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि बहुत सी अच्छी चीजें, अच्छे उद्देश्य से की गई चीजें, वो ऐसी राजनीति के रंग में फंस जाती हैं।
So that was the Prime Minister, of course, not directly referring to the current ongoing protests with regards to the Agnipath scheme, but clearly slamming what he describes as disruptionist politics on the part of those who have made it their commitment and duty to oppose any reforms undertaken by the central government. The Congress party, in fact, took exception to the comments that were made by the Prime Minister yesterday during his speech. Let's listen to what Ajay Makan had to say about it.
30 घंटों से ज्यादा राहुल जी की पूछताछ करी जा रही है और ईडी और दूसरे जितने भी सरकारी तंत्र हैं उसके माध्यम से अनुचित दबाव कांग्रेस पार्टी के ऊपर डाला जा रहा है ताकि कांग्रेस पार्टी की आवाज को बंद करा जा सके। ईडी और सीबीआई पिछले 8 वर्षों के अंदर ईडी ने इस वक्त 5422 केस ईडी के चल रहे हैं, उसमें से 5310 केस 5422 में से 5310 केस
So that was Ajay Makan, of course, also referring to the questioning that Rahul Gandhi has been subjected to by the Enforcement Directorate. This will be the 4th time he'll be summoned by the ED. He's already been grilled for 30 hours so far. This was also in response to what the Prime Minister had to say yesterday with regards to his criticism of many opposition parties and elements who he says have made it their mission to forestall or attempt to blockade any reform measure undertaken by the government, be it with regards to infrastructure projects or policy schemes. The hint being, of course, made by the Prime Minister was towards the ongoing protests as opposed to the Agnipath scheme in different parts of the country, where we're also seeing protests being undertaken today in different parts of India. There have also been reactions from other members of the Congress as well as the opposition against the Agnipath initiative. Let's listen into those reactions too.
तो ये भी फ्लॉप होगा, ये देश नकार देगी इसको, मैं बता रहा हूँ। कोई भी अगर आप एक्ट लाते हैं, बिल लाते हैं, अग्निपथ जैसा युवाओं को रोजगार के बारे में अगर कोई बिल आप ला रहे हैं तो उसका पहले आकलन कर लीजिए कि इसका साइड इफेक्ट क्या होगा, आपका मंशा क्या है, आपका मोटो क्या है। मात्र 4 साल हमारे युवा सेना में काम करेंगे, उसके बाद क्या होगा? जहाँ 32 साल हम लोग देते थे कांग्रेस पार्टी, आप 4 साल में उसको बेघर कर दीजिएगा। फिर वो युवा एक्सपीरियंस भी नहीं होगा, गोली चला देगा किसी पर, देश में तमाशा होगा, खून खराबे देश में होंगे, बंदूक पकड़ेगा युवा।
लेकिन इरफान की
आप देखिए ये बहुत देखिए अब तक आप देखिए आपने 3 तलाक लाए, हम लोग कुछ कहे।
इरफान की बात सुनिए, आप लोग के बयान से कहने के युवा सड़कों पे हैं,
नहीं
लगातार आंदोलन कर रहे हैं, समझाने वाला
देखिए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने आह्वान किया है क्या? देखिए युवा स्वेच्छा से, देखिए युवा स्वेच्छा से, सुन लीजिए, गलत बात मत बोलिए। आज तबाह सड़क पर हम लोग को युवा बाध्य कर आने के लिए, आप कहाँ है पार्टी आपकी, आइए आप साथ दीजिए, हमारा युवा कर रहा है। लेकिन हम लोग रीड कर रहे हैं, हम लोग वॉच कर रहे हैं, वेट एंड वॉच। हम लोग उतरेंगे सड़क पर। आज जितना आग लग रहा है, गोलियां चल रही है, चारों देश तबाह है, क्या हम लोग जिम्मेवार हैं क्या? अब ऐसा एक्ट लाते हैं। अब लाए कृषि काला बिल लाए, लगभग 800 किसान मर गए। बताइए साहब, क्या आवश्यकता थी आपको? अब अभी ले आए हैं नया चीज़, अग्निपथ, पूरा युवा खून से लथपथ। यही है अग्निपथ। कम से कम देखिए, सेना को मत बेचिए। सेना हमारी शान है, आन बान शान है, रक्षा करता है, गोली खाता है सीना में सेना हमारा। अब उसको भी बेच रहे हैं, किनके हाथों में भाई? मकसद यही ना है कि हम इसको 4 साल नौकरी दें, उसके बाद उसको मतलब झाड़ू मार के निकाल दें घर से, ऑफिस से झाड़ू मार के निकाल दें, और फिर अदानी अंबानी के पास हाथ फैलाइए, प्रणाम कीजिए, माल दीजिए, और फिर नौकरी पाइए प्राइवेट में। वो अपना परिवार को क्या पालेगा बताइए आप 4 साल के बाद? कभी आप सोचे हैं? ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए। मैं फिर से, देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, देश के मालिक हैं, आप देश चला रहे हैं। इरफान अंसारी हाथ जोड़कर आपसे प्रार्थना करता है कि मोदी जी, कोई बिल लाते हैं तो पहले उनसे पूछिए कि उनका भला होगा कि नहीं होगा, उनको लाभ मिलेगा कि नहीं लाभ मिलेगा।
This isn't the only controversial comment that this MLA Irfan Ansari has made about the Agnipath initiative. He's also said that the scheme, if taken forward, has the potential to spread bloodshed. Times Now, in fact, confronted MLA Ansari over his incendiary comments. Let's listen into that sequence too.
जी, हमारे साथ कांग्रेस से विधायक इरफान अंसारी हमारे साथ हैं, हम इनसे बात करते हैं। इरफान जी, आपने बयान दिया है कि जो अग्निपथ योजना है और 4 साल के बाद युवा क्या करेंगे, फिर से बंदूक पकड़ेंगे, गोली चलाएंगे। नहीं लगता है कि आपका ये जो बयान है ये भड़काने वाला बयान है?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि समाज को जोड़ने का काम मेरा है।
बोलिए। हाँ,
इधर देखिए, समाज को जोड़ने का काम मेरा है, तोड़ने का काम भाजपा का है। अग्निपथ अग्निपथ अग्निपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ।
खून की बात आप क्यों कर रहे हैं बार बार आप?
जब हमारे युवा, आज देख लीजिए, पुलिस गोली चला रही है, हमारे युवा मर रहे हैं, युवाओं का खून कोड़ियों के भाव में बहाया जा रहा है, तो वो तो हुए ना खून से लथपथ, खून से लथपथ।
नहीं
खून से लथपथ। देखिए मेरा ये कहना है कि देखिए सरकार ऐसा नहीं कि देखिए आप लोग जो चैनल है इरफान अंसारी को कोट कर रहे हैं, चला रहे हैं कि नहीं एक अल्पसंख्यक ऐसा बोला। अरे मैं तो देशभक्त हूँ, हमारा हिंदुस्तान है, हमारे हिंदुस्तान की खूबसूरती सुन लीजिए सभी से है। केवल आप एक धर्म को, एक अल्पसंख्यक को आप टारगेट।
Let me go across to Nilashish for more on this. Nilashish, you've of course been monitoring the protests quite closely, and these incendiary and fear-mongering comments being made by the opposition, which has a right to protest this initiative, but of course it can't be spreading misinformation. That's also possibly adding fuel to the fire.
Well, yes, absolutely. We are here at Jantar Mantar where the Congress is protesting. They also raise questions against the Agnipath scheme. In fact, we've heard comments coming in from Pratap Singh as well from the Rajasthan Congress. We have with us, in fact, Ma'am Archana Sharma ji from the Rajasthan Congress. जी कई तरह के स्टेटमेंट्स आ रहे हैं अग्निपथ को लेके। प्रताप सिंह जी ने भी कहा है कि 4 साल में युवा जो है नक्सलों की तरफ मूव करेगा। कैसे देखते हैं आप ऐसे कमेंट्स को?
देखिए, जो ये आर्मी में जो भर्ती होती है उसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा एक कमिटमेंट होता है, बहुत ज़्यादा उससे उम्मीदें होती है, और युवा जो 2 साल से त्रस्त था उसे लग रहा था कि जब भर्ती खुलेगी तो हमें एक बहुत सम्मानजनक स्थिति मिलेगी। अब उसे पता चल रहा है कि यहाँ भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हो गया। तो कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल भर्ती मिलिट्री में करना और भारत जैसे विविधता वाले देश में एक तरह से देश की सुरक्षा के साथ समझौता है। जिस आदमी को ये पता होगा, जिस युवा को कि 4 साल बाद मेरी छटनी हो जाएगी, तो वो कैसे समर्पण के साथ काम कर सकता है। तो ये सारी स्थितियाँ सुखद नहीं है। कम से कम आर्मी का तो जो कह सकते हैं उसका कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल भर्ती करना एक तरह से गलत है, उसे संविदा पर लेना बिल्कुल गलत है।
अर्चना जी, कई तरह के कमेंट्स आ रहे हैं कि खून खराबा होगा 4 साल बाद, नक्सलियों की तरफ रुख मोड़ लेगा युवा। ऐसे कमेंट्स क्या शोभा देते हैं?
देखिए, अभी बेरोजगारी दर देश की सबसे ज्यादा है और मैं समझती हूँ 46 साल में सबसे ज्यादा है। ऐसी स्थिति में आप युवा को मोबिलाइज करते हो और उसको कहते हो 4 साल बाद डीमोबिलाइज हो जाइए, सोसाइटी में जाके इंटरमिंगल करिए। उस समय जब उसके पास रोजगार नहीं होगा तो वो जो चीजें सीख करके आएगा वो एक अग्रेसिव मूड में हो जाएगा। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि एक युवा को मोबिलाइज करके डीमोबिलाइज करने वाली ये जो प्रक्रिया शुरू हो गई, ये देश के लिए सुखद नहीं है। आज युवाओं में जो आक्रोश है वो भी इसी कारण देखने को मिल रहा है। बेरोजगारी की दंश युवा झेल रहा है। मोदी सरकार ने जो कार्डर था हमारे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, उसे लाखों में कम किया और उसके बाद 2 करोड़ रोजगार देने की बात कही, वो दिया नहीं। अब आसन चुनावों को देखकर कहा कि 1.5 साल में 10 लाख भर्ती कर दो। तो ये सब छल कपट ही तो है। और आप देखिए ना कितना बेरोजगारी है, कितने ज्यादा वहां पर कोविड के कारण अटेम्प्ट्स नहीं हो पाए, ओवर एज लोग होते जा रहे हैं। उनको रिलैक्सेशन देने की जगह एक ऐसा शगुफा छोड़ दिया जो भारत की परिस्थितियों के अनुकूल नहीं।
हमसे बात करने का बहुत शुक्रिया। दैट वाज अर्चना शर्मा again talking about how mobilizing and then demobilizing.
What really stands out about the Congress response there is that they're not condemning the statements made by some of their own leaders, extremely controversial statements. Let me also take this across to Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan as well. Madhav, one of course has a right to protest and one can have a reasoned debate about the pros and cons of the Agnipath scheme, but fear-mongering by calling it a Nazi kind of a scheme, something that is likely to spread bloodshed, this is of course extremely alarmist and also possibly contributing to these protests and adding fuel to the fire.
You know, it's one thing to oppose a governmental scheme, as you rightly said it, but, you know, this kind of statement as to what would these youth do after 4 years of training in arms, you know, there are leaders who've come out to say that, you know, they could become antisocial elements. There are those who said that they could become Naxals. You know, these are the kind of comments that perhaps, you know, are raising some very, very serious questions about what exactly is being aimed at by the opposition, while it has every right to question whether the government scheme was well thought out or not, whether in fact these youth have been properly planned for in terms of whether the 4 years of training is adequate, whether that period should have been increased. You know, suggestions are one thing, but to say that this is a scheme that will actually spread violence, create an anarchy sort of a situation in society, that's something that where questions certainly are going to come up as to whether this is statements really for a responsible political party and leaders to be making, because that seems to be the thrust of several of these leaders. It may be just a small section collection of leaders who have made these controversial comments, but certainly, of course, raising serious questions at a time when there are protests that have been planned on this issue across the country. There has been a Bharath Bandh that has been called, but the point is that when leaders of responsible political parties, come out and make these sort of statements, they do have the potential to incite youngsters, and that's where perhaps a little bit of caution, a measure of caution would certainly be important in such situations. We have seen, for instance, after Wednesday's protest turning violent, leaders of the Congress party themselves saying that continue to protest, but make sure that the protests are peaceful. In similar vein, really, while they can raise their voice of dissent, whether these kind of comments are appropriate is certainly a very pertinent question. Siddharth.
Right. Thanks a lot for that input, Madhav. We'll slip into a short break for the time being. We'll come back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukde gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, there are pictures, there are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India. Slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu. And when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation. Sir, I'm requesting you, don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go, Rahul. Please excuse me.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that.
You go. See, you've said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which a person is not supposed
finish,
to
sir.
respond.
Finish.
I'll wait. Pass judgment on my party. No, what do you mean finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You've made a whole statement has been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply.
You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotre.
I have the social media. I'm going to
No, please go ahead. Finish. We haven't finished. Finish. Make your response, sir.
Mr. Agnihotre to pass judgment. So please take my response.
I am.
My response is that Mr. Agnihotre, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotre's point of view. This is not a point of view to which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now,
no, sir, you are wrong. You are no, sir. They celebrated the killing of 76 CRPF jawans. Sir, please, the same students celebrated the killing of 76.
I'm sorry.
Why are you defending these students?
Take it from me. If anybody celebrated the death of our leaders, if anybody celebrated the death of our leaders at the hand of extremists, I am saying to you, they are betrayers of this land and they are betrayers of humanity. I am saying
thank you. So which means Rahul Gandhi is a betrayer.
Welcome back. There have been protests in different parts of the country in opposition to the Agnipath initiative that was launched by the Government of India along with the armed forces on the 14th of June. There have been lots of incidents of arson, trains being stopped and great amount of public inconvenience being caused. The latest such instance is Indian Youth Congress workers stopping a train at the Shivaji Bridge railway station in New Delhi. Those are the scenes that you see on your screen from the national capital itself, where Youth Congress workers have congregated and forcibly stopped a train at the Shivaji Bridge railway station in the national capital. We've had more reports coming in of these kind of blockades being carried out in different parts of the country. Here's the report that's been sent in from Tamal as well.
We are currently at Patna Junction railway station, and there is constant announcement going on about trains which have been cancelled for the day. Owing to Bharath Bandh, owing to the violent protests that we have all witnessed following Agnipath, this Bharath Bandh call has also led to public inconvenience. Several people, several passengers are now stranded here on this very railway station. I will quickly speak to a couple of people. Sir, आपका नाम क्या है?
उत्तम पांडे।
आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
जमुई।
अभी आपका ट्रेन का क्या स्टेटस है?
ट्रेन कोई है ही नहीं जमुई जाने की, ना जमुई ना झाझा लखीसराय क्यों कहीं भी नहीं।
ट्रेन कैंसिल हो गया? आपका क्या टिकट था या रिजर्वेशन था या आप अभी जनरल में जाने वाले?
ये रिजर्वेशन था हमारा।
तो कोई अनाउंसमेंट पहले से नहीं कि?
पहले से क्या, हम तो रात में ट्रेन चेक कर रहे थे तो सारा तो अब जैसे कल चेक करे थे तो आज का तो अपडेट दिया नहीं था, फिर जब हम 12 बजे के बाद चेक किए तो दिखाया सारा ट्रेन कैंसिल है।
These are students who are all gearing up for an exam which is there slated tomorrow. Now there are talks that the exam might get postponed, but there is no confirmation as yet. For students like them, going back home has now become a challenge. They come to Patna to study, and they were planning to go back to home, but now they are trying to figure out as how to find out a route which would in a way bypass the routes which are vulnerable and has the potentiality of people gathering over there and erupting in tension.
We'll slip into a short break. We'll continue our coverage of the protests against the Agnipath scheme shortly after this break. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
किया है इसका। और साथ ही
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Bengaluru today. He's on a 2-day visit to the state of Karnataka and will be taking part in a series of events, including laying the foundation stone for a 148-kilometer long suburban railway network in Bengaluru. And he'll also be taking part in the inauguration and foundation laying ceremony at the Indian Institute of Science, Railways and NHAI related programs as well. Besides also declaring open the Ambedkar School of Economics at the Bangalore University campus. This is all part of a 2-day event that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be in fact participating in the capital city of the state of Karnataka. And this includes inauguration of a series of schemes that are being initiated, notably the inauguration of a 148-kilometer long suburban railway network as well. Let me go across to Deepak Bopanna for more on this. Deepak, take us through the Prime Minister's schedule over the next 2 days in Bengaluru.
Well, a host of inaugurations and events have been, put in place for the Prime Minister here to inaugurate as he makes his way to Bengaluru. Especially, this is the election year. More importantly, tomorrow, of course, Yoga Day. He'll be participating in a massive function at Mysuru. Now, before that, of course, today a host of events that he's taking part in. Firstly, of course, after he, of course, landed a while ago at the Yelahanka Air Force Station, he's gone to the Indian Institute of Science to inaugurate the Center for Brain Research and Supercomputing Facility. He's also going to lay the foundation stone for the Parthasarthi Hospital as well there. After that, of course, he's going to unveil the statue of B.R. Ambedkar. This is going to happen at the School of Economics University, and there he'll be dedicating to the nation about 150 upgraded industrial training institutes. This is expected to be a massive event. Then, of course, he makes his way to Komagata, where once again various infrastructural projects, of course, will be inaugurated, and also an air-conditioned railway station, which is in Baipanalli. Of course, a lot that has been spoken about this particular railway station already, even before its inauguration. That once again will be thrown open in a grand fashion by the Prime Minister. After all of this, of course, he heads to Mysuru, where after one public event, he is visiting the Suttur Mutt and also the Chamundeshwari temple. And that's his plan for the day, after which, of course, tomorrow, like I mentioned, the grand Yoga Day celebrations is going to happen, where he will be performing yoga with, thousands of others right in front of the, Mysuru Palace.
Right, a detailed itinerary for the Prime Minister during his visit to Karnataka over the next couple of days. Thanks, Deepak. We'll slip into a short break and we'll come back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
You use the word empathy. Many people will think, sir, that you're paying lip service to the term.
Yes.
Empathy is acknowledging that a genocide happened.
Right, that's your opinion.
Let me finish.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish, sir. Why aren't you letting me finish?
I'm not here to satisfy you.
What have we set off?
Opinion.
I can't ask you a question.
You finish because you turn everything around. I'm sorry.
I'm not. You use these words.
Listen, this is my last warning. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out. Simple.
But Mr. Khurshid, if you're not going to allow me to frame the questions on the words that you yourself have used, then how can we have a conversation? I don't understand what rules these are.
No.
Anyhow,
You can ask me the question. Please understand.
खुर्शीद साहब मैं बताऊं प्रॉब्लम क्या है. मैं आपको सच्ची बात बताता हूं. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to tell you this. That the people from your party have been openly behaving like genocide deniers. They are denying there was a genocide. It's not a good thing. Number one, as a vice person, senior most leader, if you can just put some sense in their mind and say, okay, you don't acknowledge it, but don't be a genocide denier. Second problem with your party is that they are using this film as a collateral damage for their political battles, which is not a good thing. I always ask your party people, would you ever do that with Schindler's List? They will never do that. And good news is, yesterday a member of Parliament, of Scottish Parliament, in one of my events, after seeing that, he said that he is going to put a motion in Scottish Parliament. It's on record. The video will be out in next 1 hour. He said he's going to put a motion so that Scottish Parliament acknowledges it as a genocide. Your party, which belongs to Kashmiri Pandits, Pandit Nehru, Motilal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, would you pass a motion in Parliament saying that it was a genocide? If no, can you on TV say, yes, indeed, it was a genocide of Kashmiri Pandits? I have a very pointed question. Was it a genocide?
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Can I answer that? I have said to you already that this is a great tragedy. It's a great tragedy. And it's a painful tragedy. And I've also said to you that your attempt to express the truth about this tragedy is something as an artist you are entitled to do. But not everybody will agree with your assessment, not everybody will agree with your treatment. Be that as it may, you are now saying that I should say what one MP in the Scottish Parliament is saying. Now, that's not for me to say here. You are asking me to convey a message to my party. I will happily convey a message to my party. My only difference with you today has been that you used the artist or the filmmaker's technique by saying, Mr. Khurshid, your face looks helpless. Now, please don't do these little tricks with me. My face doesn't look helpless. I don't want to say, do, or act in a manner that would be feeding what we don't want fed, which is a difference of opinion that goes down to the ground and divides our people. You have said something and done something. I am saying we shouldn't.
Good afternoon to you. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha.
And I'm Swati Joshi. Let's begin the broadcast with the headlines at this hour.
Sea of stranded vehicles on Gurgaon-Delhi expressway sums up the harrowing time faced by common man due to Bharath Bandh, call to protest Agnipath scheme.
It is not just the road users, train commuters are stranded too across India as several trains remain either cancelled or diverted due to vandalism and arson of railway properties.
Rahul Gandhi faces fourth round of questioning in the National Herald case. Loyalists return to the streets to shield the Parivar.
Muslim cleric Taqir Raza seems to endorse violence, says the Agniveer protesters wouldn't have been heard had they not burned trains.
From UP to Bihar to Telangana, police connect the dots. Coaching centers on radar. Center also bans 35 WhatsApp groups over fake news being spread.
Congress MLA Irfan Ansari continues to fan Agnipath fire with call for violence a day after Prime Minister Modi blamed partisan politics for jeopardizing government's good-intentioned schemes.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be in Karnataka for a big infra push and Lingayat wooing it as he inaugurates several projects worth 27,000 crores. He has just arrived in Bengaluru.
Over 30 protesters from a political farmers' front taken into custody for threatening to gherao the Prime Minister in Karnataka.
Assam continues to reel under devastating floods. Over 32 lakh affected, thousands homeless. Death toll rises to 71.
Attacked with a machete, cop Arun fights back without fear, risks life for duty. Dramatic video of Kerala Singham goes viral. Politics over the Agnipath scheme continues. A day after Prime Minister Modi said that good intention schemes get embroiled in petty politics, the provocation continues.
So while the Congress party called for a Bharath Bandh, its netas have openly called for violent protests. In the latest, Congress MLA Irfan Ansari said there will be bloodshed in the country.
In fact, he also claimed that the youth who have been trained or are going to be trained as per the Agniveer scheme, after 4 years are going to become Supari killers. We have our senior editor Madhudas Gopalakrishnan joining us on the broadcast. Shocking comments coming in. Somebody in the Congress believes that these Agniveers will turn towards Naxalism. Some are saying that they'll pick up arms and become terrorists. And here is Irfan Ansari, who says after 4 years they will become Supari killers and there will be bloodshed in the country.
Well, absolutely. Well, one is entitled to criticize government schemes, and certainly the opposition has every right to dissent and must. Whether these kind of statements are really responsible, coming in as they do from very senior leaders of the opposition, and that certainly, of course, raises some important question as to whether these responsible leaders, by coming out with statements saying that they're going to become Supari killers or Naxalites, or in fact can be guns for hire or become anti-social elements even after the 4 years, whether that is a responsible statement. It's one thing to, of course, ask for perhaps the training period of the scheme to be extended from 4 to 6, or in fact even demanding that the scheme, in fact, there may be improvements in it that could be brought in, or even asking for it to be temporarily halted. But to come out and give these kind of statements, raises a very serious question about whether the attempt is just incite people as far as this entire scheme is concerned. Yes, we are seeing protests take place. We have seen huge number of incidents of arson where public properties such as trains, buses have been set on fire. Is the attempt just to keep the entire protest fire burning? That's certainly a very important question as far as this entire issue is concerned, and one that certainly we are asking leaders of the Congress to respond to as well. Of course, we have seen in the recent past, like on Wednesday last, when we had seen a number of protests take place on ground, we had seen how, in fact, those incidents had led to leaders of the Congress party, including Priyanka Gandhi, asking for protesters to ensure that the protests are entirely peaceful. Perhaps in such a light, these kind of statements also could have a relook, and they could perhaps be appeals for people to ensure that they do not get incited as far as these entire protests are concerned. Unfortunately, that's not what's happening on ground.
Absolutely. Nilashish is also joining us. Nilashish, yesterday Prime Minister Modi had spoken about good intention schemes that get caught up in this kind of partisan politics. But the Congress leaders have slammed him for this statement, saying there are a lot of issues with this scheme and that's why the protests are taking place. But very clearly there has been a political link that has been established. Not just that, there are political leaders who are openly giving out these claims and threats and also making these statements and being absolutely defiant about it.
Well, absolutely. The Congress continues to protest here at Jantar Mantar, and while we tried to speak to a number of leaders, they maintained their stand that there are a number of issues with the Agnipath scheme. However, when we confronted them with regard to statements, shocking statements about the youth turning towards Naxalism, that there would be bloodshed after 4 years, none of them actually condemned it and in fact went on to justify such statements. So of course there is a degree of irresponsibility with regard to these statements, and whether or not such statements should be made in the garb of a protest is the question. But yes, the Congress continues to protest and question these schemes, which of course is their legal right to do. But again, as Madhav was also saying, to issue irresponsible statements is definitely questionable, and not condemning the same as well. As far as this particular protest is concerned, of course, they have raised several issues with regard to the Agnipath scheme. Also, the Prime Minister's comments yesterday were also reacted to here by several leaders who are present at this particular venue, saying that the jobs that were supposed to be given have not been given, promises which were made have not been fulfilled, and that these are new kinds of jumlas coming in from the government. But of course, these are in the garb of a protest. Absolutely. But the irresponsible statements that are coming in, of course,
the protesters have a right to peacefully protest. The opposition has a right to question the government, seek clarification if there are any doubts. But what is happening on ground today in India, the vandalism that is being witnessed, ultimately it is all impacting the Aam Aadmi. Look at the massive jams. Before we go across to other reporters for live reports, let's now listen into Irfan Ansari, who believes that after 4 years of training, the Agniveers will become Supari killers.
अग्निपथ योजना जो आप ला रहे हैं, 4 साल में हमारे युवा क्या सीखेंगे? गोली चलाना?
आप उनको आप ट्रेनिंग सिखा रहे हैं बंदूक का, उसके बाद वो लोग सुपारी लेगा कि हाँ भाई इसको मारो, उसको मारो, उसको मारो।
So it's not just that, of course, these claims being given out by the Congress leaders, and there are some senior Congress leaders that have responded to what the Prime Minister has said, not condemning these statements coming in from their own party leaders, but instead questioning Prime Minister Modi for the statements that he made.
Mallikarjun Kharge is calling this an RSS propaganda, and Salman Khurshid is questioning the charitra, the character.
जिसके लिए बनाई है वो संतुष्ट हो जाए तो हमें क्या समस्या है, लेकिन जिसके लिए बनाई है वो बेचारा संतुष्ट नहीं है, वो चिल्ला रहा है, वो रो रहा है। तो जब तक वो रोएगा हमारा ये दायित्व बनता है कि उसकी रोने की बात, उसके दुख का विषय जो है वो हम देश के सामने रखें। और इसमें सिर्फ नौजवानों की समस्या नहीं है, नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है, लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
देखो, अग्निपथ ये तो 46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके आरएसएस में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं। कभी आपने सुना है क्या किसी देश में ऐसा हुआ है कि 4 साल ट्रेनिंग देना और छोड़ देना? यहाँ पर तो परमानेंट वैकेंसीज हैं। युवकों का जो आज हर जगह एजिटेटेड है, तो उनको अलग निकालने के लिए, उनका दिशा भटकाने के लिए ये काम कर रहे हैं।
7 ಲಕ್ಷ ದೂರನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಜಿ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾರೆ, ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಹುಟ್ಟಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಆಗ, ಆ ನಾಜಿ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯ ನಡೆದಾಗ ಹಿಟ್ಲರ್ದು ಆಗಲೇ ತಾನೇ ಇದು ಉದ್ಭವವಾಗಿರೋದು ಈ RSS. ಅದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಅಗ್ನಿಪಥ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಅಗ್ನಿವೀರನ್ನ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿರೋದು.
So Imran is joining us live with more details. Imran, we've heard several Congress leaders, of course, in Kumaraswamy's case, he's also saying that this is an RSS agenda. Those who are going to be trained in the army are then going to be recruited into the RSS. We'll take a word from Imran on that. But these are the statements that are coming in, irresponsible statements, some questioning the forces, some saying that the protests will turn to bloodshed, some also questioning what will happen after 4 years, that these trained youth after they are trained, what is going to happen? They're going to hit the streets and become killers. These are the kind of irresponsible statements that they have been making. Imran?
Well, yes, this is Kumaraswamy lashing out at the BJP. They're saying that who will select these Agniveers, and these questions that whether RSS will do it or the army, and also says that in the 4.5 lakh people who will be inducted who will be taken in as part of Agniveers, their RSS team will be there, and after that they will be spread across the country. And he goes on to allege that the RSS it's a ploy of the RSS it's a hidden agenda to control the army and also create their own army. And he goes on to say that it's what Nazification of the army is happening now, how the Nazis built up the SS force, the RSS is trying to build their own force here. He goes on to allege that this is a complete attempt and it's a hidden agenda of the RSS, and he maligns that entire Agnipath scheme is a well thought out plan by the RSS to create their own set of men who are trained in the armed combat, and who will after the training will be spread across the country. So these are the allegations which the opposition leaders, former Chief Minister of Karnataka Kumaraswamy has made some serious charges against the union government, saying that the entire agenda is to have their own Nazis, like the Nazis have their own army. RSS trying to build its own army in the garb of Agniveers. Now this is retort coming from the opposition leaders over this scheme as we speak, that the union government is looking at the role of the opposition parties in instigating violence across the country. And even today also we've seen in Belagavi where Bandh has been called and very heavy deployment of police forces there. This is the statements coming from opposition parties against the Agnipath scheme.
Imran, stay on with us. There is no end to provocation. Now, Pratap Singh, Rajasthan minister, said the Agniveers will become Maoists.
4 साल बाद इस जवान के हाथ में क्या दोगे? कौन से रास्ते पर भेजना चाहते हो? नक्सली बनाना चाहते हो? क्या करेगा वो गांव में जाकर हथियार लेकर? बताओ आप, सारे हथियार बांट दोगे, देश को कैसे संभालोगे? गलत रास्ते पर मत ले जाओ। सेना का जो स्वरूप है वो रहने दो, वही मजबूत स्वरूप है। 4 साल के लिए जो पुराना सिस्टम है वही रहने दो। आपको तो 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन तो आपने खत्म कर दी, किसी को कुछ देना नहीं चाहते, धोखा कर रहे हैं आप।
Let's go across to Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP joining us. Gaurav Bhatia, one Congress leader believes that after 4 years of training, the Agniveers will become Maoists, they'll become Naxalites. Irfan Ansari believes they will become Supari killers.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. हिंदी में कहावत है कि जिसके पैरों की धूल के बराबर कांग्रेस पार्टी नहीं है, वो आज हमारी सेना पे सवाल उठा रही है, उसके कैरेक्टर पे सवाल उठा रही है। We should always remember the contribution of the Indian armed forces, and they are the most disciplined, the strongest and the bravest army in the world. And leaders of the Congress, when they speak and become loudspeakers of the Gandhi Parivar. And this shows a leader who has no character, a leader who is corrupt, is trying to give a certificate of character to the Indian army and to the armed forces, which they are not fit to give.
Right. Gaurav Bhatia, do you believe they are, in this entire process of opposing the scheme, questioning the discipline and the training that the forces give also, is that the only way that somebody can train themselves in using a weapon? क्या सिर्फ सेना में भर्ती करके ही लोग हथियार चलाना सीखते हैं?
The point is bigger than that. A person who will serve the country for 4 years will learn the discipline from the best of training officers. That person can always serve the country at a beck and call, and he would never go against the welfare of the country. But the Congress party, without any character, will not be able to understand this. And let me also remind the Congress leaders that our soldiers were asking for bulletproof jackets, and these people were busy buying VVIP choppers. And now we have seen implementation of 1 rank, 1 pension. We have seen how bulletproof jackets have been procured. Our borders have been made stronger and better in terms of infrastructure. This is the policy of the government. So the Congress party will not understand this constructive approach to change.
Okay, so in opposing the scheme, they're also questioning the valor of the forces. Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, thank you for joining us with your thoughts on that. So these are the statements that have been made, like we mentioned, in Rajasthan, saying that they will become Maoists. Bhavar is joining us live. Bhavar, the Congress leader had made this statement. There has been no apology yet, and we're seeing more and more Congress leaders who are making these provocative statements.
देखिए, जिस तरह का स्टेटमेंट प्रताप सिंह खचरवास ने दिया है, उससे साफ जाहिर होता है कि वो क्या सोच रहे हैं और पार्टी की सोच क्या है। पार्टी ने जिस तरीके से कहा है कि पूरे देश में वो आंदोलन करेंगे, तो पूरे देश में लोगों के प्रोटेस्ट हुए हैं, रैलियां निकली हैं। कल जयपुर में भी तिरंगा रैली के रूप में उन्होंने एक रैली निकाली, जिसको मुख्यमंत्री ने खुद हरी झंडी दिखाई और रवाना किया। तो ऐसे में जिस तरह का बयान आया है कि वो माओवाद से जुड़ जाएंगे, वो नक्सलवाद से जुड़ जाएंगे, तो ये इस तरह की भविष्यवाणियां जो कांग्रेस के जो बड़े लीडर्स हैं वो कर रहे हैं, तो उससे ऐसा लगता है कि शायद पहले इसको समझने की ज़रूरत है। क्योंकि अभी हमने कुछ लोगों से भी बात की, कुछ इंस्टीट्यूट्स के लोगों से भी बात की, उनका ये कहना है कि पहले इसको समझना चाहिए, उसके बाद प्रतिक्रियाएं देनी चाहिए और उसका राजनीतिकरण नहीं होना चाहिए। और वही राजनीतिकरण ही एकमात्र वजह है जिसकी वजह से जो दंगे हो रहे हैं, चाहे वो बिहार में हो, यूपी में हो या देश के और तमाम हिस्सों में हो, राजस्थान के कुछ हिस्सों में छुटपुट घटनाएं हुई हैं। तो ऐसे में बजाय उन घटनाओं पर अपना शोक व्यक्त करने या उनके खिलाफ,
एक बात ये भी कि किस आधार पर ये बयान दिए जा रहे हैं, क्या इंटेल इनपुट है, क्या डेटा है कांग्रेस पार्टी के पास कि जो लोग 4 साल की ट्रेनिंग लेंगे वो माओइस्ट बन जाएंगे? अब तक कितने एक्स आर्मी पर्सनल माओइस्ट बने या आतंकवादी बने? और क्या सेना में भर्ती एकमात्र तरीका है हथियार की ट्रेनिंग लेने का? कोई इंतजार करेगा, 4 महीने डिसिप्लिन सीखेगा, रिगरस ट्रेनिंग लेगा और उसके बाद माओइस्ट बनेगा? स्टे ऑन विद अस भावर, वी हैव अ रिएक्शन कमिंग इन फ्रॉम मिसेस सिद्धरामैया.
Was Nalodi Krishna who started this bank. Corporation Bank was started in around coastal area, and this syndicate bank and Japan, they were all started in Japan. Now all these banks are merged with other banks. On the ground that the other banks are.
So the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah there, but we've heard these statements coming in from the opposition leaders. They're opposing the Agniveer scheme by the centre, but they are questioning the valor of the forces, questioning the character of those who will be joining and will be getting trained for the 4 years. Several statements that have come in, provocative statements from these leaders that have come in.
Well, let's go back to our reporters, Nilashish. The valor of the forces, their training process has been questioned. Somebody is questioning the character. Others are saying that after 4 years, the Agniveers will become Naxalites. They'll, this will lead to bloodshed in the country. On what basis are these questions, are these statements being made? Is this only a way to spread misinformation and fear-mongering?
Well, that is the question in this case, given the fact that a number of Congress leaders have made such irresponsible statements, questioning whether a person who becomes an Agniveer will then, in fact, turn into a Naxalite, saying that later on, after 4 years, there will be bloodshed. They'll be trained in combat skills, and therefore they will take up killing jobs. So, of course, very, very irresponsible statements coming in. The politics around this is moving beyond just a political game and going forward to, in fact, question the armed forces and their training. Also, of course, that raises several questions as to whether or not this protest and these kinds of statements are actually beyond just the scope of a protest. So, of course, the limit and the line of protesting also needs to be drawn at some point, and not go on to question the Indian Armed Forces, which in itself has the greatest role in securing our nation. So, of course, these kind of questions, they would also somewhere go around and reduce the morale of our forces as well. Surely, if these kinds of statements are made that when you're trained in combat, then you go on to become a Naxalite, or that there would be bloodshed after training for the Indian Army or the armed forces. In such a situation, of course, questions are being raised, but no Congress leader yet has in fact condemned or said anything against such statements. In fact, they've been justifying it with...
Okay, all right. Let's take in some more information coming in on another provocation. Now, Prakash Ambedkar issuing a provocative statement saying this is the beginning of the neo-Nazi regime. The opposition uniting against the Agnipath scheme.
In the history, the chief of 3 armies have held a press conference together. But after the Agniveer was declared, there are riots in many of the states, and this has prompted the government to justify its decision. But the justification has not come from any of the ministers in the Modi's cabinet. As we understand, they are not with this scheme. Therefore, it was left to the 3 army chiefs to justify Agniveer. Is this the beginning of the new Nazi regime in India? Never before in the history, the chief of 3 armies have held a press conference together. But after the Agniveer was declared, there are riots.
So this was a statement being made by Prakash Ambedkar. We've seen what has happened since morning. Clearly, the protest is not for the aspirants as is being claimed by the party. Since morning, we've seen several roads that have been completely blocked because of the protest. Now we have these statements coming in from the Netas. Madhav continues to be with us. Madhav, now Prakash Ambedkar also now drawing this Nazi link.
Well, yes, the Nazi link that we had seen the comment coming in from the former Karnataka Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy. Now, of course, another similar statement coming in from Prakash Ambedkar. Now, the point is this, at the end of the day, you know, one can have a political ideology. One is welcome to criticize.
Right, Madhav, please stay on with us. We have Mr. Amit Malviya joining us in the broadcast. According to Prakash Ambedkar, this is the beginning of the neo-Nazi regime. Mr. Malviya.
Neo-Nazi regime means, what I do know is that this particular scheme will ensure that Indian Army is far more younger, nimbler, tech-savvy, and in tune with the times that we live in. And this is a recommendation or a reform that has been in the works for over 4 decades now. The first time this idea was mooted was in the 1960s, immediately after the debacle of the Chinese War, which was presided over by Nehru. Subsequent committees in the 1970s put out a recommendation that we need to have younger armed forces. It was followed up in the 1980s. And therefore, it was quite appropriate for the Modi administration, which has the political capital and the mandate to ensure that such a reform is brought in. Those who are making political statements are free to do so, but the fact is that this will create huge employment opportunity for the young.
Okay.
They will have opportunities to work in the armed forces, in paramilitary forces, in police department, in civil utility.
Right, but Mr. Malviya, it looks like despite this reach out, nobody's really listening. It's falling on deaf ears because the Congress leaders, while questioning the center on the scheme, have now started questioning the valor of the forces as well.
Congress has been deaf for a very long time, and that has been reduced to the fringes. Today, from Saharanpur to Secunderabad, the burning of the trains, pelting and arsenic, work of the Congress's student body. The students or those who are aspiring to join the army are not the ones who are indulging in vandalization. And this has all been done at the behest of Rahul Gandhi, who at the Chintan Shivar said that Hindustan jalega. And now his cadres are ensuring that they put this country to fire.
Right, so you're saying the blockade, the dharna and these provocative statements are all contributing to the vandalism and arson that is being witnessed. Thank you very much, Amit Malviya. We have some viewers joining us on the broadcast. Let's first go across to Ravi joining us from Bangalore. Go ahead, good afternoon. Ravi, what are your views?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. This is Ravi speaking from Bengaluru. I think this is not the way how to protest. The people who are burning trains, the people who are burning these buses, they are not the people who are going to join the army. I don't think so. They are fit to join the army because these are not the people. This is politically motivated. I mean, these youth are
Okay, if they want to
misguided.
serve the forces, then why indulge in such vandalism? Ravi, your point taken. Thank you so much for joining us with your thoughts. We have Rashid Alvi of the Congress party, so let's take this question across to him. Mr. Alvi, kind of statements that the Congress leaders have been making, it's not questioning the center anymore. The character of the forces are being questioned.
The important question is, I have heard the press conference of our army officers, and they themselves said that if anybody is the part of protest or agitation, so they are not going to take those youngsters. It is very unfortunate. Every youngster, every citizen of the country has constitutional right to protest, agitation. How can you do like this?
Are these mere protests, sir? The burning of the trains, the pelting of the stones, the vandalism. Is that a constitutional right as well?
Army has nothing to do with that. Army can't give such kind of statements. And at the same time, our officers are saying that after retirement, corporate houses may provide jobs to them. So what is this?
But not just corporate houses.
Training,
in this case, after 4 years, they're saying you can be inducted and preference will be given to you in CAPF, in State Police, in Merchant Navy, in Defence Ministry, and there are a lot of avenues post 4 years.
It is all right. Whether this word has been used by our army officers or not, that corporate houses, we have already talked, they may provide jobs to them. They have said it. So these 4 years training are being given for the corporate houses or for the country. There are so many
the Congress leaders, if you just take a look at some of the statements, Mr. Alvi, they're saying they will take up Naxalism, they will become sharpshooters after this training. These are the kinds of statements that have been coming in from the Congress leaders.
It is wrong. I am against if anybody is the part of violence. I am against if anybody is against the law. But at the same time, they are the youngsters. They are our future. We can't.
No, Mr. Rashid Alvi, it's not about the violent protests. It's about the statement saying that after 4 years, they will become Naxalites, they'll pick up arms and there'll be bloodshed. Mr. Irfan Ansari, who's an MLA of your party, says, ye supari killer ban jayenge.
MLA, what does he say? I have nothing to do.
But they are part of the Congress.
But it is all right. Congress party is a national party. So he is not the spokesperson.
No,
of
but
the
are
Congress.
these views welcomed, sir? That's my basic question. Is this okay to say? A responsible neta saying ye Naxali ban jayenge. Is that all right?
I have already condemned on your team.
And it's not just the Congress MLAs. We have senior leaders like Digvijay Singh who said something similar yesterday. He said that they will be trained, so they will become killers when they are faced with unemployment. What do you expect will happen? We have Salman Khurshid making these statements. So you can't distance yourself, and there are senior leaders of the party who are making these statements.
You tell me one thing. Whether your channel is just to criticize Congress and Congress leaders, you never ask any question from the Government of India, from Prime Minister, that what kind of scheme you have brought it. Every third day you are giving so many amendments.
So while the aspirants have raised these questions, it seems like the protest or the anger has been politicized, and that's the only place where we are raising questions.
It is easy to say that
the statements that have come in from the service chiefs have already been taken. They have already clarified on these aspersions that the aspirants had.
We have heard his press conference, and people of this country are not satisfied. And I request this government,
Sir,
please
on what
don't
basis are
play
these
with the
statements
life
being
of
made?
young.
I'd like to definitely pose that question to you because after the violent protests, Congress leaders, NSUI youth worker, a Samajwadi Party leader, a CPI-ML neta, either cases are being registered against them or they're being arrested. So are these genuine protesters out there? And isn't there a need for a dialogue? You know, above everything, sir. If the Congress has questions, if the aspirants have questions, shouldn't we seek clarification instead of burning trains?
Congress party doesn't support violence. It is basically we are the advocate for non-violence. We have never supported at all any kind of violence. But at the same time, they are the future of this country. They are not coming from abroad. They are not Pakistanis. They are Indians. How can you behave like this with them?
Okay, all right. Mr. Rashid Alvi, thank you very much for joining us. Rashid Alvi says that while, of course, the government is issuing clarifications, he still believes that the protests in a way are justified.
क्रॉस करके और दूसरी बात 4 साल आप इतना पैसा खर्चोगे ट्रेनिंग दोगे गोली चलाने की बचने की तो मेरे को ये बताओ 4 साल के बाद उसको क्या जॉब है वो तो समाज में छोड़ दिया तो समाज में पहले हमारे बहुत दुश्मन देश है जो हमारे युवा को गलत तरीके से दूसरी तरफ ले जा सकते हैं वही युवा जो देश के फायदे के लिए है वो गलत भी मिसयूज हो सकता है तो ये सब बातें को इनको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए
All right, let's go across to Madhav. Madhav, the Congress leaders have distanced themselves. So now Rashid Alvi, while speaking to us, said that he does not condone the statements that have been made by the Congress leaders. But this is not one or two statements coming in from the Congress party. Top leaders, MLAs, these are the leaders who are making these claims on what will happen after 4 years.
Well, absolutely. There is certainly a large number of controversial statements that have been given by leaders of the Congress as well as other opposition parties. Certainly now they may be distancing themselves from these kind of statements that could not only potentially provoke or incite these youth but also raise serious questions about at the end of the day those who are members of our army. And the most unfortunate part of this entire episode is that an army, something that defends our borders, an institution that is respected across political lines, something on which there perhaps should not be any partisan politics over. In the process of these kind of statements, serious questions being raised about our army itself and what do these kind of controversies ultimately do for the morale of our armed forces. I think on all sides of the political divide, there is a very urgent need to take a very strong relook at what the positions are at this point of time and look at how this entire perception can be changed, because never before perhaps have we seen these kind of public protests and widespread protests across the country on such an issue. The fact that several of these protesters have decided to take law into their own hands in certain situations, deciding to burn public property, whether it's buses, whether it's trains that are being damaged, ultimately this is public property. This is taxpayer money that is in fact going up in flames with these kind of protests. So a very, very urgent need for all to take a very calm look and ensure that the positions that they have taken at least take into account the concerns of the youth. And at
but
the
these statements are only adding to the misinformation campaign that is doing the rounds. Stay on with us, Nilashish and Madhav. We have some more breaking inputs coming in. The army, I believe, has issued notification for recruitment rally through the Agniveer scheme. Remember, the forces have made it clear there is no question of rollback. There is going to be no rollback. In fact, the process for induction will begin soon, and the notification for recruitment for the Agnipath scheme has been set in motion.
And the army also said that this will also go a long way in assuaging the protests that are taking place, because the scheme is now set in motion for the kind of concerns that the aspirants had. It has already been addressed by the service chiefs, and now that the scheme has been set in motion, the recruitments are also all set to begin, with the Agnipath notification already being issued by the armed forces.
Well, that's a big development coming in. The notification has been issued, as was in fact said by senior officers of the forces, that there is no question of a rollback. Let's go across to Shivani now. Shivani, so the notification has been issued amidst protest, amidst all the provocative statements being made. The process has begun.
Exactly. Army happens to be the first set of force that has now issued the notification just minutes back, and it was being said that the armed forces are as per schedule as the Agnipath scheme was announced on 14th of January, and we saw a lot of protest, arson against the scheme. But the army is as per schedule, and army has now released this notification, and the youngsters who are eligible, they can apply from the website joinindianarmy.nic.in, and they can just check the details and the notification that has been now released. And after this, tomorrow the Indian Navy will be releasing the notification for the first rally for recruitment through Agnipath scheme, and thereafter on 24th the Indian Air Force will be also releasing the notifications for the same. So as we see a lot of protests happening, a lot of politicization happening, the army is going as per schedule, and it is now releasing the notifications for these recruitments that will be taking place in the subsequent months, and the process is on time.
Okay, all right. So as has been said by the centre, it means the recruitments will begin now, and by December they'll have the first set of Agniveers, isn't it, Shivani? Because, and this also establishes the fact, as has been confirmed by the centre, that there is no question of a rollback, something that the opposition is insistent on.
Exactly. The centre has made it very clear that it has thought well about.
Shivani, we can't hear you. You're not audible. Let's in fact go across to Madhav. Madhav, can you read from the notification? The army has issued the notification for recruitment process.
Well, yes, that notification just coming in. In fact, I'm just trying to open that on my phone, and it very specifically says that registration is mandatory. Online registration is mandatory. All candidates should log in to join the Indian Army website, and the registration will be open from July onwards by respective AROs for Agniveer General Duty, Agniveer Technical, Agniveer Technical Aviation Ammunition Examiner, Agniveer Clerk, Storekeeper, Technical, Agniveer Tradesman, 10th Pass, and Tradesman as per the schedule. The different salient conditions as well as terms and conditions of the service have been given of discharge, of enrollment of regular cadre as well as employability.
Okay, Madhav, stay with us. In fact, Prithveen is joining us with these details of the notification. Prithveen, over to you.
Yes, Pratibha and Swati, so that's the notification there for you in its entirety, and some of the terms and conditions I'm going to quickly read out. The important points here, as far as the enrollment is concerned, now this is only for the Army. The Navy and the Air Force will also be coming out with their terms and conditions separately. We'll break down those details. As far as this notification is concerned, about the enrollment, candidates will be enrolled under Army Act 1950 for a service duration of 4 years, including the training period. So nothing changes. It remains as per what has been announced by the three forces. Agniveers so enrolled will be subjected to Army Act 1950, liable to go wherever ordered by land, sea or air. As far as the service is concerned, it will commence from the date of enrollment. So that's an important point. Once they're enrolled, that's when the 4-year period will begin. Agniveers would form a distinct rank in the Indian Army, different from any other existing ranks. There's a bit on leave, uniform pay and allowances also that has been mentioned here. Agniveers will be liable to be assigned any duty in organizational interest as decided from time to time. Personnel enrolled through Agniveer scheme will be required to undergo periodical medical checkups. So there's a little bit of information on the protocols that will be followed. Agniveers can be posted to any regiment or unit and can be further transferred in organizational interest. Just like is done in regular army, the Agniveers will also be adopting the same protocols for the 4 years that they will be serving. As far as the discharge is concerned, important to point out, all Agniveers will be discharged on completion of 4 years of service. So their enrollment begins on day 1 itself, and upon 4 years is when they will be discharged.
All right, stay with us. We have Mr. Maruf Raza on the phone line with us. Now, this is a clarification that had come in from the centre, and of course this notification makes it official as well that there is no rollback at all. The notification for the Agnipath scheme has been issued by the Army.
Yeah, I didn't see any need for a rollback. After all, this scheme has been announced after due deliberation at various levels, and it's been going on for months, if not years, when they were trying to find a solution to the manpower issues concerning the armed forces and the army in particular. Now, the fact that the Agniveers would be let off after 4 years is part of what has been announced, but I think 25% would be retained, and that's part of the scheme that was announced. The training period would be about 6 months or so, and that is not a bad thing, because in the past also short training periods but intense training is good enough to make a half-decent soldier out of you. We saw that particularly in the aftermath of the Chinese attack of 1962, where both at officer level and at the level of Jawan NCOs, the country was able to get fairly good manpower with intense training. It's going to be rough. It's not going to be easy for these people who join in. And the selection process would require them to meet all the criteria of the armed forces. And there, I believe, there should be no compromise just because they're part of the Agniveer scheme. So if they are, God forbid, deficient in some category, whether it's physical attributes or mental attributes, then they will have to be dropped despite their willingness to do whatever.
Maruf Raza, please stay on with us. We also have Brigadier General G.D. Bakshi joining us on the broadcast. General Bakshi, the opposition is protesting, saying 4 years के बाद ये लोग नक्सलाइट बन जाएंगे. Some will, become supari killers. Amidst all this, amidst the chaos, the army notification has been issued.
Yes, the army doesn't back down or get scared if people burn trains, if they destroy public property, if they burn buses. The army will not get scared. And the army will never recruit people who do all these things. Never. Army, Navy, Air Force, these are disciplined organizations. So if the government has gone ahead and not been blackmailed into surrender, into backing down, I think that's the right thing to do. However, my humble request is, this is an across-the-board, sweeping, transformational change, and change has to be managed, right? I am very happy to see that the government is keeping an open mind. And there was a problem to the people who had applied at the time of COVID and they couldn't be absorbed. The government has very kindly agreed to extend the age to 23. So people are, trying to identify problem areas and tweaking and fine-tuning wherever possible to get it set right. My humble suggestion, the way to do this is not by burning trains. The way to getting desired changes, if you so want, is not by burning trains, is by dialogue, discussion. I mean, I had certain grey areas. I went to the serving colleagues. I met the people, including General Puri and the others. They were kind enough to brief me and allay my apprehension. But the fact of the matter is that we veterans have also shed our life and blood and, namak khaya hai, fauj ka, sarkar ka, Bharat Bandh ka, kha rahe hai. So we at best can give you suggestions. We at best can give you the whatever apprehensions we have. The decision is of the present guys in uniform. He has to win the next war. I have won the war that I had to fight in 71 war. I had won in Kargil. We have won in CICT operations in Punjab, in Kishtwar, Rajouri, Punch. Now I have fought my last battle. I can only advise the present people. Responsibility is there. They have to win the next war for us, for India. Right? So my humble suggestion was, just tweak it a bit. Go ahead with your scheme. Don't stop it. But tweak it a bit. Instead of 4, make it 7 years. You see, when I joined the army and we were fighting the 71 war, what was the average color service of the Jawan? 7 years.
Right.
So 7 years meant that whatever training we gave him, we had some time to extract value out
General
of it.
Bakshi, based on what you've heard so far and your interactions like you are mentioning, do you think that, once the scheme starts and once the first batch is inducted, maybe these suggestions will be taken up, maybe changes will be made?
Yeah, that is a natural progress. Whenever something new is introduced, you see how it's working out. You take a feedback from your environment, and if necessary, you carry out, you tweak the original plan, you fine-tune the original plan. The aim is to get a young army. Everybody agrees. There is a problem that the pay and pension bill is ballooning, that the capital budget is going down. We have to buy so much equipment.
Right.
The Air Force needs 45 squadrons.
That's right. Major General, because the centre has also said that this is a dynamic process. They're open to accommodate the concerns of the aspirants as well. Thank you so much for joining us. In fact, let's go across to Kritsween, who will get us the details of the recruitment process that has been put out by the army. Kritsween?
It's a 20-page notification. Pratibha, I just broke down details of the enrollment and discharge, but this section is also very important. So let's quickly talk about it. Pay, allowances and allied benefits, because this is also where pretty much of the entire current debate comes in. Their pay scale has been broken down, all the 4 years, and how much increase will they be receiving each year. The part B talks about Seva Nidhi package. On discharge at 4 years, 5.02 lakhs will be matched by the Government of India. An amount of 10.04 lakh rupees and accrued interest will be given to the Agniveers. In case of Agniveers who are subsequently selected for enrollment in the Indian Army as regular cadre, the Seva Nidhi package to be paid to them will comprise only their contribution, including accrued interest thereon. Then it talks about the payment modality and the allowances as well. So importantly, the life insurance cover. It's a very detailed notification, talks about each and every aspect. Seva Nidhi we've covered already. It also talks about the benefits for personnel exiting at 4 years of service, because so much is being spoken of what after these 4 years for the Agniveers. Point B says Agniveer skills certificate. At the end of engagement period, a detailed skills set certificate will be provided to the Agniveers, highlighting the skills and level of competency acquired by the personnel during their engagement period. Also, the class 12 certificate for all those who've been enrolled after qualifying class 10. That was another question being raised by many when the scheme was first announced. Goes on to talk about the procedure for online registering, a very detailed one at that. Also different requirements for the following categories as per qualitative requirements as to what education basic requirement is needed for an Agniveer who's going to be joining in general duty all arms, for the one who's seeking at a technical department, the one who wants to go in for aviation and ammunition examiner, for example, needs a 10+2 intermediate examination, pass in science with physics, chemistry. So all of that has been very nicely detailed out It's a 20-page long notification talking about each and every aspect, including the formalities of registration as well.
Okay, all right. So, political reactions have been coming in on that, because now that the scheme has been set in motion, it will assuage the concerns that several of these aspirants had. But does that also mean that the political leaders are also listening? Because the centre has made a few changes to the scheme after the protest broke out. But now that the notification has been issued, will it cut ice?
बात लेकर कि मुझे आप 6 महीने की ट्रेड.
Okay, that in fact was Ranjita Ranjan, Congress leader. We'll play out that entire interaction for you. Meanwhile, we are showing you the notification for the Agniveer scheme that has been released by the army. Agnipath recruitment notification is out, but the Congress party won't stop tirade, won't stop criticizing, says trained youth can be misguided. So this is what the Congress party has been saying. After 4 years, these youth will be trained to use guns. What happens then? These are the questions that have been asked by the Congress party.
अब फौज की बात है तो बोल रहे हैं 4 साल के बाद हमारे ऑफिस का आके निगरानी करना. तो उन्होंने खुद बता दिया कि उनकी जो मंशा है हमारी फौज जो वर्ल्ड क्लास ऑलरेडी है उनके साथ और हमारे युवाओं के साथ. आज पूरा देश, पूरे युवा, अरे आपको अगर फौज को बेहतर बनाना है, 3 साल से जो 2.5 लाख रिक्त पद हैं, पहले उनको क्यों नहीं भर रहे हो? आपकी नीयत में खोट है. आप पेंशन नहीं देना चाहते हैं. आप युवाओं को सड़क से उठा के 3-3, 4-4 साल की नौकरी के बाद 11 लाख रुपए के लेके उनको कहते हैं कि अब आपको जो मर्जी करना है, आप ठेला खोलो, सब्जी बेच लो. क्या ये भविष्य युवाओं को देने के लिए मोदी जी को हम लोगों ने सरकार में बनाया था?
मैम, आखिरी सवाल, कई स्टेटमेंट्स आए हैं कांग्रेस नेताओं से भी कि 4 साल बाद ऐसे ट्रेनिंग के बाद लोग नक्सली बन सकते हैं, खून खराबा हो सकता है देश में. ये क्या रिस्पॉन्सिबल स्टेटमेंट है?
देखिए, मैं नाम नहीं लूंगी, आपका ट्विटर में है. XM जो बहुत बड़े ऑफिसर हैं, मेरे ख्याल एजेंसीज के या आर्मी के रिटायर है, उन्होंने बोला है कि आप एक तरफ उनको ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हो बॉर्डर संभालने की, और 4 साल के बाद जब वो जज्बा आ जाएगा उसके बाद वो युवा कहीं का नहीं रहेगा. उन्होंने भी ये कहा है कि ये देश की सुरक्षा से बहुत बड़ा खतरा है. मैं भी कुछ लोग उन युवाओं को जिनको नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी और वो 23 साल की उम्र में एक तरफ से रिटायर हो रहा है, तो कहीं भी कोई भी इसका बहुत ज़्यादा बुरा फायदा उठा सकता है. ये बहुत सारे जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, जो आर्मी ऑफिसर्स हैं, जो एजेंसीज हैं हमारी, उन सब की ये टिप्पणी आई है. तो ये मोदी शाह को सोचना चाहिए. थैंक यू.
शुक्रिया.
So the Congress leaders continue their tirade, but the army has already issued its notification. Madhav, so whether the aspirants, of course, now that the notification is out, they can look at the details of that. Apart from that, we've also had the service chiefs as well as the centre having a massive reach out. But it clearly looks like the Congress leaders are not convinced and even now continue to raise questions.
Well, this is a very, very important inflection point, in fact, in that sense, because now it's out in black and white. What is the response now going to be as far as those protesters are concerned? We have seen how, already information has come out about how various coaching centers and other institutes as well as social media messages were used to fuel these protests. What really will happen as far as that aspect is concerned? Secondly, the Congress is continuing to protest on this issue. They are also expected to meet the president later in the day. What happens following all of that? Will these protests continue as far as the opposition is concerned? So both of these are going to be very important aspects to see, because we have seen how there have been section of political parties who have, while they have supported these protests, particularly in states such as Bihar, end of the day, were these protests absolutely organic, or were they also fueled further by a certain vested interest? That's going to be an important questions. Certainly, the police are already investigating these aspects, and certainly we'll get to know more. But as you rightly mentioned, with the notification of the Army coming in, and in coming days, the Navy and the Air Force also expected to issue the notifications that they had mentioned in yesterday's press conference. What really happens now? Now that the scheme is actually being rolled out, will we actually see, huge presence at the various recruitment centers where, in fact, this project is going to be carried out, the plan is going to be executed? Those are going to be some very important aspects to look at. And also, of course, if these protests continue in terms of actually stopping of trains, or even as we had seen on the weekend, how there was various buses as well as trains that had been attacked in different parts of the country, these are going to be important aspects to watch out. So from here on, this becomes very important to see what the response really is of the youth as far as this program is concerned.
Absolutely. Let's go across to Shivani as well. Shivani, as the notification is out, those who are applying to these schemes, they're getting the details of how exactly it's going to play out. It's a 20-page notification, all the details there. So for the aspirants there, this is going to be very, very crucial. But it's also going to be important to see the political side of it and how that's going to play out. Because despite the notification, we have statements coming in from the Congress leaders, with the top Congress neta now also crossing the line. Hitler ki maut marega. This is the statement coming in from a top Gandhi loyalist. An absolute shocker coming in from the Congress party, crossing the line here, making a statement. Hitler ki maut marega. This is the statement made by a top Congress leader.
में आ गया है। मुझे तो लगता है कि हिटलर का सारा इतिहास इसने पार कर लिया। हुडा साहब बड़े गांव की भाषा में समझा रहे थे। हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी। सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी। ये देश कांग्रेस पार्टी शहीदों की परंपरा की पार्टी है। इतना लंबा कतार है शहीदों का, वो कभी लक्ष्मण रेखा अपना पार नहीं की। नेहरू गांधी परिवार, मैंने सोनिया जी जब रिफ्यूज कर रही थी प्रधानमंत्री बनने से, तो मैंने उनका माइक छीन लिया था और हमने कहा था कि मैं आपको नहीं बोलने दूंगा क्योंकि आपके नाम से चुन के हम आए हैं। उन पे तुम उंगली उठाने का काम कर रहे हो। कांग्रेस का कोई कार्यकर्ता इसको कभी बर्दाश्त।
Unacceptable statement by the Congress leader, a derogatory remark being made against the Prime Minister, and shockingly enough, this is not the time such a statement is being made by the Congress leaders. Days after another derogatory comment was made when a Congress leader wished death on Prime Minister Modi, we have another Congress leader, Subodh Kant Sahai, saying Prime Minister Modi will die Hitler's death. Madhav, this is what we were talking about. A new law, Congress leader, one of the top Congress leaders, making such a statement against Prime Minister Modi.
Well, yes, very, very unfortunate language being used by a person who's been a former Union cabinet minister to come out and say ki Hitler ki maut marega. This is the kind of language that is at best avoided. One can, of course, draw any kind of comparison. One can say that they believe that, that the government is acting in an authoritarian manner. But to actually wish death upon the Prime Minister of the country, because remember, the Prime Minister of the country, while in a democratic system, can be criticized for his policies, for whatever the situations and events that ultimately happen in this country are concerned, where his central government may be responsible. To actually wish the death upon the Prime Minister is to wish the death upon the Prime Minister of the entire country. At the end of the day, he is also somebody who represents the government at its highest levels of the executive. So that, in that light, certainly a very, very controversial comment, and certainly a comment that will not be acceptable. We will, of course, wait for responses coming in from the BJP, but from that dais where the protests were taking place, to use this kind of language is certainly not expected from someone of the stature of Mr. Subodh Kant Sahai, who has not just been a member of parliament many times over, but also a former union minister.
Absolutely, a former union minister, this kind of a statement. Remember, just barely a week after one of the Congress Maharashtra ministers had come out and said that the Prime Minister will die a dog's death, and now you again have the chant of Hitler ki maut marega. This, of course, was a chant which was also raised in Shaheen Bagh protest. But let me go across to Niyamika as well as Neelashish, who's joining us. Well, Neelashish, you've been reporting on the way how Congress's desperation seems to have reached a new low. They've blocked the roads, they've blocked several trains. About 800 train services have been disrupted as well. But now it's also raining insults and abuses. Is Congress slowly losing the plot?
Well, indeed, the manner in which we have seen the statements coming out, we were discussing earlier as well. Of course, it is the right of everyone to protest, and the Congress keeps saying that they will be protesting peacefully. However, if we see the incidents over the last few days, the statements that have been coming in today as well from the Congress leaders clearly shows a degree of irresponsibility, shows unparliamentary language being used, as we have seen. So, of course, to speak about something which you don't favor, and to have a dialogue over it and protest over it is completely legible. However, to use unparliamentary language, make irresponsible statements, right, that is something that is to be questioned. We have asked a number of Congress leaders about these
In fact, sorry to interrupt, you stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Shehzad Poonawala, national spokesperson, also joining us on the show. Shehzad, of course, there are politics, there is opposition. The views can be divergent, but when it comes to the Prime Minister, there's always a Lakshman Rekha. Is Congress slowly breaching that week after week?
You know, this is not a Sahyog, it is a Prayog. First, you saw Sheikh Hussain of the Congress party say that he wanted the death of the Prime Minister, he wanted Agjani. Then you had Irfan Ansari who said Khoon se latpat. You have people saying Agniveers will become Naxalites, and now the statement by Subodh Khan Sahay. This has been done, this has been said because Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi have instructed Congress people to use this kind of language. Their intention is not Agnipath. Agnipath to bahana hai, inko hinsa bhadkana hai, और इसीलिए देश के हर संस्था के खिलाफ दुष्प्रचार फैलाना है. This is the modus operandi. And therefore, today the question must be asked that will the Congress party act on Irfan Ansari and on Subodh Khan Sahay?
Do you think that's what's emboldened them? That so far there has been no action taken against any of the abusive language which has been used by the Congress leaders, by the High Command?
No, in fact, I'm saying that they have been instructed to use this kind of violence, to use this kind of language, to use this kind of cross the Lakshman Rekha, as it were. They have been instructed by the Gandhi family to do this, and if it is not the case, they must tell us that Renuka Chaudhary was holding the collar of the cop. You saw Irfan Ansari say Khoon se latpat. You have Subodh Khan Sahay saying these statements about the Prime Minister's position. You have Sheikh Hussain. None of them action has been taken. Today, either the Congress party should take action, or otherwise it is evident कि इस पूरी हिंसा के पीछे का साथ कांग्रेस पार्टी का हाथ.
Well, thank you so much, Shehzad, for joining us. The first reaction from the BJP saying हिंसा के पीछे है कांग्रेस Parivar ka haath. In fact, let's listen in to what exactly it is that Subodh Khan Sahay has said about the democratically elected Prime Minister of India. And remember, he's not just a senior Congress leader, he's also a former union minister under the UPA. Watch what he had to say.
मुझे तो लगता है कि हिटलर का सारा इतिहास इसने पार कर लिया. हुडा साहब बड़े गांव की भाषा में समझा रहे थे. हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी. सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था. मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी.
So let me go across to Niyamika. Niyamika, not the first time, as we were discussing here on Times Now, that the Prime Minister has been denigrated. Personal remarks have been made. After Kutte ki maut, now you have words such as Hitler ki maut marega. These kind of barbs coming in. Any action coming in from the Gandhi Parivar, asking their cadres, their very senior former union ministers also, to refrain from making comments against the Prime Minister?
Well,
Absolutely not. There is not going to be any action that has been taken as of now against all these leaders who have used this kind of language against the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I also need to tell you that yesterday during the Satyagraha at Jantar Mantar, there was another Congress MP, Jay Kumar, who had said that all the opposition parties need to come together so that the demon who is the Prime Minister of our country would be thrown into the Arabian Sea near Gujarat. That kind of a language has been used by the Congress leaders during their protests which are going on right now against not just against the ED's questioning of Rahul Gandhi, but also related to the Agnipath scheme. So this is a very derogatory remark that has been made by the former Union Minister Subodh Kant Sahai by saying that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi would die just like Hitler's death, and this is not the very first time when such kind of remark has been made against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Earlier as well, we have seen that a leader of Maharashtra Congress has said that he will die of a dog's death. So this is a kind of a language that has been used by many of the Congress leaders. However, there is a section of leaders within the Congress party who have said that such kind of remarks should not be made against the Prime Minister. They should hold a peaceful protest, or they can oppose the schemes that has been launched by the central government. But such kind of language should not be used against any of the political opponent as well.
Well, in fact, let me go across to Madhav, but before I come to you, it's important for our viewers to again listen in to what exactly were the words used by Subodh Kant Sahai, a former Union Minister of the UPA, about the democratically elected Prime Minister.
का सारा इतिहास इसने पार कर लिया। हुडा साहब बड़े गांव की भाषा में समझा रहे थे। हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी। सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
Well, not just that. Just about a week back, one of the Congress leaders, a senior Congress leader from Maharashtra, Sheikh Hussain, also had made a similar statement. We'll get you what exactly he had wished upon the Prime Minister. But before that, Majid Memon is joining us, a senior NCP leader and alliance partner of the Congress party in the state of Maharashtra as well. Majid Memon, your first reaction. Now you have another one of the Congress leaders coming out and saying, Hitler ki maut marega. Do you endorse what your political alliance partners have been saying?
No, there's no question of endorsing or criticizing or commenting on statement by any individual leader belonging to any political party from opposition. You see, each person agreed in his personal capacity, in his capacity as a citizen of India, in his capacity as a member of...
You're a very senior leader of the Aghadi as well. You're part of the Aghadi government. Don't you think at least you should come out and condemn it?
No, it is his personal opinion, what he has said.
Then would you condemn his personal opinion?
If he compares the Prime Minister with Hitler, so what? Do I need to condemn that? You ask him. How do you call him like that?
They are your alliance partners. I asked you a simple question, Mr. Majid Memon.
I am not responsible.
Would you endorse it or would you condemn it?
Please, no, but you would not see, it is not proper on your part to expect that because we are a part of Aghadi government, therefore anybody commits a murder, so we should be accountable for that. Please don't do that. It is not is anybody that is talking rubbish today in this country. Even BJP leaders are talking rubbish.
Mr. Majid Memon, I request you to stay with us. Do stay on with us. There's also Raghubar Das, who's joining us, the former Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Mr. Das, how would you like to react to this latest statement which is coming out, saying that the Prime Minister Hitler ki maut marega? Would you endorse it या आप condemn करेंगे?
देखिए, संवैधानिक पद पर रह चुके केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री को असंसदीय भाषा का प्रयोग करना उचित नहीं है
जी। मगर अभी माजिद मेमन से बात कर रहे थे, वो तो बोल रहे कि उनका पर्सनल ओपिनियन है, ये पार्टी ने थोड़ी बोला है।
एक पर्सनल ओपिनियन तो आप एक केंद्रीय मंत्री रह चुके हैं ना
जी,
संविधान को अच्छी तरह जानते हैं आप। और हिटलर का शब्द ये सारा दुनिया जानता है कि 1977 में इनके नेता, देश के उस समय तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा गांधी किस तरह हिटलर शाही चलाकर देश के हजारों लोगों को जेल में ठुसने का काम किए, कितने लोग की अकाल मृत्यु हुई। तो हिटलर शाही तो कांग्रेस चलाती है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी तो देश के जो गरीब तबके के लोग हैं, जो शोषित है, वंचित है, उपेक्षित है
जी,
उनके लिए काम कर रहे हैं। और यही कारण है कि देश के 135 करोड़ जनता का आशीर्वाद मोदी जी के साथ है और बार बार देश की जनता मोदी जी को देश का प्रधानमंत्री लोक सेवक बना रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल रघुवीर दास, जैसा कि यू आर एब्सोल्युटली राइट, वो डेमोक्रेटिकली इलेक्टेड प्राइम मिनिस्टर है, मगर कांग्रेस के लीडर्स, लास्ट वीक भी एक महाराष्ट्र के लीडर ने बोला था कि ही विल डाई अ डॉग्स डेथ, आज बोल रहे हिटलर की मौत मरेगा। फॉरगेट अबाउट पॉलिटिकल राइवलरी, ये एक प्राइम मिनिस्टर की मान की बात है, एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट का रिस्पेक्ट जो करता है। आपको लगता है कि कांग्रेस का जो परिवार है, गांधी परिवार ने अलाउ किया है ये बोलने के लिए, क्योंकि पनिशमेंट तो दे नहीं रहे इसके लिए?
ने निश्चित रूप से कांग्रेस के नेता बौखला उठे। जो देश की जनता का प्यार मोदी जी को प्राप्त हो रहा और इससे कांग्रेस पार्टी 50 वर्ष से इस देश को लूटा, चाहे कांग्रेस के आज कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष हो, चाहे कांग्रेस के नेता जो बेल में है, और आज आप देख रहे हैं 50 वर्ष से देश से आजादी के बाद जब कांग्रेस सत्ता में आया तब से भ्रष्टाचार, ये भ्रष्टाचारी कांग्रेस जो देश को लूटा और एक एक पैसा आज मोदी जी हिसाब किताब कर रहे हैं, तो आज ये लोग बौखलाए हुए हैं।
डर गई है कांग्रेस पार्टी। Thank you so much, Raghuvar Das, for speaking to us. There you have it, the former Chief Minister of Jharkhand coming out and saying the Congress is rattled. It is scared about what has happened and how there is a crackdown on black money. A rattled Congress is now resorting to desperate bids to try and malign and abuse the Prime Minister. This is what the BJP is saying. Meanwhile, as we were telling you, Sheikh Rashid had also earlier, one of the senior Congress leaders from Maharashtra had abused the Prime Minister. This is what he said last week.
बड़ी तादाद में लोग यहाँ पर है, ये तो कुछ नहीं है। अगर जरा सा भी कुछ हो जाएगा, पूरे नागपुर, पूरे विदर्भ, पूरा महाराष्ट्र इस सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी जी के पीछे खड़ा हुआ है। अगर उनके बाल को भी जरा सा धक्का लगेगा तो इस देश के अंदर में अंगार लग जाएंगे, इस देश को बर्बाद हो जाएगा। यही मेरा कहना है कि नरेंद्र मोदी, तुमको लोगों ने देश को विकास करने के लिए दिया है। अबे तुम बोलते हो कि 70 साल में कांग्रेस ने क्या किया? अरे जो 70 साल में कांग्रेस ने किया है उसी को बेचकर तुम देश चला रहे हो। तुम कुछ कर नहीं रहे, यहाँ तुमने देश को बेचने का काम किया है। इसलिए नरेंद्र मोदी अभी भी अकल में आ जाओ और लोगों के, गरीबों के, आदिवासियों के, तमाम अल्पसंख्यकों के जो काम करना है। आज नागपुर से हिंदुस्तान में बेरोजगारी बढ़ रही है, उनको रोजगार देने का काम करो, किसानों की समस्या हल करने का काम करो। जो काम करना है वो छोड़कर ये फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। भी क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी। यह भी मैं आपको बोलना चाहता हूँ। हो सकता है इसके भी खिलाफ मेरे को 1000 नोटिस मिल जाए, उसकी कोई परवाह नहीं है। हम लड़ते आए, आगे भी लड़ेंगे। इतना ही बोलते हुए मेरे दोस्तों समाप्त करता हूँ।
That, of course, was Sheikh Hussain, a Congress leader from Maharashtra. But it didn't just stop there. Today, it is one of the former Congress mantris from UPA era, Subodh Khan Sahai. He too has raised a similar chant, that of Hitler ki maut marega, against the Prime Minister. Listen in.
मुझे तो लगता है कि हिटलर का सारा इतिहास इसने पार कर लिया। हुडा साहब बड़े गांव की भाषा में समझा रहे थे। हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी। सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
Well, let me go across to former Chief Minister Raman Singh also, who's joining us here on the show. Raman Singh जी, आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे? अभी हमने सुनाया अपने व्यूअर्स को कि सुबोध कांत सहाय, जो एक फॉर्मर यूपीए के मंत्री रहा थे, वो अब प्राइम मिनिस्टर के बारे में ये बोल रहे हिटलर की मौत मरेगा।
सुबोध कांत सहाय का जो भावना है और ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता, सर्वोच्च पद में बैठे हुए प्रधानमंत्री के पद की गरिमा का ख्याल न रखते हुए जिस प्रकार का बयानबाजी और स्टेटमेंट दिया है, ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता को बताता है और किस स्तर के उनके आदमी हैं ये बताता है। सुबोध कांत सहाय की मानसिकता बताता है। और मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे कमेंट प्रधानमंत्री के लिए करना किसी भी व्यक्ति के लिए, वो तो केंद्रीय मंत्री रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि सर्वथा गलत है और उचित नहीं मानता।
रमन सिंह जी, हमने जब कांग्रेस को पूछा था पिछले हफ्ते, जब शेख हुसैन ने भी ऐसा एक कमेंट बनाया था, उन्होंने बोला ये तो एक पर्सनल व्यक्तिगत ओपिनियन है, एक स्टेटमेंट है, द पार्टी डिड नॉट गिव दिस स्टेटमेंट। आपको लगता है कि परिवार का ये वेल थॉट आउट प्लान है कि उनके लीडर्स ऐसे स्टेटमेंट्स बनाते रहे मगर परिवार फिर बोले कि हमने तो नहीं बोला? ये
सोची समझी साजिश के तहत ये करते हैं और ये योजना के तहत किया जाता है। कोई केंद्रीय मंत्री इस प्रकार का बयान दे और उससे कांग्रेस अलग हो जाए, ये तो संभव ही नहीं है। जब उस एक बड़े दायित्व में लंबे समय तक काम किए हैं तो उनका बयान आता है, बताता है कि कांग्रेस के साजिश के तहत ये सब बयान दिए जा रहे हैं।
आपको लगता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का जो परिवार है, गांधी परिवार के सपोर्ट के साथ ये स्टेटमेंट्स बनाए गए हैं? फिर
कहीं न कहीं उनको समर्थन रहता है, आशीर्वाद रहता है।
Thank you so much, Raman Singh ji, for joining us here on the show. The second Chief Minister of the BJP, a former Chief Minister of the BJP, Raman Singh, now comes out and says that these derogatory remarks against the Prime Minister was with the tacit support of the Gandhi Parivar. Another big breaking story which is coming in regarding this. Times Now has literally set the news agenda after the kind of reportage that we've been getting for you. There's another shocker coming in from one of the topmost Gandhi Parivar loyalists. Listen in to once again to what exactly it is that Subodh Kant Sahai, he is someone who is a former minister of the UPA as well. This is what he has to say about the Prime Minister.
हिटलर का सारा इतिहास इसने पार कर लिया। हुडा साहब बड़े गांव की भाषा में समझा रहे थे। हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी। सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
Well, in fact, let me go across to Madhav. Madhav, we have been speaking to several of the former chief ministers of the BJP, senior most leaders who've come out and said that the Congress's desperation is now showing. Bokhla gaye hai on the crackdown of the corruption as well as the popularity of the Prime Minister. Do you think that there is reason for the BJP to say that?
Well, that is the BJP's charge, and that is certainly BJP will very seriously object to these kind of statements that are coming in. In the past also, when there has been unacceptable language used against the Prime Minister, the BJP has very strongly defended the Prime Minister and has come out lashing out at Congress leaders who have used this kind of language in the past. So it is not an entirely new aspect, but you know, even as one criticizes the Prime Minister for any particular scheme, any particular governmental program, one must remember that you know, talking about that program is perhaps more important. If you are speaking out in the interest of the people, just trying to rouse passions by increasing hatred against the ruling dispensation or the Prime Minister, how much is that a desirable situation as a responsible political party and a political leader? In this particular case, as you were rightly mentioning, he's been a union cabinet minister. So clearly, of course, Subodh Kant Sahai would know very well the kind of impact and the meaning of these words. For someone of that stature to use these kind of words, saying dying a death such as Modi, such as Hitler would for the Prime Minister. End of the day, he is the Prime Minister of the nation. He's not just the Prime Minister who belongs to the BJP. He's as much the Prime Minister of all the citizens of this nation as well. So do these constitutional posts not require a basic degree on a modicum of respect is a question that certainly, of course, will come to mind. The BJP, of course, making its thoughts very clear on this issue, but we will have to see how the responses are that come in from other political parties and other opposition parties and whether they find these kind of words acceptable at all. Back to you.
Well, in fact, Nilashish, if I can quickly come to you, any kind of action which was taken against Sheikh Hussain, who last week had called for the Prime Minister's death to be like that of a dog? Any kind of action, any kind of example that the Congress had set last week? Nilashish, well, it seems that we don't have that audio connection. Let me go across to Sanjay Jha, who's joining us, a political analyst. Sanjay Jha, your first reaction to what this time around a union minister, a former union minister of the Congress era had to say, saying that the Prime Minister Hitler ki maut marega.
You know, I do believe that we need to maintain a very civilized, graceful political discourse in India. I do understand that, you know, the Congress and BJP are each other's political opponents, but we are not enemies. We don't have to get bitter. It doesn't have to get venomous. It doesn't have to get so impertinent and rude. So I'm just going to request people not to use this kind of language. It's reprehensible, regrettable. Frankly, not just against the Prime Minister. Don't use it against anybody.
But do you find it surprising, Sanjay Jha, that this kind of a request, this kind of appeal is not coming from the top of the Congress? The Gandhis who tweet often, none of them have tweeted and warned their cadres, senior leaders, now even former union ministers, not to use language like this. What's acceptable, what is not?
You know, can I be very frank with you? You know, this is every political party, including the BJP, is guilty here. Let me give you one example. One of the ministers in Mr. Modi's government had abused Rahul Gandhi. In fact, it was such a vile and ugly language that it was an abuse basically, and you can't even repeat it. Nobody can even repeat that. And nobody condemned it. I mean, this is what I'm saying, that, you know, India's political culture has got so vitiated. And everybody is guilty. Huh? Let me tell you, across the board, bipartisan, everybody is guilty.
Across the political board, across the political ideologies, unfortunately, there is very little being done to clean up the language. The Lakshman Rekha constantly being breached. Thank you so much, Sanjay Jha. In fact, let me go back across to Nilashish. Nilashish, I was asking you last week when we had Sheikh Hussain, and that too in Maharashtra, which is where the Congress is in power. Any kind of action taken against Sheikh Hussain about the statement that he had made wishing the Prime Minister a dog's death?
Well, yes, you can see these kind of statements coming in from the Congress. Last week, of course, it was Sheikh Hussain. And let's not forget, when he made that statement, that very unparliamentary language that was used, he even was unabashed and brazen about it, saying, I might get a notice issued on this and it doesn't matter to me. So using these kinds of words, this kind of language, of course, not very becoming of the positions they hold. Today, of course, now you have a former union minister saying Hitler ki maut marega about the Prime Minister. Of course, clearly somewhere this kind of language needs to be condemned, but that is not coming in from the Congress party from any side. We have questioned leaders here at Jantar Mantar who are here protesting on various accounts. We have asked them questions about these irresponsible statements coming in, but there's absolutely no condemnation. There have been justifications regarding the Agniveer scheme, Agnipath scheme, and about the kind of words used with regard to that. But now you have these kinds of statements which in a way cross just the political discourse and leave a bad taste in the mouth. So of course these kinds of statements being endorsed in a way by Congress leaders, but no condemnation from the top brass.
Well, in fact, do stay on with us. Let our viewers decide. Is this acceptable language against the democratically elected Prime Minister of India? Listen in to what Subodh Khan Sahai had to say.
मुझे तो लगता है कि हिटलर का सारा इतिहास इसने पार कर लिया। हुडा साहब बड़े गांव की भाषा में समझा रहे थे। हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी। सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
Let me go back across to Madhav. Madhav, these protests that we have seen by the Congress party over the last 1 week, they have berated the Braves. Now they are gunning for the Prime Minister. What is the plot other than disrupt India, hold India hostage and denigrate and malign even the image of the Prime Minister of the nation?
Well, last week it was predominantly on the entire issue of Rahul Gandhi appearing before the Enforcement Directorate, and towards the end of the week we had in fact seen protests take place as far as the issue of Agniveer is concerned. Now, of course, it seems that those protests are only going to continue, that kind of protest that we're seeing on ground is only continuing, and also in coming days they will continue to protest on both of these twin issues, and it will all depend on...
राहुल गांधी तेरे नाम दूसरी अग्निपथ को लेकर आप लोग आंदोलन कर रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे? सुबोध सहाय जिंदाबाद,
अग्निपथ जो
सहाय जिंदाबाद।
उस योजना को डिफेंड करने के लिए नरेंद्र मोदी ने तीनों सेना के प्रमुख को सामने कर दिया। ये कभी नहीं हुआ है। अग्निपथ रक्षा मंत्रालय का नरेंद्र मोदी का योजना, और कभी भी ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि हम सेना हमारे लिए अल्टीमेट सम्मान का जो है वो कहा जाता, और उसको पॉलिटिकली डिफेंड करने के लिए आगे करना, ये सेना के साथ खिलवाड़ करना।
सर, लेकिन बीजेपी ने आपको निशाने पर लिया कि आपने मोदी के खिलाफ आपत्तिजनक शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया।
मोदी के खिलाफ जो हमने जो कहावत कही है, वो बीजेपी के लोग जो हैं 50 बार बोल चुके हैं। वो कहावत है, और वो कहावत में, क्योंकि हिटलर ने भी एक खाकी करके संगठन सेना में इसी तरह बनाया।
Former Union Minister Subodh Sahai is with us, sir.
कमेंट क्या यार, कमेंट वापस कौन सी कहावत कहा जाता है, तो कमेंट क्या है? तो चल,
Subodh Sahai is with us, sir.
जिंदाबाद 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 जिंदाबाद।
फॉरगेट, आई डोंट वांट टू गिव भाजपा जो है अग्निपथ वालों को वो हम चौकीदार बना रहा है, वो भाजपा से पूछिए ना कि यही असल उनकी योजना है, चौकीदार बनाने की।
लेकिन हिटलर की मौत मरेंगे, ये जो शब्द इस्तेमाल किए हैं, क्या आपको लगता है कि
ये कहावत कही जाती है जो डिक्टेटरशिप के बारे में कहा जाता है, और सारे जनतांत्रिक मूल्यों का नाश हो रहा है, इसलिए ये कहावत कहा है हमने।
तो आप इस कहावत को वापस नहीं लेंगे? आपने जो बोला है उन शब्दों
कहावत होता है, गांव देहात की नहीं रही है, अंग्रेजी पढ़ती है, इसलिए नहीं कहावत है। हो गया यार, हो गया काफी।
एक सवाल है। So this is the former Union Minister Subodh Sahai, who has refused to take his words back. He is saying that he had used this kind of language because the kind of a dictatorship that is there in the country. That is why he has compared Narendra Modi with Adolf Hitler. With video journalist Mukesh, this is Nyamika Singh for Times Group.
It's appalling. That's appalling. Niyamika just confronted Subodh Sahai over the statement he made that Prime Minister Hitler ki maut marega, and he says ye to kahawat thi, kahawat hota hai. Madhav, open defiance, zero embarrassment over the kind of statements. Forget about an apology.
Well, absolutely, and in fact, Subodh Sahai clearly brazening it out over there, despite the repeated questions that our colleague Niyamika posed to him as far as those controversial comments are concerned. He's just saying that this is a matter of words that are used. Kahawat hai, it's a way of saying, a way of speaking, but what way of saying really is this is a very important question. You know, saying that someone will die the death of Hitler, you know, how can just this be something that can be used so casually, particularly when we're talking about the post of the constitutional head of the executive of the country, that is the Prime Minister. That's certainly a very important question. For the end of the day, the Prime Minister is elected through a democratic process, and this is not a Prime Minister who's been elected once, he's been elected twice. In this kind of language, you know, one can politically oppose a person, but time and again our political discourse has seen lows, and once again a person who's been of the stature of a union cabinet minister using this kind of language is something that is completely unacceptable in any kind of civilized political discourse, because otherwise all that we will have is one political party and political leaders name calling each other, and there's no end to this. So this is the kind of statement coming in from Subodh Sahai. Times Now has confronted Subodh Sahai. The reaction is there for you to see. He continues to brazen it out, refusing to take back his words. Meghna.
Play out that entire confrontation sequence yet again. A quick word before that with Neelashish. Neelashish, it seems to be the hate template
for the Congress party, that it is merely a muhavara, it is just a bahana, nothing short of that. Well, we'll try and reconnect with him, but let's try and play out once again what exactly this entire confrontation was about. Times Now had confronted Subodh Kant Sahai, after which he said, "Ye to bas muhavara hai, aisa kahavat hota hai, so what, it's just a muhavara." This is a similar kind of excuse which came last time around as well, when one of the senior Congress leaders from Maharashtra had wished the Prime Minister a dog's death. So let me go across to Neelashish. Neelashish, when statements such as this get made, what are the kind of charges that senior Congress leaders like Subodh Kant Sahai should be attracting as per the IPC? Neelashish. In fact, let me put that same question across to Madhav.
Well, yes, Meghna, this is the kind of response coming in from Subodh Kant Sahai. Now, after this statement, we had reported how, in fact, there was a statement that had come in from Maharashtra, where, in fact, again, there were unparliamentary words that were used as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, and also talking about unrest in the country. Pretty much that is what happened in the next few days after those words of Sheikh Hussain. That statement...
सवाल ये है कि राहुल गांधी के खिलाफ सुशील और अग्निपथ को लेकर आप लोग आंदोलन कर रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे? सुबोध कांत सहाय जिंदाबाद।
अग्निपथ जो
कांत सहाय जिंदाबाद।
उस योजना को डिफेंड करने के लिए नरेंद्र मोदी ने तीनों सेना के प्रमुख को सामने कर दिया। ये कभी नहीं हुआ। अग्निपथ रक्षा मंत्रालय का नरेंद्र मोदी का योजना, और कभी भी ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि हम सेना हमारे लिए अल्टीमेट सम्मान का जो है वो कहा जाता है, और उसको पॉलिटिकली डिफेंड करने के लिए आगे करना, ये सेना के साथ खिलवाड़ करना।
लेकिन बीजेपी ने आपको निशाने पर लिया कि आपने मोदी के खिलाफ आपत्तिजनक शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया।
मोदी के साथ जो हमने जो कहावत कही है, वो बीजेपी के लोग जो हैं 50 बार बोल चुके हैं। वो कहावत है, और वो कहावत में, क्योंकि हिटलर ने भी एक खाकी करके संगठन सेना में इसी तरह बना है।
Former Union, in fact, let me go across to General VK Singh, who's joining us, a Union Minister, and also someone who is personally invested in developing the army the way it has been shaping its character. General Singh, when you have Union ministers, former Union ministers like Subodh Kant Sahai, first making statements like this, then justifying it, saying ये तो मुहावरा है, कहावत कहावत होती है, what does it feel like?
An educated man like him, if he calls a derogatory remark as muhavra, I think it's shame on him and his party. What I've seen in recent days is that large number of Congress people are only involved in trying to abuse. I get a lot of trolling that takes place, and each one is abusive. They don't even know what they are talking about.
Is it a hate template, General Singh? Because we've seen this kind of hatred being spewed against the army, against the Braves, now against the Prime Minister.
They want the country to be on fire. They don't want the country to be peaceful. They don't want any development. They just are so engrossed in their self, because they have lost power, they have been out of power. They somehow or the other, they want power, and they will do anything for that.
General Singh, they've also drawn a Nazi analogy for the Agniveers.
Did you say again?
They've also drawn a Nazi analogy against the Agniveers. Now you have one of the former Union ministers of UPA calling the Prime Minister Hitler ki maut marega. These kind of analogies being made against the Braves and the Prime Minister.
Saying that these people have lost their sense of decency. They've lost their sense of propriety. And a person who has been in the government of India, I don't know what words to use for him, because it is absolutely shameless.
General Singh, how do you think they are getting emboldened? Is it the tacit support right from top of the Congress leadership?
Has to be. In Congress, nobody speaks otherwise. Everybody speaks only to please. That is the problem. You heard Priyanka Gandhi Vadra saying things which have got no relevance to the actual situation. What do you expect from them?
But Rahul Gandhi तो बोलते हैं प्यार की राजनीति होनी चाहिए. Do you see the hypocrisy behind it then?
I don't know what he says and what he does. I am quite sure most of them are frustrated. That is why their people are leaving the party and going, because they know that this kind of a thing will not do.
Well, thank you so much, General Singh, for joining us here on the show. There you have it, General V.K. Singh, Union Minister as well, saying that this is the frustration of the Congress party that they are resorting to hate politics. Let me go across to Madhav. Madhav, it's not just the statement, the abuses against the Braves, against the Prime Minister, but also the justifications coming in and the lack of action by the Congress High Command, which is appalling.
Well, absolutely, and I think this is a statement that definitely deserves to be condemned, because any Prime Minister, it is not about the current Prime Minister, even about the past Prime Minister. If there are such comments that are made, this is something that we as all Indians, all citizens of this country should certainly be concerned about. Decency as far as public discourse and political discourse is concerned is a very, very important issue on heated issues and on important emotive aspects. Certainly, of course, emotions can sometimes get the better of an individual. While that is entirely not desirable, the fact is that the individual concerned or his party should at least either apologize or condemn these kind of statements. Unfortunately, in this entire case, that is not what is happening, and what is go further is that individuals such as this continue to make these statements without any kind of confirmation from the party senior leadership, which only emboldens further statements coming out in this particular manner. So, to use these kind of words, to use these kind of statements is something that is not desirable. But what is shocking is the fact that even despite the words that were used last week, for instance, as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, by a Congress leader in Maharashtra, those words too continue to go uncondemned. Right. And that is why you're perhaps
no action has been taken. Madhav, requesting you to stay with us. We have some more breaking news coming in after the shocking statement from the Congress party. Now, this seems to be the explanation coming in, calling it a metaphor. That's the statement coming in from the Congress. Now, the Congress ally NCP also joining in. A shocking hate rant that has been caught on tape. Death threats for Prime Minister Modi, after which not just the Congress leaders justifying it, but also its ally NCP.
अरे जो हिटलर की चाल चलेगा, 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 अरे जो हिटलर की चाल चलेगा,
So this is what is happening out on the streets. Majid Memon of the NCP joining us. Mr. Majid Memon, what do you have to say about this? Open such threats, such hate displayed on the streets.
I am sorry to see that our Prime Minister has become, a kind of a target for all kinds of filthy, unparliamentary accusations and all kinds of abuses, etc. And I think instead of asking me, you better ask BJP people as to what do they say about it.
Okay, I'll definitely ask. But Mr. Memon, if you can tell us what you would say, because these are NCP leaders. We saw what the Congress leaders said. Now we have the NCP, workers as well who are giving out these chants. What would you say to that?
No, I would only say that I will never stand by any indecent accusations, abusive language, or filthy words against anybody. After all, he is our Prime Minister, and if we have to fight democratically. We have to fight in a dignified manner. All opposition leaders must not cross a certain limit, by because only a couple of days before, some Congress leader from Maharashtra had also made some such filthy comment that he would die a dog's death or something like that. It is very sad, and this is only making a very poor show of Indian democracy.
So the question should be asked to the BJP. That's what you're saying. There's nothing unparliamentary, uncouth about these chants that are going out?
No, BJP must also just have an introspection. Why people are showering abuses on the Prime Minister? If I am a part of BJP, I would want that let us sit together and find out. From different quarters, different names are being given to the Prime Minister. Something must be wrong somewhere. So why should we not take some corrective measures?
Okay, but when you question the Prime Minister and not those who are giving out these chants, is it not a justification of what's happening out on the streets?
Everyone who speaks rubbish. The Prime Minister is too high a position under the Constitution of India. But even to a small political leader of the opposite side, we should not use filthy language. I am totally against that.
Yes, Mr. Memon, I believe you would now, take up the reins to also rein in these NCP workers who are out on the streets. Thank you for joining us. Let me go across to Madhav. Madhav, that's the justification coming in. Now the BJP should introspect. Why is it that the leaders are giving out, why is there such unvarnished hate against the Prime Minister? That's something for him to introspect about.
Well, the fact is that this kind of shocking comments coming in should be, of course, condemned unequivocally. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be happening. One may disassociate with that comments, but shouldn't there be a condemnation right across the board, irrespective of whoever has made these comments or what their political ideology is? Because this is not the kind of comment that certainly can be acceptable in any kind of democratic system. We will, of course, put those questions across to Congress leaders who are coming out of this protest. The protest at Jantar Mantar appears to be ending now. Large number of those leaders are leaving the venue, and we will in fact put that question across to them as well. But certainly no answers coming in as far, and no statements coming in very strongly condemning the language that was used by Mr. Subodh Khan Sahai or any other such protesters who used unparliamentary language. Clearly the kind of language in our political discourse is concerned is something that is a matter of concern, but this kind of a statement certainly not in fact finding any place, or should not be finding any place as far as our discourse is concerned. This point of time,
and we'll keep a track on all those developments. Madhav, thank you for joining us. With that, we are also shifting our focus to some more breaking inputs coming in. A cable car scare in Himachal. 11 people who have been stranded on a ropeway. These are the visuals from the spot. Quite a big scare for those who are part of the ropeway there. They have been suspended mid-air. So massive scare. 11 people who are said to be stranded. We'll get more details on what exactly happened as the rescue operations continue. Gurpreet is joining us with more details. Gurpreet, what exactly happened? We understand now 11 people are still stranded there as the rescue operations continue.
Well, yes, of course, these are the pictures and visuals which we are showing to our viewers, which depicted the whole story. But we have learned that some of the passengers, they were going to hill station, and finally this cable car, this has been stuck on the way. But we have learned from the local authorities, they say that there was some technical snag, and that's why this vehicle had been, this cable car had been stuck on the way. But at the same time, for the last 1.5 hours, these passengers who are sitting in this, around 11 people, they are sitting here in this cable car. They have been seeking for help, and the local administration as well as the local authority, they have already been roped in. And what we have learned from the local administration, they say that if it is required, the army will be called to rescue all these people, because this Timble Trail resort, it's at a very height, it's have a long height from the grounds, and this cable car is taking passengers from from Parmanu to this the special resort there. So we have seen these visuals and pictures which we are showing at this point of time. It depicted the whole story, that how this cable car had been stuck on the way, and let's see that how these 11 persons will be rescued. But the hotel authorities as well as the local administration, they say they are trying to find out what the technical snag in it, and they have already sent mechanic and other logistics so that there should be the problem should be resolved and these people should be rescued immediately.
Right. Gurpreet, they've said it's a technical glitch, and yes, it will be looked at, but it's quite a scare for the tourists because this is a very big tourist attraction, and periodic checks are also needed to ensure that no such untoward incidents or no such scares take place.
Well, yes, that is the lapse from the authority side. If we can talk about this thing, that every passenger who are sitting here, they are also video shooting and sending these videos to the family members as well as to the local authority, so that immediately help should be extended from the local authority and these people should be saved. And if we can see these pictures which we are showing at this point of time, it shows that some of the old age person, they are also sitting there. The women's, most of the women, they are sitting in that cable car, and they are looking for this help. And at the same time, the question mark which they are putting at this point of time, they say why these checks and balances have not been made earlier, because everybody knows that this is the season, and during this season a lot of tourists are coming across the country, and why these precautions are not being taken properly, why there was no check. And that is the part of the authority. They are going to take action against such violation. But as of now, what we have learned, and we had talked to the local authorities, they say they are trying to look for rescue operation. Rescue operation is the prime priority of the local administration, and they are quite confident they will be able to save. And the passengers who are already sitting in this cable car, they have been asked to wait for some time. And these pictures which we are showing, these some of the messages from the local authority, they are also conveying to these passengers so that they should not panic, and the situation should not go worse, and it should be controlled at this level.
Okay, Gurpreet, stay with us. Some reactions also coming in. 11 people who are stranded in the Parmanu timber trail. These are the dramatic visuals as rescue operations continue.
हम लोग टिम्बर ट्रेल परमाणु हिमाचल प्रदेश के ट्रॉली में लगभग 1.5 घंटे में रास्ते में अटके हुए हैं, और सब लोग बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान हैं, और अभी तक कोई कार्रवाई का भरोसा नहीं हुआ कि हमको कैसे निकाला जाएगा। आप इनके विचार सुनिए भाई साहब के।
हम मोक्षा में आए थे यहाँ पर, और मैं शुगर का और मेरे को किडनी की प्रॉब्लम है, हाथ में फिशुला बना हुआ है। ये बार बार एक ही बात कह रहे हैं कि हम रोपवे से इससे उतारेंगे, हम इसको रस्ते से उतारेंगे नीचे जंगल के अंदर। हम उतरने के लायक नहीं है, और हम लोग बड़ी उम्र के लोग हैं, हम उससे नहीं उतर सकते।
आप बताइए, आपको क्या तकलीफ है जी रस्ते से उतरने में?
भैया मैं शुगर बीपी की मरीज हूँ, और मुझे बहुत डर लग रहा है, घुटने की परेशानी, मुझे घुटनों की भी परेशानी है, मैं नहीं उतर सकती।
भाभी जी आप?
Sir, I'm a heart patient and it's very difficult for me to get out like this.
हम लोग बहुत परेशान हैं, 1.5 घंटे से यहाँ पर अटके हुए हैं, और हम लोगों को बहुत डर लग रहा है। यहाँ पर हम रस्सी से नहीं उतर सकते हैं।
भाई साहब आप?
1.5 घंटा हो गया सर, अभी कर रहे हैं, हालत खराब हो चुकी है अंदर से बहुत ज्यादा। हेलो
आप भाई साहब?
हेलो,
आपके घर वाले परेशान है सब?
So another cable car trolley has been deployed for the rescue operations. The technical team of timber trail operator has also been deployed there, as the police officials are also monitoring the situation there. These are the visuals from the spot. Cam 1 that shows how they are suspended mid-air. Cam 2 also showing the rescue operations that are taking place. We'll continue to get you updates on that. We're slipping into a short break here. We'll be right back with lots more. Do stay with us.
Times now. Action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukde Tukde gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, there are pictures, there are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India. Slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu. And when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation. Sir, I'm requesting you, don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go, Rahul. Please excuse me.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that.
You go. See, you've said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which.
No, say, finish, sir. Finish.
I'll wait.
Pass judgment on my party. No, what do you mean finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You've made a whole statement has been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply.
You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotri.
I have the social media. I'm going to
No, please go ahead. Finish. We haven't finished. Finish. Make your response, sir.
Mr. Agnihotri to pass judgment. So please take my response.
I am.
My response is that Mr. Agnihotri, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotri's point of view. This is not a point of view to which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now,
no, sir, you are wrong. You are no. Sir, they celebrated the killing of 76 CRPF jawans. Sir, please, the same students celebrated the killing of 76.
I'm sorry.
Why are you defending these students?
Take it from me. If anybody celebrated the death of our leaders, at the hand of extremists, I am saying to you, they are betrayers of this land and they are betrayers of humanity. I am saying
Thank you. So which means Rahul Gandhi is a betrayer.
For the last 2 years, the COVID pandemic has a profound effect on mental and physical well-being of all of us, including smokers. So a recent study published in Lancet this April 2022, which is a meta-analysis of various studies published across the globe in the last 2 years, summarizes that overall, if you see, then during COVID pandemic, the smoking prevalence actually decreased little bit overall. And there are certain attributable factors to this. Most of the time it is the fear of getting COVID, fear of getting a severe COVID and with a adverse outcome, and also increased health awareness in population in general has led to decrease in smoking prevalence across the globe. COVID pandemic can increase smoking also because of the boredom, lockdown measures, increased level of anxiety, stress can also attribute to increase in smoking. But largely this is seen in the subset of patients who are persons who are already smoker. So in the same Lancet study which I was quoting, 21% of smokers actually decreased smoking during the pandemic, but 27% of smokers actually increased their smoking. So suppose they were smoking around 3 to 5 cigarettes, so they increased to 5 to 7 cigarettes during the pandemic, which highlights these things.
The first reaction coming in from the Congress party after the statement from Subodh Kant Sahai, where he said Prime Minister Modi will die Hitler's death. Jairam Ramesh condemning the statement, and this is what he has tweeted. Congress party Modi सरकार की तानाशाही विचारधारा और जन विरोधी नेताओं के खिलाफ निरंतर लड़ती रहेगी, परंतु प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति किसी भी अमर्यादित टिप्पणी से हम सहमत नहीं हैं. This is a statement coming in from Jairam Ramesh, but the question is whether the Gandhis will also take a stand. This is not the first time such a statement has been made against Prime Minister Modi. Last week we saw a similar statement being made by the Congress leader Sheikh Hussain, and now we had Supot Khan Sahai, former Union Minister, who made a similar statement. Now Jairam Ramesh condemning the statement, but the question is, will the Congress party take action against the leader for making such derogatory, unacceptable remarks against the Prime Minister? Madhav joins us live with more details. Madhav, first reaction from the Congress party, Jairam Ramesh taking a stand and condemning the statement, but the question now being whether the Congress party will act on it, because he is a senior Congress leader. Second time a Congress leader is making such a statement.
Well, absolutely, and in fact, the fact that earlier statements have gone completely, uncommented on and uncondemned, that perhaps has emboldened leaders to come out and make this kind of statement. While, of course, in a political discourse, it is not uncommon to, get carried away. Perhaps this kind of statements should not be made, where, in fact, Prime Minister is referred to as Hitler and will die Hitler's death. Last week, we had seen someone, leader from the Congress party in Maharashtra, come out and say, Sheikh Hussain, saying that he will die a dog's death. These kind of statements are what are entirely condemnable in any kind of democratic discourse, and that's the question, and that's the reason that we've been highlighting this particular statement. Of course, at the same time, whether the party leadership will take any action on Mr. Sahai for the use of those words remains to be seen. But nevertheless, at least it's a first step with Mr. Jairam Ramesh coming out and putting out that statement, saying that the Congress party Modi Sarkar की तानाशाही विचारधारा और जन विरोधी नीतियों के खिलाफ निरंतर लड़ती रहेगी, परंतु प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति किसी भी अमर्यादित टिप्पणी से हम सहमत नहीं हैं. हमारा संघर्ष गांधीवादी सिद्धांतों और तरीके से ही जारी रहेगा. So we'll continue with its commitment to protest using Gandhian principles, at the same time saying that they are not in favor of any kind of language that is inappropriate. That's the kind of statement coming in from the Congress party, and saying that they will continue to fight against what they believe is the autocratic ways of the central government. All right,
Madhav, thank you for joining us with those details. It will be interesting to see what action the Congress party really takes, apart from just condemning the statement. We are getting our viewers more updates coming in from across the nation as the controversy over the remarks of Nupur Sharma on Prophet Muhammad escalates. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has questioned the centre as to why has the leader not been arrested yet. In the case of engine failure of SpiceJet aircraft that took place yesterday, the Ministry of Aviation has sent its team to the Patna airport for a high-level investigation into the matter. The team is investigating what exactly happened and what went wrong, and is also likely to question the pilot regarding the same. Amid incidents of targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir, the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha will chair a high-level meeting tomorrow to discuss the issues related to the safety of Kashmiri Hindu employees. Lieutenant General Upendra Dwivedi, Northern Command, arrived at Leh on a 4-day visit to review the operational preparedness, training, progress of induction of modern weapon and systems, as well as equipment and logistics. Widespread pre-monsoon rains lashed several parts of the country, prompting the Indian Met Department to issue an orange and yellow alert for many cities, including Mumbai. Currently, a spell of intense rainfall is also likely to continue over the northeast India and sub-Himalayan West Bengal and Sikkim areas in the next 24 hours. Well, that's all we have time for in this edition of the Bulletin. Thank you for watching. News and updates continue. Do stay with us.
Times now. Action begins here.
Very good afternoon. Thanks for staying with us here on Times Now Live Wire at 3 p.m. I'm Kritsween Walia. Let's start with the top headlines we're tracking. Top Gandhi loyalist Subodh Kansai crosses the line of political discourse with shocking Hitler ki maut marega Modi jibe while opposing Agnipath scheme. Another Congress neta and lawmaker Irfan Ansari fans Agnipath fire with call for violence despite Prime Minister Modi cautioning against partisan politics derailing good-intentioned schemes. Senior Congress leaders float new theories. Khurshid says Agnipath scheme has put armed forces integrity into doubt. Kharge claims Agnipath was a scheme to create private army for the RSS. The hyped-up Bharath Bandh makes your daily commute difficult but fails to win public support. Bid to make political capital by heaping misery on common man rejected. Cancellation and blocking of trains following arson and vandalism leaves innocent commuters stranded. Times Now reports on passengers' misery from the ground. Rahul Gandhi facing the fourth round of questioning in the National Herald case. Loyalists return to streets to shield the Parivar. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Karnataka for big infra push in Lingayat outreach. Prime Minister to inaugurate projects worth 27,000 crore rupees. Assam continues to reel under devastating floods. Over 32 lakh affected, thousands homeless. Death toll rises to 71. And take a look at the story. Cop Parun fights back without fear, risked life for duty. Dramatic video of Kerala Singham goes viral. And viewers, quickly getting you an update, a concerning update from Himachal Pradesh. This is in Solan, where a timber trail trolley has been stuck for more than an hour now. The passengers are seeking help to rescue. Around 11 people, we are being told, have been trapped in the trolley. Getting you visuals of the rescue operations that are currently underway. But once again, what we are seeing is an incident of cable car scare in Himachal Pradesh. This is in Solan. At least 11 people stranded in the Parvanu timber trail due to technical issues in the cable car in Himachal Pradesh. We've been trying to pick up more reactions. We'll also go across to our reporter in just a bit. But the SP of Solan district says that the cable car trolley has been deployed to rescue them. So another cable car trolley has already been deployed to conduct rescue operations. Gurpreet, my colleague, joining us on the phone line with more details. Gurpreet, any of the passengers who were stranded, have any of them been rescued yet?
Has already been rescued, and as the visuals are very clear, one more cable car has already been sent there. What we have learned that they are also trying to find out the technical snag in this cable car to find out that whether this cable car can move from there or not. But 11 passengers who are sitting inside, they are getting panic, and for that they have already sent a cable car, and very soon, as what we have learned from the local administration, very soon they will be rescued from there. So a lot of questions are being put up that why such type of arrangements and checks and balances have not been made when they are aware that a lot of passengers during this season, they are coming to the hill stations. So all these questions, all these are the part of investigation and inquiry into this. But as of now, what we are getting, they are trying to rescue all these passengers who have already been stuck, and one cable car has already been sent, and our technical people are already been present here, that they are trying to find out what was the technical snag, why this cable car stopped on the way, middle of this rope way. So all these points are being investigated by these technical staff. Even the local administration, they have already pitched into this. They are also trying to provide all the logistics so that these people should be immediately rescued.
Gurpreet, now this particular incident brings back the horror of the Jharkhand ropeway scare. Now, in that particular incident, the rescue operations went on for about 46 hours before everyone was rescued. How difficult are the rescue operations looking like here in Solan?
Well, yes, of course, if we can see these visuals also, initially it seems that it's very difficult. And what we have learned, they have already talked to the army officials, and if they are not able to rescue these 11 passengers, they will definitely call the army there to rescue all these passengers. Because if we can talk about this Timber Hill resort, it's at a very, very heavy, very high height. So this ropeway has a lot of distance, and it has been stuck on the middle of this. So as of now, what we are getting from the local administration, they are confident because they have already sent a cable car, and there is a proper way to reach to these passengers. So logistics are being provided.
Here's to hoping that all the 11 stranded are rescued as soon as possible. Gurpreet, we'll keep coming back to you. Thank you for the moment for joining us with all those details. Shifting our focus, viewers, we've been talking about the shocking statement by Congress leader Subodh Sahai. Now, Harish Rawat once again justifying Subodh Sahai's comments. He says, I've not heard what Subodh ji has said, but all I can say is that Satyagrahis speak the truth, and truth is spoken in this case as well. So a blatant justification coming in from a colleague and Congress leader Harish Rawat. Listen in.
लेकिन क्या सत्याग्रही की भाषा ये होनी चाहिए हरीश रावत जी कि अगर हिटलर की तरह करेंगे तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगी? एक प्रधानमंत्री के लिए इस तरह के शब्द का
मैंने कहा हम जो मनसा वाचा कर्मणा से सत्याग्रही हैं और सत्याग्रह हमेशा सत्य ही कहता है और इसीलिए हमने कहा है सत्यमेव जयते।
मतलब सुबोध सहाय जी ने सत्य कहा है।
सत्य कांग्रेस के साथ है, राहुल जी के साथ है और उन नौजवानों के साथ है जो गली गली कूचे कूचे में इस समय अपनी रोजी रोटी अपनी पेट की लड़ाई के लिए और अपने सेना में भर्ती होने के हौसले को बरकरार रखने के लिए।
वो सही है, लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि सत्य कह रहे हैं, तो क्या सुबोध सहाय ने भी जो मंच से कहा वो सत्य कहा? कांग्रेस पार्टी एंडोर्स करती है इसको।
मैंने कहा ना कि सत्याग्रही हमेशा मनसा कर्मणा वाचा से सत्य ही बोलता है, सत्य ही कहता है। हम सत्याग्रही।
मुझे तो लगता है कि हिटलर का सारा इतिहास इसने पार कर लिया। हुडा साहब बड़े गांव की भाषा में समझा रहे थे। हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी। सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
So there you heard Subodh Sahai himself making that absolutely shocking derogatory remark against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and his words, viewers, are very, very clear for everyone to hear. He says, Modi Hitler ki raah chalega to Hitler ki maut marega. Now, this comes just a few days after another derogatory remark by another Congress leader, Sheikh Hussain, who spoke of Kutte ki maut for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Shocker after shocker, viewers. Let me go across to Samya joining us on this broadcast. Samya, you know, back-to-back Congress reactions coming into what senior Congress leader Subodh Sahai has said. On one hand, you have Jairam Ramesh, who's of course distancing himself, but really not speaking of any sort of strict action that must be taken on part of the party against him. And then you have Harish Rawat, who's saying, ye satyagrahi hamesha sach hi bolte hain. So no apologies whatsoever.
Well, the statement made is absolutely inappropriate, and it doesn't call for political parties to stoop so low. But having said that, this is particularly the way we have often seen the Congress party react. Now, the Communication Department Chief Jairam Ramesh has made a statement saying that the Congress party distances itself and they do not accept or approve of any such statement or language being used in regards to the Prime Minister. However, in the opposition, the Congress party and all its leaders are definitely allowed to go ahead and voice their grievances and register their protest against various schemes of the government. But to use such language, unparliamentary, personal remark, does it behove of senior Congress leaders to come ahead and make these statements? And why has there not been any disciplinary action issued against such statements? Because this is not an isolated statement being made by a Congress leader. It is almost being repeated, and the leaders speak in this language with impunity because they get away with no action whatsoever by the Congress party's end. So while Jairam Ramesh has condemned and distances itself, saying that this is not the Congress's standpoint. They do not endorse or subscribe to the statement made by Subodh Khan Sahay. By and large, the Congress leaders have almost come out in support to say that he is saying things in a figurative manner, that the manner in which the ED and the country is being run is that of a dictatorship. And in that context, he's made the given remark. But the Congress party needs to really try and set the house in order as far as the language being used is concerned. He is the head of the state. He's the Prime Minister. Of course, they can criticize and call out the government on various schemes and policies, but to stoop with sort of a language is something that the Congress party will have to really set an example or a precedent of sorts so it doesn't get repeated again. Back to
Absolutely. No disciplinary action, only condemnation and a mere lip service at that. Samya, thank you for joining us with all those details. Well, this is about, of course, Prime Minister and the unparliamentary use of language that we've seen coming from a few Congress leaders, two of them at least back to back. Let's talk about how the Congress continues to fearmonger as far as the Agnipath scheme is concerned. Remember, Irfan Ansari just a few days ago threatened with bloodshed, threatened the entire country of drowning in bloodshed. That's what he said a few days ago. And today, once again, another shocking remark coming in from him. Listen in.
चार साल के बाद अगर वो रिटायर हो जाएगा, रोजगार छीन ली जाएगी, तो वो क्या करेगा? बंदूक चलाना सीखेगा? लोग उनको यूज करेंगे कि हाँ भाई आ जाओ, इसका सुपारी लेगा। आप ट्रेनिंग सिखा रहे हैं बंदूक का, उसके बाद वो लोग सुपारी लेगा कि हाँ भाई इसको मारो, उसको मारो, उसको मारो।
जिसके लिए बनाई है वो संतुष्ट हो जाए तो हमें क्या समस्या है, लेकिन जिसके लिए बनाई है वो बेचारा संतुष्ट नहीं है, वो चिल्ला रहा है, वो रो रहा है। तो जब तक वो रोएगा, हमारा ये दायित्व बनता है कि उसके रोने की बात, उसके दुख का विषय जो है वो हम देश के सामने रखें। और इसमें सिर्फ नौजवानों की समस्या नहीं है, नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है। लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
देखो, अग्निपथ ये तो 46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके आरएसएस में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं। कभी आपने सुना है क्या किसी देश में ऐसा हुआ है कि 4 साल ट्रेनिंग देना और छोड़ देना? यहाँ पर तो परमानेंट वैकेंसीज हैं। युवकों का जो आज हर जगह एजिटेटेड है, तो उनको अलग निकालने के लिए, उनका दिशा भटकाने के लिए ये काम कर रहे हैं।
Let me bring in my colleagues Madhav, and Samya also continues to stay on with us. Madhav, look at the language that is being used in such irresponsible statements being made by senior Congress leaders, questioning the character of our forces, saying there's a big question mark on their charitra, and leaders also calling it an RSS propaganda. Let me go across to Atul Anjan first up, joining us on the phone line. Atul, what do you make of these kind of back-to-back statements coming in, and very irresponsible statements on the face of it? Because, you know, there you have a lot of youngsters reacting very aggressively. The first 2 days, we saw a lot of violence take place across the country. Instead of calming everyone down and taking note of the situation, making sure that protests are held in a peaceful manner, this is how they're instigating the youth?
Can you give me some time to speak, as you have a long question you have raised?
Sure.
The point is this Agnipath Yojana has boiled the entire nation. Basically, in the armed forces and the paramilitary, the rural background people, rural India people, young men participate. Actually, rural India is boiling. In this situation, government of India must take a note of this one and understand what is really they have done. No government service, no social service, even Provident Fund, EPF, 4 years service is not a service. What sort of things has been introduced, one doesn't understand. But at the same time, when we are opposing it, we must have restraint on some of our ideas and the language.
But why is an attempt being made to bring in the forces?
But the question is this.
How can we question the character of our forces?
Character of the forces? Every day, Prime Minister is bringing armed forces, military, our in his speech where here. He is trying to be different. We have never seen any prime minister all of a sudden, bringing the defense forces into his speeches. He's making it. Why he's making it? Let us not politicalize our armed forces. That should be our understanding.
That's precisely the point. Why are we politicizing our armed forces? We've spoken to several defense experts and taken their reactions as well on the kind of comments that have been made, especially with regards to our forces and their character and and how they've been always placing their country first. But this is not how you politicize our armed forces. That's precisely the point that I'm trying to make. The Congress party is doing it repeatedly.
Like a warrior. He said in the Corona period, military people fought like a warrior, then he used helicopters and jet things. All these things is just to politicalize the Indian army and the armed forces. I think Prime Minister should this idiotic nonsense, I say.
So you do condemn Salman Khurshid saying that, there's a big question mark on the character of our forces?
No, I don't want to make such type of statement, but at the same time, I just want to advise the Prime Minister, don't bring in your speeches, the armed forces every time.
Why not, Atul Anjan? Why not?
Forces.
No, there's a problem that the Congress party has with the Modi government's decision. No, the armed forces are only fronting the clarification bit. They're coming out with reactions.
You are siding with the, RSS BJP pipeline. I am just asking, Indira Gandhi never asked when she won the battle of the Bangladesh.
No, Atul Anjan, one second. Who better than those officers who are currently serving? Who better than them to explain what lies ahead for the Agniveers?
No. There is no question. I don't want to go into argument with any officer. I salute them. But at the same time, I don't want a politicalization of the armed forces. Politicalization of armed forces, what we see today in Pakistan. That is
Yet you're not condemning what Salman Khurshid has said.
No. The politicalization of armed forces in Pakistan, what we see today. So we do not want India that the Indian armed forces should be politicalized.
I'm asking you a very simple question, Mr. Atul Anjan. Senior Congress leader Salman Khurshid has said in clear words, there is a big question mark on the character of our forces. You refuse to condemn that statement. I'm asking you why.
They don't. No. In Myanmar, you politicalize the armed forces.
Let's not talk about Myanmar and Pakistan. We're talking about India. We're talking about a democratic country and what has been said by some of the senior leaders in the opposition. It's a very derogatory remark, an anti-forces remark. Atul Anjan, I'm going to have to leave it at that. Thank you for taking out your time and sharing that perspective.
Times now. Action begins here.
You use the word empathy. Many people will think, sir, that you're paying lip service to the term.
Yes.
Empathy is acknowledging that a genocide happened.
Right, that's your opinion.
Let me finish.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish, sir. Why aren't you letting me finish?
I'm not here to satisfy you.
What have we set off?
I
can't ask you a question.
You finish because you turn everything around. I'm sorry.
I'm not. You use these words.
Listen, this is my last warning. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out. Simple.
But Mr. Khurshid, if you're not going to allow me to frame the questions on the words that you yourself have used, then how can we have a conversation? I don't understand what rules these are.
No.
Anyhow,
You can ask me the question. Please understand.
खुर्शीद साहब मैं बताऊं प्रॉब्लम क्या है मैं आपको सच्ची बात बताता हूं and from the bottom of my heart I want to tell you this, that the people from your party have been openly behaving like genocide deniers. They are denying there was a genocide. It's not a good thing. Number one, as a vice person, senior most leader, if you can just put some sense in their mind and say, okay, you don't acknowledge it, but don't be a genocide denier. Second problem with your party is that they are using this film as a collateral damage for their political battles, which is not a good thing. I always ask your party people, would you ever do that with Schindler's List? They will never do that. And good news is, yesterday a member of Parliament, of Scottish Parliament, in one of my events, after seeing that, he said that he is going to put a motion in Scottish Parliament. It's on record. The video will be out in next 1 hour. He said he's going to put a motion so that Scottish Parliament acknowledges it as a genocide. Your party, which belongs to Kashmiri Pandits, Pandit Nehru, Motilal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, would you pass a motion in Parliament saying that it was a genocide? If no, can you on TV say, yes, indeed, it was a genocide of Kashmiri Pandits? I have a very pointed question. Was it
Can
a
I answer
genocide?
that?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Can I answer that? I have said to you already that this is a great tragedy. It's a great tragedy. And it's a painful tragedy. And I've also said to you that your attempt to express the truth about this tragedy is something as an artist you are entitled to do. But not everybody will agree with your assessment, everybody will agree with your treatment. Be that as it may, you are now saying that I should say what one MP in the Scottish Parliament is saying. Now, that's not for me to say here. You are asking me to convey a message to my party. I will happily convey a message to my party. My only difference with you today has been that you used the artist or the filmmaker's technique by saying, Mr. Khurshid, your face looks helpless. Now, please don't do these little tricks with me. My face doesn't look helpless. I don't want to say, do, or act in a manner that would be feeding what we don't want fed, which is a difference of opinion that goes down to the ground and divides our people. You have said something and done something. I am saying we shouldn't be banning it. I am saying we shouldn't be celebrating it. We should just look at it as a piece of art, agree and disagree. But at the end of the day, the takeaway should be, let's get our country together again. Please, let's get our country together again. That's all that I can say authoritatively today.
And getting in breaking news, a major breakthrough in the Sidhu Moosewala murder probe. Two of the main shooters, including a module head of the shooters, has been arrested. Large number of arms and explosives have also been recovered by the special cell. At 4 p.m. at the police headquarters, two shooters who have been held, a big breakthrough in the Moosewala murder probe. Remember, already we do know that Lawrence Bishnoi was earlier on sent to a 7-day police remand, and the investigations are underway. More and more arrests have been taking place in the Sidhu Moosewala murder probe. But an important update, two shooters have been held. We're also being told that one of them was the module head. A big breakthrough indeed. The Punjab police, remember, so far have arrested 9 suspects in connection with Sidhu Moosewala's murder. And Priyank is joining us with more details as far as these two arrests go. Yes, Priyank.
See, the Delhi police have certainly done one more major breakthrough where they are saying that they have identified the person who was the head of this module which had carried out this assassination on Sidhu Moosewala. And all these shooters who have been arrested by various other agencies were the one who were coordinated by these two suspects who were certainly working on the behest of Lawrence Bishnoi. What we have also got to know that the Delhi police have also recovered a huge cache of arms and explosive from the position of these suspects, which clearly means that after the assassination of Sidhu Moosewala, they were also attempting to once again, free Lawrence, because that was the initial tip off which was given by the Delhi police. That's why Lawrence was kept under a very heavy security. Once Lawrence has been taken by the Punjab police, the Delhi police have also communicated a similar kind of threat perception which was there for Lawrence Bishnoi. So what it is that apart from killing of Sidhu Moosewala, since these suspects were still on the run and they were the one who were coordinating with this particular module, they have been arrested with a huge amount of arms and ammunition and explosive, which means that they could also be attempting, to free Lawrence Bishnoi from the police custody.
Bhavtosh, any word on how is it that the special cell officials could draw their link, the ones who were arrested, their link to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang?
Well, remember, adding to what Priyank has said, when the arrest was made by the Maharashtra police, it was specifically said by the Delhi police that was not the main shooter who was arrested by the Maharashtra police. The main shooter is still at large, and Delhi police has now arrested one of the shooters. And what the Delhi police have said that Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang has made a very hatched a big plan as far as killing of Sidhu Moosewala is concerned. There are many loose ends, and the jigsaw puzzle is still to be solved. And these shooters, in fact, were the ones who were part of the planning, and they have now been nabbed by the Delhi police. Now, this just shows the kind of planning that went into the killing of Sidhu Moosewala's murder, and these suspects have now been nabbed by the Delhi police. There would be a press briefing very soon. The police on its part have said that Lawrence Bishnoi as well as Goldie Barar were hatching this plan for a very long time. In fact, as soon as Vicky Medukheda was killed last August, the planning had gone, and it was in fact a retaliatory killing that went into this entire planning. What the police have now said is that Vikas or Vicky Medukheda was gunned down, and the other gang thought that this was in fact a clarion call, and that's how this entire planning went.
All right.
Now, Lawrence Bishnoi
Though two
hired
shooters have been held,
sharpshooters.
Bhavtosh, you're telling us that the main shooter is still at large. Priyank and Bhavtosh, thank you for joining us with those details. Slipping into a very short break here, viewers. Be back with more news on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukde gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, there are pictures, there are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India. Slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu. And when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation. Sir, I'm requesting it. Don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go, Rahul. Please excuse me.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that.
You go. See, you heard. You've said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which.
No, say. Finish, sir. Finish.
I'll wait.
Pass judgment on my party. No, what do you mean finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You've made a whole statement has been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply.
You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotre.
I have the social media. I'm going to
No, please go ahead. Finish. We haven't finished. Finish. Make your response, sir.
Mr. Agnihotre to pass judgment. So please take my response.
I am.
My response is that Mr. Agnihotre, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotre's point of view. This is not a point of view to which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now,
no, sir, you are wrong. You are no, sir. They celebrated the killing of 76 CRPF jawans. Sir, please, the same students celebrated the killing of 76.
I'm sorry.
Why are you defending these students?
Take it from me. If anybody celebrated the death of our leaders, at the hand of extremists, I am saying to you, they are betrayers of this land and they are betrayers of humanity. I am saying
thank you. So which means Rahul Gandhi is a betrayer.
For the last 2 years, the COVID pandemic has a profound effect on mental and physical well-being of all of us, including smokers. So a recent study published in Lancet this April 2022, which is a meta-analysis of various
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're tuned in to Times Now. This is Live Wire and I'm Poonam Burde. Let's get you started on this edition with some breaking news coming in from Himachal Pradesh, where 4 passengers, including 2 women, have been rescued as the Solan timber trail trolley was suspended there mid-air. There was a technical glitch in that cable car route. There were passengers that were stuck there. They were seeking help. We're given to understand that 4 people, including 2 women, have now been rescued by the rescue team there. These shots on your screens are of those people that are being rescued. Unfortunately, some are still stuck there. About 7 are still stranded is what we're given to understand. 11 people have been trapped in that, 11 people in fact were trapped in that trolley. 4 have now been safely rescued. The rescue operations are underway even as we speak. Now, this is a Parvanu timber trail cable car that was stuck mid-air. It is a famous tourist destination. All of these people who are stranded there in that cable car are, of course, tourists there. The rescue operation is currently underway. 11 people, including 2 senior citizens, were stranded on that particular cable car. There was a technical glitch in the cable car system, which is why they were suspended there mid-air. मनोज, my colleague now joins us for more on this. मनोज, ये बताया जा रहा है कि 4 लोगों को सेफली रेस्क्यू कर दिया है, लेकिन अभी भी काफी लोग वहां मिड एयर सस्पेंडेड हैं।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, जो डीएसपी सोलन है संतोष शर्मा, उनका ये बयान आया है। इस केबल कार में कुल 11 लोग थे, इनमें 4 महिलाएं भी थी और 7 पुरुष थे, और ये केबल कार करीब 2 घंटे वहां पर फंसी रही है। और अभी जो जानकारी आ रही है, ताजा अपडेट है वो यही कि इसमें 4 लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया है। केबल कार से एक रस्सी के जरिए एक एक करके जो लोग उसमें मौजूद थे कार के अंदर, उनको रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है, उनको बचाया जा रहा है। अब तक 4 लोग बच गए हैं, लेकिन जो हाइट है ये बहुत ज्यादा है, बहुत ऊंचाई पर एक केबल कार अटकी हुई है। इसलिए जब तक रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन खत्म ना हो जाए तब तक फिंगर क्रॉस्ड है, क्योंकि बहुत ही रिस्की रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन हम इसको कह सकते हैं। और जैसा कि जो हमने सुना, जो लोग फंसे हुए थे उनका भी कहना था कि वो उम्रदराज लोग हैं और बीमार हैं, किडनी की प्रॉब्लम है। ऐसे में रस्सी से नीचे अगर उनको उतारा गया तो खतरा है, लेकिन बहरहाल अभी भी रस्सी के जरिए रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है। 4 लोग बचाए जा चुके हैं, बाकी को बचाए जाने की जो कोशिश है वो चल रही है। और प्रशासन ने सेना और एनडीआरएफ दोनों से मदद मांगी है। उम्मीद की जा रही है कि अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो सेना भी जल्द से जल्द रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन शुरू करेगी।
जी बिल्कुल, अभी भी 7 लोग वहां फंसे हुए मनोज, ये बताया जा रहा है। 2 घंटे ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं। क्या कोई अनुमान लगा रहा है कि कितना और समय लगेगा?
जिस तरीके से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है, जो तस्वीरें अब हमारे पास आ रही हैं, उन तस्वीरों में भी हम देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से जो केबल कार है वो उतनी हाइट पे अटकी हुई है हवा में, और वहां से एक रस्सी लटकाई गई है नीचे, और इसी रस्सी के जरिए एक एक करके जो लोग फंसे हुए हैं उनको जमीन पर उतारा जा रहा है। और जो जमीन है, जो ये केबल कार जहां पर चलाई जाती है, पूरा पहाड़ी इलाका है, नीचे घना जंगल है। ऐसे में बहुत खतरनाक ये पूरा जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है हम इसे कह सकते हैं। जब तक सभी लोगों को सुरक्षित बाहर ना निकाल लिया जाए तब तक कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता है, और इसीलिए शायद प्रशासन को भी ये अंदेशा है, और इसीलिए सेना की मदद मांगी गई है, एनडीआरएफ की मदद मांगी गई है। और हमने देखा कि जिस तरीके से हाल ही में एक रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया था वो कितना खतरनाक था, उसमें जान भी चली गई थी। तो ऐसा कुछ ना हो, इस बात को लेकर सभी यहाँ पर चिंतित हैं। लेकिन फिलहाल अपडेट यही है कि 11 में से 4 लोग, 2 महिलाएं बचाई जा चुकी हैं।
जी बने रहिए हमारे साथ, because the rescue operation is still underway, but 4 people have been safely rescued. Unfortunately, they had to be suspended there mid-air for about 2 hours. Times Now try to get in some reactions for you as well. Listen into those.
हम लोग टिम्बर ट्रेल परमाणु हिमाचल प्रदेश के ट्रॉली में लगभग 1.5 घंटे में रास्ते में अटके हुए हैं, और सब लोग बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान हैं, और अभी तक कोई कार्रवाई का भरोसा नहीं हुआ कि हमको कैसे निकाला जाएगा। आप इनके विचार सुनिए भाई साहब के।
हम मोक्षा में आए थे यहाँ पर, और मैं शुगर का और मेरे को किडनी की प्रॉब्लम है, हाथ में फिशुला बना हुआ है कि बार बार एक ही बात कह रहे हैं कि हम रोपवे से इससे उतारेंगे, हम इसको रस्ते से उतारेंगे नीचे जंगल के अंदर, हम उतरने के लायक नहीं है और हम लोग बड़ी उम्र के लोग हैं, हम उससे नहीं उतर सकते।
आप बताइए आपको क्या तकलीफ है जी रास्ते से उतरने में?
भैया मैं शुगर बीपी की मरीज हूँ और मुझे बहुत डर लग रहा है, घुटने की परेशानी, मुझे घुटनों की भी परेशानी है, मैं नहीं उतर सकती।
भाभी जी आप?
Sir, I'm a heart patient and it's very difficult for me to get out like this.
हम लोग बहुत परेशान हैं, 1.5 घंटे से यहाँ पर अटके हुए हैं और हम लोगों को बहुत डर लग रहा है। यहाँ पर हम रस्सी से नहीं उतर सकते हैं।
भाई साहब आप?
1.5 घंटा हो गया सर, अभी कर रहे हैं, हालत खराब हो चुकी है अंदर से बहुत ज्यादा। हेलो
हाँ भाई साहब?
मनोज, क्या जानकारी मिल पा रही आपको, किस वजह से ये एक्चुअली हुआ कि ये पिछले 2 घंटे से वहां पे फंसे हुए हैं?
जानकारी मिल रही है उसके मुताबिक ये केबल कार जो रिजॉर्ट है टिम्बर ट्रेल, ये बिल्कुल चंडीगढ़ और हिमाचल का बॉर्डर है वहां पर है और ये रिजॉर्ट से एक जो पहाड़ी है वहां पर एक जो गेस्ट होते हैं इस रिजॉर्ट में, उनको ठहराने के लिए रूम्स बने हुए हैं, वहां तक इस केबल कार से ले जाया जाता है और बताया जा रहा है कि कोई टेक्निकल फॉल्ट हुआ और बीचों बीच में जाके ये जो केबल कार है ये अचानक रुक गई। सही कारण क्या है, किस वजह से खराबी आई है, ये तो बाद में पता लगेगा, लेकिन उसको ठीक करने का प्रयास भी किया गया। तस्वीरों में भी हम देखेंगे कि एक जो वहां पर जो केबल कार है उस तक पहुंचने की कोशिश की जाती है, लेकिन तमाम कोशिशों के बावजूद इस कार को दोबारा चलाया नहीं जा सका और अंत में यही फैसला लिया गया कि रस्सी के जरिए जो लोग फंसे हुए हैं उनको बाहर निकाला जाएगा, उनका रेस्क्यू किया जाएगा और यही दिख रहा है। 4 लोग अब तक बचाए जा चुके हैं और बाकी अभी 7 लोग इसमें फंसे हुए हैं और सवाल उठ रहे हैं इस रिजॉर्ट को लेकर भी कि इतनी बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर जब लोग आते हैं तो क्यों नहीं इसका रेगुलर बेसिस पर इसका जो टेक्निकल और या जो मैकेनिकल फॉल्ट हुआ है इसकी जांच क्यों नहीं की जाती है। और बहुत हाई प्रोफाइल ये रिजॉर्ट है, यहाँ बहुत बड़े बड़े वीआईपीज यहाँ पर आके ठहरते हैं और मैं आपको एक अपडेट दे दूं कि आज से करीब 2 साल पहले यहाँ जो हरियाणा की मनोहर लाल खट्टर सरकार है, इन्होंने चिंतन शिविर भी यहाँ पर किया था। तमाम मंत्री, खुद मुख्यमंत्री और तमाम अधिकारी भी इसी रिजॉर्ट में 2 दिन तक ठहरे हुए थे और इसी केबल कार से वो पहुंचे थे। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि बहुत साधारण लोग यहाँ पे, बहुत वीआईपी मूवमेंट होती रहती है, बड़े लोग यहाँ पर हम कहें चाहे राजनेता हो या अधिकारी हो वो यहाँ पर रहते हैं। तो इतनी बड़ी चूक हो जाना ये बहुत बड़े सवाल खड़ा करता है। और 11
जी, सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट यू देयर। हिमाचल प्रदेश चीफ मिनिस्टर जयराम ठाकुर with us on this broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Can you tell us the latest as far as this incident is concerned?
जी हेलो, मेरी
जी ठाकुर जी, मेरी आवाज अगर आपको आ रही है, बताया जा रहा है कि 4 लोगों को अब तक रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है, लेकिन वजह क्या है ये ट्रेजेडी एक्चुअली होने की, इसकी कोई खबर अभी तक लग पाई है?
देखिए, इसके हम अलग से जांच के आदेश करेंगे, लेकिन फिलहाल तो ये है कि जो लोग फंसे हैं उनको रेस्क्यू करना है। 4 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर दिया है, 7 लोग अभी तक इसमें फंसे हुए हैं। एनडीआरएफ की टीम वहां पर पहुंच चुकी है और गृह मंत्री जी ने हमें फोन करके कहा है कि वो आर्मी की टीम को भी भेज रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जल्दी, मैं खुद भी वहां पर जा रहा हूं। अभी बारिश हो रही थी, मैं हमीरपुर में हूँ, यहाँ बारिश बहुत तेज हो रही थी, इस कारण से जाना नहीं हो पा रहा था, लेकिन अभी थोड़ा मौसम ठीक हुआ तो हम अटेम्प्ट कर रहे हैं। मैं खुद देखूंगा वहां पर रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन।
जी जयराम ठाकुर जी, एनडीआरएफ तो लगी हुई है, वहां के लोकल रेस्क्यू टीम्स भी लगे हुए हैं पिछले 2 घंटों से, आर्मी की को भी बुलाया गया है ऐसे बताया जा रहा है?
देखिए, एनडीआरएफ की टीम ऑलरेडी वहां पर पहुंच चुकी है और आर्मी की टीम भी वहां पर पहुंचने वाली है। गृह मंत्री जी का संदेश आया था कि वो आर्मी को भी कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हैं ताकि रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जल्दी से किया जा सके। सिर्फ मौसम खराब होने की वजह से कठिनाई आ रही थी वहां पर, अब मौसम थोड़ा ठीक हो रहा है तो मुझे लगता है जल्दी हो जाएगा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन पूरा हमारा।
जी, राहत तो जल्दी मिलने की आशा है ही, स्पेशली उन लोगों को, 7 लोगों को जो अभी भी पिछले 2-2.5 घंटे से फंसे हुए हैं वहां पे। जयराम ठाकुर जी, लेकिन एक बात अगर आप क्लैरिफाई कर सकें कि एक्चुअली में हुआ क्या और इफ दिस वाज मिसमैनेजमेंट ऑफ द रिजॉर्ट, क्या उस पर कार्रवाई होगी इसके बाद?
अभी देखिए, इस सारी बात पर अभी टिप्पणी करना उचित नहीं है। अभी तो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, ये हमारी प्रायोरिटी है कि लोगों की जिंदगी बचा सके, हम लोगों को सुरक्षित निकाल सकें, तो उसके लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं। Thank you.
Ji, thank you so much. That was the Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister there confirming that the focus now really remains on the rescue of the 7 people that are still stranded there. 4 people, including 2 women, have been rescued so far. The inclement weather is what is causing a hindrance, and which is why the rescue operation is taking as long as it is. But the state administration there with the NDRF already on the job, hopeful that the rescue operation will conclude with all 7, those are still stranded, safely being evacuated. Moving on now to more breaking news coming in. This is from Maharashtra, where a shocker has come to the fore after 9 members of the same family committed suicide. This has happened in Mysar in the Sangli district in Maharashtra. We're still trying to ascertain what exactly was the reason, but we're given to understand that as far as the preliminary investigation goes, 9 people committed suicide by consuming poison at the same time. This happened in the house of a doctor couple in the Sangli district. Investigation is now underway. Police have expressed suspicion that the family committed mass suicide due to debt that they were unable to repay. The district there, of course, extremely shocked with this tragedy. 9 people found dead in one home, all of whom seem to have committed suicide. The home belonged to a doctor couple there. For now, it's being investigated as a case of suicide. Shivani is with me for more on this. Shivani, we're given to understand that at the moment the police are conducting this as suicide and not anything else, or not accidental death either. What have you gathered from your police sources?
Well, definitely at the moment of time, what we are understanding is that the police in the primary investigation have found that the family was under heavy debt, and that is why they have committed suicide. And in fact, there are 9 members in one family. 6 of them were at one resident and the other 3 were at the other resident. And in fact, when last time the family members were not visible, any of the family members was not visible to any of the villagers, and that's when they entered their premises and found those 6 dead bodies, and they immediately called off the local police. Now, in fact, what we are understanding that all of those bodies have been poisonous, and that is why further investigation is going on. The statement recording is also taking place, and that is why we are seeing that all the top cops of Sangli have also reached at the particular spot, and they are investigating the matter. The neighbors will be recording their statements soon. All of those bodies have been sent for postmortem report. For their postmortem, their reports are also expected to come late by tomorrow or day after tomorrow. And that is why this shocking incident has come. Though the neighbors have suggested to police that family was financially quite poor, and that is why they had, taken a lot of debt from different people in the villages and from their relatives as well. So definitely, after gaining this many information, police is also not only going to record the statements of the villagers, but also will be calling their relatives and all of those people from whom they have taken this, the debt, the money. And apart from that, also what we are given to understand that the police has expressed suspicion that the family committed mass suicide due to debt bondage, and as of now, no other reason has been found. Their phone statements will also be recorded by the police. In fact, in the primary investigation, they claim that there was one child as well in the family, and that is why it becomes more suspicious to track down if there was anybody else who influenced them to commit such action, or whether there is somebody else who's behind this particular matter.
Right, so for now the investigation is in the context that this perhaps is a case of suicide by 9 people of one family. Financial issues is what is believed to be at least the primary reason, but it is going to be crucial, Shivani, as far as the recording of statement is concerned of all those people in the village, and that really will help the police in joining the dots of what exactly happened. For the moment, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. A quick check of some other stories in brief now, as Rao over remarks of former BJP leader on Prophet Muhammad escalates. Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, questioned the centre as to why has she not been arrested yet. In the case of engine failure of SpiceJet aircraft that took place yesterday, Ministry of Aviation, DGCA team reached the Patna airport for a high-level investigation. The team is investigating and will be interrogating the pilot and the captain. Amid incidents of targeted killings in the state, JNK LG Manoj Sinha will be chairing a high-level meeting tomorrow to discuss the issues related to not just the killings but also the protests that have been going on by Kashmiri Pandit employees. Lieutenant General Upendra Dwivedi, Northern Command, arrived at Leh for a 4-day visit to review operational preparedness, training, progress of induction and modern weapons system, equipment and logistic assets. Widespread pre-monsoon rains lashed several parts of the country, prompting the Indian Meteorological Department to issue an orange and yellow alert for many cities, including Mumbai. Current spell of intense rainfall is likely to continue over northeast India and sub-Himalayan West Bengal and Sikkim for the next 24 hours. Breaking news coming in now. The Ministry of External Affairs has blacklisted 6 religious preachers based on intel that was provided by Assam police. All 7 out of which 6 are religious preachers belong to Bangladesh. One Bangladeshi singer has also been blacklisted. The Assam police had made this move of blacklisting these individuals yesterday. The Ministry of External Affairs has picked up from there, and we're given to understand that these preachers were coming to India on tourist visa but were violating those norms, which is why they were blacklisted first by the state government. A report was then sent to the centre, following which the MEA has now acted.
Rather, we will always welcome that someone is coming for the purpose of tourism or medical treatment in Assam. But we have found that many of them, they come on tourist visa or medical visa, and after that they start some other things which is prohibited under the visa rules. For instance, religious preaching. That you cannot do religious preaching, you cannot do political activities, you cannot do any business or earn money here. So we have found in these cases that out of the 7 visas blacklisted, 6 persons they were engaged in religious preaching, and one lady singer, she came for stage performance. So we took up this matter with the central intelligence agencies, and on the basis of their reports we have come to know that at least 7 visa of Bangladeshi nationals have been blacklisted very recently.
Nibir is with me for more on this. Now, Nibir, the state government had acted yesterday and they're making it very clear that this blacklisting is for all those people who are in violation of their visa norms, especially the fact that they were here to preach anti-India sentiments and try and indoctrinate people, is what the state government is saying.
Yes, indeed, this is a major breakthrough because the Assam government, Assam police has been investigating this angle for a long time, and they had provided the intel to the central agencies, and based on that intel, the ME has acted on it and blacklisted the 7 people. And they were here in India on tourist visa, but they were violating those visa norms and they were spreading religious preachings in parts of India as well as in Assam. And it is also, as per sources, there were also there are talks about radicalizing through these preachings. So that is why their visas have been blacklisted, mainly because it is a direct violation of their tourist visa, which doesn't allow religious preaching.
Right, Nibir, thank you so much for getting us that very latest. India is cracking down on hate. All those who are misusing their visas to spread anti-India hate, at least in the state of Assam, have now been pulled up. They have been blacklisted. All 7 of them belong to Bangladesh. Quick check with some other stories in brief now. A video showing a police officer bravely subduing an attacker armed with a giant machete has gone viral on social media. The video captures a man standing on the street side as a police vehicle pulls up next to him. He immediately takes out his weapon to attack the officer. However, the sub-inspector valiantly fights off the attacker and subdues him by pinning him to the ground. Fresh development in the Birbhum case pertaining to the massacre, where the CBI has filed a charge sheet against 18 persons, including TMC's Rampur Hat block president, Anurul Hassan. The police booked the latter under various sections of the Indian Penal Code, including for that of murder. Ahead of upcoming elections in Tripura, Sudeep Roy Burman, Congress leader and the former Tripura Health Minister, was severely injured in an attack by unknown assailants. The leader has been hospitalized for treatment. A tragic incident was reported from Ayodhya in Uttar Pradesh, where 4 labourers were injured after a wall collapsed on them accidentally by the bulldozer. All the injured have been shifted to a hospital for treatment. AIADMK Tiruvallur District Secretary and former AIADMK Minister moved the Madras High Court seeking a direction to the Police Commissioner to be able to provide police protection for AIADMK General Council meeting that is going to be held on the 23rd of June. News coming in from Jammu and Kashmir now, where for the first time in 115 years, the national flag is flying high there in Kishtwar. This is the flag atop the Islamia Faridia School in Kishtwar in Kashmir. Pradeep is with me for more on this. Pradeep, signs of integration, no sign of alienation as claimed by many politicians in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes, you're absolutely right. There are certain people who had always been trying to float that alienation theory. I think it's a tight slap on the face of those people who had been saying that people of Jammu and Kashmir are not with India, especially after application of Article 370. I think this picture for them to see how this flag, the national flag, is fluttering high on the building of Faridia School. This is for the first time this has happened during the last 115 years, because earlier never such thing had happened there, because this is a 115-year-old school, and the annual day function was celebrated, and while the annual day function was celebrated, this, instead of the Islamic flag, there's a national flag. And you can see the national flag fluttering high. Because that was saying after application of Article 370, there will be no one to hold tricolor, but you can see there's a 115-year-old Islamic school that's called Islamia Faridia School. It was named after the 17th century Sufi saint Hazrat Shah Muhammad Fariduddin Baghdadi. And today you can see how large number of people are sitting. And what is really interesting to note is that some of the Jamaat Islami leaders were also sitting during the function, and you can see that how this flag is fluttering high.
Right. A clear message there coming to the fore for all those doubters there. For the moment, Pradeep, thank you so much. Moving on now to more news coming in. This is about the Mathura Krishna Janmabhoomi dispute case. A complaint has been filed against the Shahi Eidgah Mosque management for allegedly attempting to convert the religious character of the Krishna Janmabhoomi temple. The temple complex is illegally occupied is what this complaint says. It seeks action against the mosque committee under the Places of Worship Act. Akanksha is with me for more on this. Akanksha, what more details can you share with us?
Well, absolutely. A complaint has been filed by one Jitendra Vishen against the Shahi Eidgah Masjid Management Committee for allegedly converting the religious character of the Krishna Janmabhoomi. And let me read out the complaint to you. It says that certain part of the temple has been illegally occupied by a group of Muslim and is now under the illegal possession of Shahi Eidgah Masjid Management Committee. It says that the land is that deity Keshav Dev has exclusive right over the land, and the Hindu community is has been worshipping him from the last 5,000 years. Now the Jitendra Vishen, who is the complainant in the case, has now sought action against the Masjid Committee under the Places of Worship Act and other penal provision. Now it may be noted here that this masjid is located next to the temple, which is believed to be the birthplace of Lord Krishna. Now if we talk about the case, this case is coming up for hearing on July 1st. Recently the district court had reopened this case about the ownership of the land. So definitely this is a new complaint.
Track of what happens in this particular complaint that has now been filed. For the moment, Akanksha, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. With that, it's a wrap from me on this edition, but news and updates continue on Times Now. Do stay tuned.
Times Now. Action begins here.
Well, hi there, warm welcome. You're watching Times Now and I'm Meghna Dekha. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. First up, as always, the top focus stories. Top Gandhi loyalist Subodh Khan Sahai crosses the line of political discourse with a shocking Hitler ki maut marega to Modi jibe. This while opposing the Agnipath scheme.
अब 4 साल में उसको बेघर कर दीजिएगा, एक्सपीरियंस भी नहीं होगा, गोली चला देगा किसी पर, देश में तमाशा होगा, खून खराबे देश में होंगे, बंदूक पकड़ेगा युवा.
Another Congress Neta and lawmaker Irfan Ansari fans the Agnipath fire with a call for violence despite the Prime Minister cautioning against partisan politics derailing good intentioned schemes.
46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके आरएसएस में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं.
Senior Congress leaders float new theories. Salman Khurshid says Agnipath scheme has put armed forces' integrity into doubt. Meanwhile, Mallikarjun Kharge claims that Agnipath was a scheme to create a private army for the RSS. The hyped-up Bharath Bandh makes your daily commute difficult but fails to win public support. Bid to make political capital by heaping misery on the common man has been rejected. Cancellation and blocking of trains following arson and vandalism leaves innocent commuters stranded across India. Times Now reports on passengers' misery from the ground. Rahul Gandhi to face the 4th round of questioning in the National Herald case. Loyalists return to the streets to shield the Parivar. Prime Minister Modi is in Karnataka for the big infra push and Lingayat outreach ahead of the civic polls. He inaugurates projects worth 27,000 crore rupees. And Assam continues to reel under devastating floods. Over 32 lakh have been affected. Thousands have been rendered homeless. Death toll now rises to 71. Attacked with a machete, one of the cops, Arun, has fought back without fear for his life. He risked his life for his duty. Dramatic visuals of Kerala Singham is now going viral. Well, let's get you the very latest in the Himachal cable car scare. As you can see in those visuals, 5 passengers have been rescued so far as the rescue teams rush to the spot. This after one of the cable cars came unhinged and got stranded. Now the timber trail trolley has been struck for around 2 hours now and rescue relief operations are still continuing. Passengers are seeking help to get themselves rescued, putting out desperate messages on social media. Around 6 people were trapped in the trolley. So let me go across to Gurpreet, who's joining us with the very latest. This is one of the big tourist attractions there of Solan, Gurpreet. It's unfortunate the kind of visuals that we can see of the cable car being stranded now. How many people have been rescued? How many are still inside the cable car waiting to be rescued?
Well, what we have learned, around 6 people have already been rescued, but we will show each and every visual to our viewer that how it really happens. So I'll request my Vijay to first show. This is the restaurant at the ground which we are showing at this point of time. From here, this cable car, it goes to the resort. So I'll request my Vijay to show that resort. It's at a very, very high height. So we can see these passengers, they are coming from back from that resort, and on the middle of this, these are the picture. I'll request to zoom in and show that we can see this cable car has already been stuck, and one of the cable car has already been reached there. They are trying to find out the technical snag, that what was the problem there. But at the same time, I'll request my Vijay to show from the ground, NDRF team has already been reached here, and a few minutes ago we have seen the 6th passenger has been taken out and he has been rescued. but with the ropeway he has been rescued from there. We have seen that for the last 2 hours this rescue operation is being continued, and a lot of questions are being raised by the passengers also. The passengers, 11 passengers who are sitting inside, they videographed, they had sent that video on the social media platform, and we have seen they have put a lot of question mark over the hotel management and saying that why such type of the precautions are not being taken. So at the same time, I'll request my Vijay to pan and show huge passengers who are coming back from Shimla. They are also stopped here, the vehicle. They are also looking at that cab which has already been stuck on the way. NDRF team has already been there, so we can see that the local administration has already been reached. But fortunately, that a positive point in this whole incident, we can see from the ground there is a small hill which we are showing at this point of time, from where this rescue operation is being carried by NDRF team and local administration. So once again, I'll request my Vijay to zoom in and show one person is going inside, and that NDRF team guy, he has gone inside. He is going to bring a passenger there. So we will also show these live visuals from the ground from this symbol train where this incident had taken place. A huge number of the local residents, even the parents and as well as the relatives of these passengers who have already been stuck inside, they have already been reached here. The local administration, the DSP, SSP, as well as the local police officer, they have already been here. So all the logistics had been already been given to these rescue operation teams, so that rescue operation should be carried forward. And for the last 2 hours continuously we have seen that they are continuing this rescue operation. And what we have learned from the local administration, they say that they are confident within 1 hour they will be able to finish. So I'll request my Vijay to show once again that how this rescue operation is being carried through the rope way. We can see that one person has already gone inside. He will bring one passenger out of this cab, and some of the people who are sitting inside, they had videographed and they had said that their age is they are old age, they are not able to come through the rope. So that's why this cab, this rope cab has already been sent there, so that if somebody is not able to come through the rope, he will be brought through this cab. And at the same time, the local administration technical staff, they have already been reached there. So from the ground, it's very important to tell our viewers that at what height this cab had already been stuck. So I'll request my Vijay to show first this hotel from the ground, where we can see that this is the parking lot of this hotel. And from this hotel, I'll request my Vijay to show that resort, that luxurious resort, which is the one of the attraction point of this Solan area. Or from that height they had come here. But what we have seen, and even that rescue operation team, whether it's the NDRF and local administration, their team, luckily they are able to get a hill at the ground. So I'll request my Vijay to show that visuals at this point of time. Luckily this hill is the safeguard of all these passengers who have already been stuck, and that is one of the major reason why they are able to continue this rescue operation very easily, and they are able to bring the passengers from inside. And 6 passengers have already been rescued from this rope cab, and this is a very important visual. So we can see another passenger is being rescued. So we can see these are the live picture which we are showing from the spot. We can see that how these passengers are being brought down from this cable cab. So these are the pictures. I'll request my Vijay to zoom in and show to our viewers that how this rescue operation is being continued. And the main point which we have been highlighting, this is the hill which is the safeguard, which has turned out to be a safeguard for these passengers, and how this rescue operation being carried out by NDRF and local administration, because it's very easy to bring these people from this height to this hill. So that is the safeguard. Otherwise, earlier we have seen that when there was a lot of panic which was created by even the the authorities as well as the local administration. After that, they immediately called the army official. They wanted to bring the army here so that rescue operation should be continuing and should be carried forward by the army. But this safeguard which we are showing at this point of time, this hill turned out to be a safeguard for the rescue operation, and for the rescue operation they continuing this rescue with the help of the NDRF team. And we have seen We have already shown these visuals to our viewers that how one passenger is being taken out of this cab. So if we can talk about the total number of the passengers who have already been stuck here, and around 11 people have been stuck here, and out of 11 we have seen 7 passengers have already been taken out. So once again we will show these important visuals, because the NDRF team, they have already set up a small camp here where this rescue operation is going on. We are also at some height where we are able to show these pictures to our viewer that how this rescue operation is being carried out through a rope system. And
कि अगर ये ऐसी इस तरह से जो उन्होंने अल्टरनेटिव मैकेनिकल ट्रॉली से निकाले वैसे निकल जाएंगे तो एयरफोर्स को बुलाने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी। और वैसे जैसे मैंने बताया कि एनडीआरएफ भी किसी भी समय पहुंच सकती है और सभी लोग स्वस्थ हैं और ये निकल आएंगे। उसकी जो आपने जो आपका मेन प्रश्न जो है कि उनके कहाँ के टूरिस्ट हैं, ऑब्वियसली मुझे लगता है ये सारे के सारे टूरिस्ट सीजन है तो ज़्यादातर लोग टूरिस्ट ही होंगे इसमें से।
जैसा आपने कहा 4 लोग एल्डरली भी हैं इसमें, क्या ऐसी कोई स्थिति मालूम पड़ पाई है कि उनका मेडिकल कंडीशन क्या है? और
मेरी अभी पीछे बात हुई है क्योंकि जो लोग जो है मोबाइल से बात कर रहे हैं 2 एल्डरली लोग हैं और उनकी सबकी स्थिति बहुत अच्छी सी है और जहाँ जहाँ भी रेस्क्यू किया गया वह एम्बुलेंस स्टैंड बाई पे खड़ी है और मेडिकल की डॉक्टर्स की भी वहाँ पे डॉक्टर्स भी हैं जो नीचे जिनको उतारा जा रहा है उनका मेडिकल चेकअप भी किया जा रहा है। तो ऐसी कोई भी पैनिक वाली कोई भी स्थिति अभी नजर नहीं आ रही है।
Thank you. Been stranded in this cable car. Where is this located? Were they tourists and how many have been rescued so far?
Well, this hotel is a Timber Trail Hotel, just very near to Parwanu, near Chandigarh, and there is a cable car. There are 2 cars. One goes up and one comes down. There are around 15 people were stranded in the cable car because of technical snag, and the upper area, the trolley, there were only 4 people. They were rescued in the first instance by sending a temporary mechanical trolley, and the down side there is another trolley where the 11 people were stranded, and I had a talk with the Deputy Commissioner Solan as well as the owner of the hotel, Mr. Akash Garg, and out of 11, 7 have been rescued and rescue operation is going on. Only 4 people are stranded now. Out of those 4, 2 are elderly people. Elderly people will be rescued in the last, and as per my information, condition of all the people is okay, and we have put the ambulance on the standby, and there are doctors who are examining the people who are being rescued. So it is, I believe that all the rescue operation will be completed within half an hour. Meanwhile, we have the rush to the NDRF team from the Nalagad area, which will be reaching the site anytime, and we have taken up the issue with the Air Force also. They are on standby, and we are clearing waiting for the clearance from Ministry of Defence. Meanwhile, we have requested Air Force to be on standby because the owner of the hotel and the other people from the administration, they have assured me that the operation will be completed within next half an hour.
How they were rescued?
So there you have it. That was the Principal Secretary of the NDRF. Camera 1, Camera 2, you can see how rescue relief operations were carried out when in all there were 15 people stranded. So far, as per the Principal Secretary, we just heard him speak right now saying absolutely no reason to panic. There are 4 people who are still stranded, out of which 2 of them are elderly people. They are going to be rescued the last. So let me go back across to Gurpreet. Gurpreet, you were telling us that there are lapses which are already being looked into right now. Whose job was it to ensure maintenance of these cable cars?
Well, yes, of course, a lot of lapses have already been come up, and joining us chairman of municipal council from here. So we will talk to find out. तो मैम आपको लगता नहीं कि बहुत बड़ी गलती है क्योंकि हिली एरिया है और हिल्स में इस समय लोग आते हैं, स्पेशली टूरिस्ट आते हैं, तो पहले ये चेक होना चाहिए क्योंकि सुबह का लगातार देख रहे हैं कि पैनिक हो रहा है।
नहीं, यहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा टूरिस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा है और वैसे ऐसा नहीं है। देखो, टेक्निकल आपदा कहीं भी आ सकती है, आपदा तो कहीं भी हो सकती है, तो ये सडनली हुआ, अचानक हुआ, ऐसा नहीं ये चेकिंग तो इसकी करते रहते हैं, हम भी कई बार आते हैं।
हम देख रहे हैं कि डिस्टेंस बहुत कम है, नीचे आ गया और ये जो हिल है ये हिल एक सेफ गार्ड बन गया। लेकिन आपको लगता नहीं अगर यही ऊपर होता तो सबसे बड़ा मुश्किल रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन हो जाता और लोगों जो अंदर ऑलरेडी लोग ट्रैप हुए हैं उनको बचाना ही मुश्किल हो जाता।
ये आपकी बात बिल्कुल सही है, लेकिन कहते हैं ना कि मारने वाले से बचाने वाला बहुत बड़ा होता है, तो आज वही सीन इनके साथ हुआ है। इन्होंने बचना था, भगवान ने इनको बचाना था, तो सेफली बड़े अच्छे तरीके से इनको रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है। आप सामने ही देख रहे हैं।
आपको लगता नहीं कि ये पहले चेक होना चाहिए था? कोई ना कोई अथॉरिटीज की भी कमी है, आपकी तरफ से भी कमी है, क्योंकि आप भी यहाँ के चेयरमैन हैं।
नहीं, हम कई बार यहाँ विजिट करते हैं तो ये चेकिंग इनकी पूरी चली होती है। मैंने आपको बताया ना, आपदा कहीं भी आ जाती है, तो ये एक आपदा का हिस्सा है। वैसे चेकिंग इनकी रखते हैं, ये चेकिंग हम भी कई बार यहाँ विजिट करते हैं यहाँ के, तो चेकिंग प्रॉपर तरीके से करते हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। अब एक्सीडेंट तो कहीं भी हो सकता है।
So once again we will show each and every visual from the ground, because that is very important to tell our viewers that how this rescue operation is going on the ground. We can see that again NDRF team has already gone back to that cab, and it is expected that within a few minutes again one more passenger will be saved. And as what we are getting from our local authorities, they say they keep on checking each and everything, but the lapses, the main point which needs to be highlighted at this point of time, I'll request my Vijay to show once again this hill, this restaurant and this hotel and that resort where these people had gone. That is very, very important, and we have seen that this hill, small hill, has become a safeguard for this rescue operation. So if we can see the distance from ground to the top of this resort from where these passengers were coming back, had this trolley, had this cab had been stuck on the way of there, it will be difficult for a rescue operation, even for the army officer, even for the local administration, because we can see that it's a very, very big hill and very, very high in the height also. So for the time being, this hill, small hill, has become a safeguard. But now I'll request my Vijay to just zoom in and show that one more person has been rescued, and we can see that the rescue operation team is bringing one more passenger. So these, I'll request my Vijay to zoom in and show each and every visual from the ground that how this rescue operation is being carried out with the local administration, NDRF team, as well as from some teams expert from Chandigarh who has already been reached here. And as we have already told, the local administration has already said that they expect that within 1 hour they will be able to rescue all the people from here, from this spot. But what was the reason why this trolley had been stuck on the way? That is still unanswered, because when we talk to a lot of administration officers, they say that the prime priority is to save the life, and they will definitely inquire to find out, and that how this operation at the resort level has been failed. That
well, with that, there is some big breaking news that we are shifting focus across to this regarding the Agniveer doubters. The Prime Minister himself has taken up the issues, called out the doubts and said that it is something which is in the long run going to help in building the nation. No point initially when a scheme is launched to doubt it and mock it. We're going to get you what exactly it is that the Prime Minister has said very shortly. Remember, he is currently in Bengaluru with a massive infra push. This at a time when we've seen several protests across India against Agnipath. Listen in to the Prime Minister.
कई फैसले, कई रिफॉर्म तात्कालिक रूप से अप्रिय लग सकते हैं, लेकिन समय के साथ उन रिफॉर्म्स का लाभ आज देश अनुभव करता है। कई फैसले, कई रिफॉर्म तात्कालिक रूप से अप्रिय लग सकते हैं, लेकिन समय के साथ उन रिफॉर्म्स का लाभ आज देश अनुभव करता है। कई फैसले, कई रिफॉर्म तात्कालिक रूप से अप्रिय लग सकते हैं, लेकिन समय के साथ उन रिफॉर्म्स का लाभ आज देश अनुभव करता है। कई फैसले, कई रिफॉर्म तात्कालिक रूप से।
Well, let me go across to Mohit Bhatt, who's joining us. This is a big pitch for the Agnipath scheme, isn't it? And it is coming in from none other than the Prime Minister himself. In fact, let me go across to Imran Khan, joining us from Bengaluru. What exactly the Prime Minister said? It is in the context of several Congress protests that we have seen on Agniveer, and a lot of provocations also, Imran, which is coming in. Maybe the Prime Minister's pitch that don't slay the reform, wait and watch what the result of this reform is going to be before you criticize this, is the pitch.
In fact, when he was speaking at the conclave at the inauguration of the suburban rail project, the Prime Minister spoke, saying that several decisions in the instant looks like probably they are unfair, they are not fair to a certain section of people. But if over the course of time, these are the decisions which help in building the nation. So he said, in a way, sending a message to the detractors over the Agnipath scheme that wait and watch. These decisions are taken with good intention, with good aspiration for the overall benefit. At present, it might look unseemly unfair, and it might look even that these schemes are not with very well thought out. But over the course of time, it will these are the decisions which help in paving for the success of the nation building. And the Prime Minister said that these are the kind of decisions the government has to take. They are in tough situation. They take decisions like this, which might seem for the larger public or to the political detractors that they're taken in haste, and it might look even unfair. But in the larger course of the time, these
Sorry to interrupt you, Imran. In fact, the Delhi police is holding a press conference. Listen in.
तो बिना कोई टाइम गवाए हुए हमारी टीम्स ने लगातार इस पे काम करना शुरू करा। हमारी सारी रेंजेस की टीम्स, नॉर्दर्न रेंज, न्यू दिल्ली रेंज, सदर्न रेंज, साउथ वेस्टर्न रेंज, सीआई रेंज, सब ने इसमें बहुत ही ज़्यादा एक्सटेंसिव काम किया। बहुत सारी जेल्स पे, बहुत सारे इंटरस्टेट बाउंड्रीज़ पे, और बहुत ही इनके जो सिंडिकेट के नॉन मेंबर्स थे, काफ़ी जो इनके मेन सरगना थे, उनको ऑलरेडी स्पेशल सेल ने, जैसे कि आपको पता है, पहले अरेस्ट किया हुआ है। और पंजाब में भी जो ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम है, और ख़ास तौर पे उनके जो दोनों नोटेबल बड़े केसेस हैं लास्ट 2 साल के, विक्की मिड्डूखेड़ा की किलिंग, उसके भी जो दोनों मेन शूटर्स थे उसको स्पेशल सेल ने अरेस्ट किया। दूसरा जो संदीप नंगल अंबिया का केस था, उसमें भी जो मेन शूटर था उसको स्पेशल सेल की टीम ने अरेस्ट किया। काफ़ी स्पेशल सेल के लिए भी बड़ी चैलेंजिंग टास्क था शूटर्स को आइडेंटिफाई करना, उस पर काम करना, बिना वारदात के मौके पे जाए हुए, क्योंकि जैसा कि हम जानते हैं ये घटना पंजाब के एरिया में घटी। तो हमारी कोई भी टीम क्योंकि सीन ऑफ क्राइम एक अलग जगह पे था, और लोकल एरिया पे हम ऐसा कुछ नहीं करना चाहते थे जो कि किसी भी तरीके से ऐसा हो कि हम किसी के भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में बाधा बने। बट उसके बावजूद हमारी टीम्स का मकसद था कि हम जल्द से जल्द जिन लोगों ने भी इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है उनको हम जस्टिस तक लेके आएँ। तो हमारी कुछ टीम तो ऐसी हैं जिन्होंने ऑलमोस्ट 18-19 दिन से जो लगातार बाहर इसमें कैंप कर रही थी, और 6 शूटर, जैसे हमने आपको पहले भी बताया था कि हमने 6 शूटर्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं। तो वो 6 के 6 जो अभी हैं उनकी जो आइडेंटिटीज़ हैं इस्टेब्लिश हो चुकी हैं। कैसे उन्होंने घटना को अंजाम दिया, कौन किस गाड़ी में था, किसने पिस्टल फायर करी, किसने AK-47 फायर करी, तो वो सारी चीज़ें भी हम अभी इसको इस्टेब्लिश कर पाए हैं। तो उस दिन की जो घटना थी उसमें 2 मॉड्यूल इस पे जो घटना को अंजाम देने में वो एक्टिव थे। दोनों गोल्डी ब्राड से कनाडा में जो बैठ के इसको इन टच थे, दोनों मॉड्यूल से उन इन टच थे। एक गाड़ी में बोलेरो में जिसको कशिश चला रहा था, जिसको प्रियव्रत फौजी जो है ये मॉड्यूल को हेड कर रहा था, अंकित सिरसा इनके साथ था और दीपक मुंडी इनके साथ था। ये 4 लोग बोलेरो गाड़ी में थे और इस मॉड्यूल को प्रियव्रत फौजी हेड कर रहा था। जो कोरोला गाड़ी थी उसमें जगरूप रूपा गाड़ी चला रहा था, मनप्रीत मन्नू उसके साथ बैठा था। तो जब शुभदीप सिद्धू अपने घर से निकले, जैसा कि ऑलरेडी पंजाब पुलिस ने बताया ही है कि एक संदीप केकड़ा नाम का व्यक्ति है जिसने इनिशियल इंटीमेशन दी कि उनकी मूवमेंट हुई है और उनके साथ कोई उस टाइम सिक्योरिटी नहीं थी और उनके 2 फ्रेंड्स थे। तो उसी टाइम इनको इंस्ट्रक्शन आती है, क्योंकि ये लोग काफ़ी दिन कई दिन से मल्टीपल रेकीज कर चुके थे। तो जब इनको पता चला कि कोई सिक्योरिटी साथ नहीं है तो इन्होंने उनकी गाड़ी को पीछा किया। करोला ने गाड़ी को ओवरटेक करते हुए मनप्रीत मन्नू ने AK-47 फायर करी। तो उस बर्स्ट में जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला थे उनको गन शॉट्स लगे और उनकी थार वहीं पे रुक गई। और करोला से फिर ये दोनों उतरे और पीछे जो बोलेरो थी वो भी टेल कर रही थी, उसमें से भी ये चारों जो शूटर थे दूसरे मॉड्यूल के ये उतरे। तो 6 के 6 लोगों ने वेपन्स यूज़ किए, फायरिंग करी, मल्टीपल राउंड्स फायर हुए, जिसका ऑलरेडी खाका जो है वो पंजाब पुलिस ने मीडिया के साथ शेयर किया है। तो जब इन्होंने देखा कि काफ़ी बुरी तरह से इन्होंने असॉल्ट कर दिया है और उनके बचने की संभावना नहीं है, तो ये उन दोनों गाड़ियों में वहाँ से वारदात को अंजाम देकर निकल गए। वारदात के बाद जो मन्नू था और रूपा थे ये अलग चले गए। जो ये बाकी 4 लोग थे ये बोलेरो में अलग गए। इनको केशव ने पिक किया, थोड़े किलोमीटर के बाद इन्होंने अपनी बोलेरो छोड़ दी। उसके बाद केशव ने इन्हें ट्रांसपोर्ट किया, वहाँ से फिर ये फतेहाबाद पहुँचे, कुछ दिन वहाँ रुके, फिर आगे भी इनकी कई जगह मूवमेंट रही। तो हमारी टीम्स तो काफ़ी देर से इस पे आपको जैसे बताया राइट फ्रॉम उसी टाइम से काम कर रही थी। तो 19 तारीख को सुबह के टाइम हमारी जो स्पेशल सेल की टीम्स थी इन्होंने इनको अरेस्ट किया है। ये है खारी मिट्टी रोड, विलेज बारोई, मुंद्रा पोर्ट के पास। तो इन्होंने वहाँ पे एक रेंटेड मकान किसी लोकल प्रॉपर्टी डीलर के थ्रू ले रखा था, क्योंकि जब इन्हें देखा कि ऑलरेडी कुछ फ़ोटोज़ आपको याद होंगी कि सर्कुलेट हुई थी, जो कि एक इंटरनल हमारा नोट था, उसमें हमने एक शुरू में कुछ वर्किंग करी थी जिसमें हमने कुछ सस्पेक्ट्स को अंकित किया था किसी ग्राउंड पे। लेकिन ऑब्वियसली सस्पेक्ट्स में से दैट वाज द स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट। तो 3 उसमें से जो हमारा वो था कि 3 शूटर जो थे वो वही निकले, रूपा, मन्नू और प्रियव्रत फौजी। इनसे रिकवरीज जो हुई हैं वो है 8 हाई एक्सप्लोसिव ग्रेनेड्स अलॉन्ग विद अंडर बैरल ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर। और ये जो HE-36 ग्रेनेड्स थे दे वर फॉर यूज़ विद ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर्स। ये ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर AK-47 राइफ़ल पे भी माउंट हो सकता था। 9 इनसे इलेक्ट्रिक डेटोनेटर मिले हैं। एक असॉल्ट राइफ़ल मिली है विद 20 राउंड्स। 3 सोफिस्टिकेटेड स्टार पिस्टल्स मिले हैं ऑफ .30 बोर। 36 राउंड इनसे 7.62 mm स्टार पिस्टल्स के मिले हैं और एक पार्ट AK सीरीज़ असॉल्ट राइफ़ल का मिला है। इसके अलावा इन्होंने पूरा जो इनका सीक्वेंस था, जो इन्होंने कैसे ये गैदर हुए, कहाँ ये मिले, कुछ चीज़ें हम आपसे नहीं शेयर कर सकते, हमने इनफैक्ट काफ़ी लेबोरेटली आपको बता ही दिया है। वो सारा हम उसको बिल्कुल एक चेन की तरह इस्टेब्लिश कर पाए हैं, विच वी विल बी शेयरिंग विद अदर लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसीज़ जहाँ जहाँ इन्होंने जो जो क्राइम कर रखा है। पंजाब पुलिस से भी हम रेगुलरली कोऑपरेट करते आए हैं और जो रेलेवेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन होगी, क्योंकि सीन ऑफ क्राइम वहाँ है, जो मेन इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वहाँ है। लेकिन हमारे भी जो मकोका केस में इनको अरेस्ट किया गया है, मकोका केस में ऑलरेडी हमने इनके सिंडिकेट के, जैसे कि आपको ऑलरेडी मेंबर्स पता हैं, ऑलरेडी अरेस्ट किए हैं। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को अरेस्ट किया है, राजकुमार राजू बसोदी को किया है, संपट नेहरा, रविंदर सिंह, जगदीप जग्गू, प्रियव्रत काला, राहुल सांगा, नरेश सेठी, अनिल लीला, अक्षय, सचिन भांजा, संदीप काला जथेड़ी, वीरेंद्र प्रताप काला राणा, ओम प्रकाश काला, दीपक टिन्नू, और इन सबको ऑलरेडी स्पेशल सेल ने मकोका केस में अरेस्ट किया है। तो इस मेन केस में इनकी भी अरेस्ट करी गई है, क्योंकि ये उन्हीं के सिंडिकेट के मेंबर हैं। और फर्दर जो भी कार्रवाई होगी, जब हमें लगेगा कि आपसे शेयर करनी है तो हम आपसे शेयर करेंगे।
जो चल रहा था क्या उसका इस्तेमाल हुआ?
देखिए, वो AK सीरीज़ की राइफल हमें अभी तक पता है, जो इनकी इंटरोगेशन से इस्टेब्लिश हुआ है AK सीरीज़ की थी और उसकी तो फोरेंसिक्स हो जाएगी, डेफिनेटिव corroboration तो फोरेंसिक्स से ही हो पाएगी और जब वेपन मिल जाएगा।
किस तरह के वेपन से इन लोगों ने गोली चलाई?
जो अभी तक हमें इस्टेब्लिश हुआ है, जो इंसिडेंट में यूज़ हुई है वो एक AK सीरीज़ की असॉल्ट राइफ़ल हुई है, मल्टीपल पिस्टल्स यूज़ हुए हैं और ये जो ग्रेनेड्स वगैरह इन्होंने रखे हुए थे ये भी इनके पास थे और पिस्टल्स भी इनके पास रिज़र्व थे जो हमने रिकवर किए हैं। तो ये इंसिडेंट में इन्होंने बैकअप के लिए रखे थे कि अगर बाय चांस कुछ ऐसा होता है कि इनकी पिस्टल से या ऑटोमेटिक वेपन से बात नहीं बनती तो इन्होंने ये ग्रेनेड भी इस इंसिडेंट में यूज़। हाँ जी, ये इम्पोर्टेड हैं तो डिटेल हम आपसे जब रेलेवेंट होगा शेयर कर लेंगे। बोलेरो गाड़ी में कशिश, अंकित सिरसा, प्रियव्रत फौजी, दीपक मुंडी। नहीं, ये फतेहाबाद रुके क्योंकि इनको भी था कि बड़ा इंसिडेंट है और बड़ी घटना को अंजाम दिया है और काफ़ी इनको पता था कि काफ़ी सारी मल्टीपल पुलिस फोर्सेस इनको पकड़ने की कोशिश करेंगी, तो ये काफ़ी अलर्ट थे और काफ़ी इन्होंने अपने हाइड आउट्स बदले, काफ़ी और जो इनको पता था अपने आप को कंसील करने के लिए जो जो चीज़ें करनी थी इन्होंने तमाम चीज़ों को अंजाम दिया।
सर, मनप्रीत मन्नू कहाँ पर है? वो मतलब वहाँ से भागे? मतलब एक्चुअली इनके साथ तक कहाँ तक था? मुद्रा पोर्ट तक था या वहाँ? नहीं,
मनप्रीत मन्नू और जगरूप रूपा इंसिडेंट के बाद थोड़ा सा फासले के बाद अलग हो गए।
सेपरेट हो गए।
So the remaining ones who are not arrested, is there a possibility you're suspecting that they could have left the country?
ये तो ऐसे हाइपोथेटिकल आंसर करना तो बहुत मुश्किल है।
कितने लोग गोल्डी बरार से कनेक्ट थे? शूटर्स कितने?
दोनों मॉड्यूल गोल्डी बरार से कनेक्टेड थे, दोनों को इंस्ट्रक्शन आ रही थी।
सर, ये मतलब किस चीज़ से बात कर रहे थे? ऐप से या
ये इंटरनल चीज़ है, ये हम आपसे शेयर नहीं कर पाएंगे।
सर, एक चीज़ और ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि शूटर है अलग-अलग स्टेट से, अलग-अलग गैंग से ये लोग प्रियव्रत फौजी क्या लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का था या कैसे?
उसका एक आगे एसोसिएट है, उसके थ्रू 2 शूटर थे, मोनू डागर के थ्रू 2 शूटर अलग थे, एक जो पेयर था पंजाब वाले शूटर्स का वो अलग था, तो 3 मॉड्यूल हम बोल सकते हैं, लेकिन जो बोलेरो वाला मॉड्यूल है वह प्रियव्रत फौजी हेड कर रहा था। तो आपको पंजाब पुलिस की प्रेस रिलीज देख लीजिए, उससे मिल जाएंगे।
दिल्ली पुलिस, महाराष्ट्र पुलिस और पंजाब पुलिस शूटर्स को आपने फाइनली अरेस्ट किया, क्यों अरेस्ट नहीं कर पाते? क्या ये अलग-अलग स्टेट में लिया था? अलग-अलग अरेस्ट
कर तो लिए, क्यों नहीं?
वो आपको क्रेडिट मिला, क्यों नहीं अरेस्ट? मतलब क्या दिक्कत किया?
नहीं, कुछ दिन तो लगते ही अरेस्ट करने में। अभी वो इस्टेब्लिश नहीं हुआ है, कुछ पार्ट ऑफ मनी हमने इस्टेब्लिश किया है, पर क्योंकि वो पूरा कंक्लूसिव नहीं है तो इसलिए हम अभी आपसे वो
एक्चुअल कॉस्ट सिर्फ बदला ही लेना था जो जिसकी विक्टिम की डेथ हुई थी, या कुछ और भी इनका था? कुछ जैसे बिजनेस इंडस्ट्री या कुछ अपना परचेस के लिए जो करते हैं यूजुअली ये सब चीज़ें भी करते हैं, कुछ ऐसा है क्या?
देखिए, मैंने आपको ये पहले ही बोला था, हम क्राइम के मोटिव पे नहीं जा रहे हैं क्योंकि हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन वो वाला केस सिर्फ नहीं है। स्पेशल सेल का जो मैंडेट है वो है कि ऑर्गेनाइज क्राइम को टैकल करना और एंटी टेरर एंगल को देखना, और हमारा होता है कि अगर कहीं बड़ा क्राइम हुआ है, उस क्राइम के जब भी कोई अंजाम होता है तो हम आगे प्रोएक्टिवली रिएक्ट करते हैं ताकि हम वही चीज़ कल को राजधानी में ना हो, हम उस चीज़ को कोशिश करते हैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रिवेंट करी जा सके। तो हमारा मकसद जो होता है कि किसी ने भी किसी भी बड़े केस को अंजाम दिया है तो स्पेशल सेल उसको पकड़े एंड दे शुड ब्रिंग देम टू जस्टिस। क्या मोटिव था, नहीं था, ये चीज़ें इन्वेस्टिगेशन का मैटर है और ऑलरेडी हम कमेंट डिस्कस
सर, ये गोल्डी बरार से टच में थे, आपने बताया दोनों मॉड्यूल। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई कहाँ इनसे साथ में टच में था? या मास्टरमाइंड सर है, क्योंकि मास्टरमाइंड है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गोल्डी वाला। हाँ, मतलब इन दोनों में मास्टरमाइंड किसको हम बोले?
नहीं, ये हम ऑलरेडी, आप बार बार वही चीज़ क्यों सुनना चाहते हैं? हमने बोला है कि मास्टरमाइंड उसने एडमिट किया था है, लेकिन आगे उसने किसको टास्किंग करी, कैसे टास्किंग करी, क्या कोई बेल रिलीज़ हो रहा था, कोई साथी था या मुलाकात में बोला, क्या बोला, ये चीज़ें अगेन माइन्यूट इन्वेस्टिगेशन की है, इससे हमारा बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस नहीं है इस टाइम।
प्रियव्रत ने गोल्डी बरात को पहले संपर्क में था, तो मारने के बाद भी कॉल किया था, उससे कुछ टच में था ये लोग?
हाँ, मारने के बाद इनकी कॉल हुई और इसने बोला कि काम कर दिया।
सर, इनसे आर्म्स मिले हैं तो ये क्या कैरी कर रहे थे या वहाँ पे उन्होंने कहीं लोकल सेंटर से कहीं से अरेंजमेंट किया था, वहाँ पे ये रखा था, इसका क्या सोर्सेज है?
अच्छा क्वेश्चन है। ये इन्होंने एक हरियाणा में जगह है जहाँ पे इन्होंने जो रिज़र्व वाले वेपन्स थे ये रख दिए थे, और ये जो वेपन्स रिकवर हुए जो रिज़र्व थे वारदात में यूज़ होने थे अगर ज़रूरत पड़ती, ये इन्होंने रखे विलेज किरमारा, डिस्ट्रिक्ट हिसार, हरियाणा में। और ये प्रिवर्त को जब अरेस्ट करके हम लेके आए तो उसके इंस्टेंस पे ये रिकवरी हुई है। ये तो बड़े दिनों से थे और इन्होंने मल्टीपल रेकीज करी थी। इन्होंने ये जो 4 लोग थे ये पीरियड्स में अलग अलग फेजेस में कुछ हफ्ते से ज़्यादा थे और 8-9 बार इन्होंने रेकी करी है अलग अलग तरीके से।
टोटल कितने रेस्ट होते?
6 शूटर थे, मैं शूटर्स की बात कर रहा हूँ सिर्फ। अरेस्ट तो मल्टीपल हो चुकी हैं, जिन्होंने हार्बर किया, जिन्होंने रेकी करी, जिन्होंने मूवमेंट बताई, लेकिन 6 शूटर थे। 6 शूटर में 2 अरेस्ट हुए हैं, ये पहले 2 हैं।
सर, इन्होंने इस केस के बारे में कुछ और इन्फॉर्मेशन दी?
और आपको क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन?
जानकारी आगे की गोल्डी बरात से कैसे टच में थे, क्या?
ये तो मैंने बोला हम नहीं बताएंगे।
सर, एग्जैक्ट कहाँ से गिरफ्तार हुए?
ये आपको अभी बताया, खारी मिट्टी रोड, विलेज बारोई, मुंद्रा, कच्छ।
क्या आप कह सकते हैं कि दिल्ली पुलिस ने पहले सारे जो शूटर्स इन्वॉल्व थे जितने हिट किया है, राउंड गोलियां चलाई हैं, उसने दिल्ली पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया?
नहीं, गलत होगा ये। 6 लोगों ने फायरिंग करी है। जो बोलेरो का मॉड्यूल हेड था उसको हमने अरेस्ट किया है, जो बोलेरो चला रहा था और जिसने उतर के फायरिंग करी है बाकियों के साथ उसको अरेस्ट किया है, जिसने बोलेरो वाले शूटर्स को वारदात के बाद ट्रांसपोर्ट किया उसको अरेस्ट किया है। करोला वाले 2 बाकी हैं और 2 बोलेरो वाले बाकी हैं। बोलेरो में अंकित सिरसा और दीपक मुंडी। बोलेरो चला रहा था कशिश, साथ बैठा था प्रियव्रत, अंकित सिरसा और दीपक मुंडी। करोला चला रहा था जगरूप रूपा और साथ बैठा था मन, जिसने असॉल्ट राइफल से पहला बर्स्ट फायर किया थार को ओवरटेक करते हुए। थैंक यू। इससे ज़्यादा क्या
All right, big breakthrough in the Sidhu Moosewala murder probe and very important details being highlighted by the Delhi Police Special Cell Commissioner. Of course, this all comes after the arrest of 2 shooters that took place by the Special Cell, but confirming to the media that all 6 shooters involved in the murder have now been arrested. So that's a confirmation coming in. Of course, the Delhi Police Special Cell also going on to highlight the kind of recoveries that have been made all through the investigation, how they have seized high explosive grenades, also assault rifles. Important to also point out how the Delhi Police Special Cell highlighted that the recce was done by all those involved in planning the murder close to 8 to 9 times. Let me go across to Bhavtosh joining us with more details. Bhavtosh, very sensational details have been put out by the Delhi Police Special Cell. Recce done 8 to 9 times. Explosives have also been recovered from the accused who are arrested now. All 6 shooters have been arrested.
With each passing day, what is becoming very clear is that sinister planning has been carried out by Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Bharat. The very fact that high explosive grenades have been seized, 9 electric detonators, assault rifles, 20 rounds of cartridges, and 36 rounds of weapons have been seized, clearly showed that the Sidhu Moosewala's murder was planned in advance. Now, according to investigators, this was done as soon as Vicky Medukheda was killed in broad daylight in Mohali. Remember, this was this was in a way to control the Punjab music industry. And when Vikramjit was killed in Mohali, the planning was being carried out by Bishnoi's gang and also by Goldie Bharat. And it was there and then decided that they will kill Sidhu Moosewala. They thought that it was Shagan Preet Singh whose studio was used to carry out this killing. And subsequently, Lawrence Bishnoi, while lodged in Tihar jail, had decided who would go ahead and carry out this killing. He, in fact, hired the shooters. While Lawrence Bishnoi is in the custody of Punjab police, the Delhi police on its part has said that these two shooters were directly hired by Goldie Bharat. Goldie Bharat, in fact, paid them around 2 to 3 lakh rupees. There are at least 6 other shooters who are still on run. The police on its part has said that weapons were provided to them by Goldie Bharat on the instructions of Lawrence Bishnoi. Lawrence Bishnoi had, in fact, said that the very fact that Vicky Medu Kheda was killed by Lucky Patel Kaushal gang.
All right. Breaking news coming in. Bhavtosh, I'll just come back to you, but this is a big breaking input in the follow-up to what we just heard. The court has now granted 14-day police custody of these shooters. So all of these shooters will be sent to 14-day police remand. Their custody has been now given to the Delhi Police Special Cell. Important details that have been highlighted by the Delhi Police Special Cell already, and now they get the custody of all of these shooters for the next 14 days. Let me go across to Priyank joining us with more details. Priyank, that's an important update. Also because there are 2 modules who are involved. Before that, quickly taking a word from Nilashish as well. Nilashish, 14-day police custody of all the shooters.
Well, yes, absolutely. The Patiala House Court has remanded the shooters to 14 days police custody after the police did press for the same. They will be produced again on the 4th of July. But these shooters clearly, they require to be questioned in police custody. The special cell sought the same from the court, and therefore, given the grievance of the case, the grave nature of the case, it has been decided by the court to send these shooters to 14 days police custody, and they will in fact be produced again on the 4th of July.
Yes, so more likely to tumble out of the closet. Thank you, Nilashish, for joining us with those details. Priyanka, back to you. Now, the special cell broke down details of how 2 modules were involved in the entire operation, both of whom are also linked to Goldie Bharat.
Yes, certainly, Josephine, because the Delhi police has been from the initial stage also pointing out that who these shooters were, because it was the first agency which identified those shooters, and the photographs were also shared with the concerned agencies. But as we were also trying to tell to viewers earlier, that these shooters were also attempting to free Lawrence Bishnoi. That was a clear-cut input. That's why if you see the amount of seizure, which already include 9 electric detonators, assault rifles, and 20 rounds of AK-47 magazine was also recovered. And Delhi police has very, categorically stated that AK-47 assault rifle were used because as you remember, we broke that information that, prohibited both weapons were also used in killing of Sidhu Moosewala. But the fact remains that since Lawrence has already been taken by the Punjab police and all these shooters have been arrested, whether there could be some more people of this module or not, because that is a main thing which is worrying the agencies. Because even if Lawrence Bishnoi has been behind the bar, he has managed to carry out this kind of assassination which has taken life of Sidhu Moosewala, which was certainly a serious thing. What Delhi police has also maintained that these shooters had kept reserved weapons in a village which is known as Kimara in Rajasthan, and later to that, the Delhi police have also concluded that they will be taking the police custody. And as we just heard that all these accused have been produced before the court, where the court has granted them 14 days of police remand. So for the next 14 days, Delhi police will be questioning them in detail. On July 4th, these suspects will be brought before the court once again after their police remand will end. Delhi police has also very specifically stated that these 6 shooters who were in the 2 cars, which was involved in killing of Sidhu Moosewala, and they have identified who was sitting where. In Bolero, they have identified that Kashish, Parivat, and Ankit Sirsa as Deepak Mundi was sitting. And then in Corolla car, which was also tailing this Bolero car, Jagdeep, Rupa, Manpreet, Manu were the first one who had first opened fire on the Thar vehicle. Now, those series of detail has already been shared by the Delhi police officials. These are the important piece of information which has come up so far.
Absolutely. The Delhi police are going on to explain and in fact give out names in detail on the shooters who were present both inside the Bolero and the Corolla. Also goes on to highlight one more thing, and Priyank, we'll go across to Bhavtosh in just a bit, but Priyank, it goes on to highlight how this was all pre-planned because they had reserved weapons in a village in Rajasthan. Remember, these are just 6 shooters who were directly involved. There were many other players, as was pointed out by the Delhi police as well, who were involved, some of whom were giving logistical help, some of whom were helping shield some of these accused. So, a lot of planning that went underway.
There have been 14 accused who have been arrested. Few of them have been arrested for providing shelter, then weapons as well as vehicles to these set of individuals. But there were 6 shooters who were in these 2 vehicles, which was also spotted tailing these people. Delhi police also says that the Punjab police have also managed to arrest one of the person who had given the tip of Sidhu Moosewala coming out from his home in Musa village of Punjab, and which is in Mansa, and there was a proper planning, which is for sure. There has been a foreign hand, which is quite clear. But during the course of questioning, the Delhi police will be able to know that whether there was some kind of more business interest which these set of individuals had.
All right, we need to cut across to visuals we're picking up of the Congress party currently walking to the president's. Remember, the Congress party has already spoken of how they will be now in person meeting the president and apprising him of the situation of the kind of alleged attack by the Delhi police personnel that took place on them while they were protesting against Rahul Gandhi's questioning. Listen in.
नौजवानों को रोजगार नहीं दे पा रही है और सेना भी ठेका में
सर अभी आप डेलीगेशन लेके जा रहे हैं प्रेसिडेंट से मिलने, ये सत्याग्रह चल रहा है, किस चीज के लिए है?
We'll keep getting you those voices. Let me go across to Niyamika, who's joining us live. Niyamika, all through the day they've been staging a satyagraha. We saw some of the senior Congress leaders on the stage as well at Jantar Mantar, and now they're wanting to meet the president to talk about the Agnipath scheme in detail, also talk about the alleged attack that took place on them, or rather the Delhi police assault.
Well, absolutely, as you can see in the visuals as well, that it is the Congress party's MP of both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha who had marched from the Parliament House towards the President House as one of the delegation of Congress party is going to meet the President of India regarding the matter of the allegations which were being put up by the Congress party that it is the Delhi police personnel who had misbehaved and even thrashed many of the Congress leaders during the protest which Congress did in against the ED's questioning of Rahul Gandhi in connection to the National Herald matter. Congress delegation is also going to raise the issue of Agnipath scheme as Congress is also holding protest from the past 2 days against this recently launched scheme of the central government, and Congress is also demanding that the central government need to take this decision back because the youth of this country is really aggressive over the matter. They are not in favor of this scheme, and they have protesting all across the country. Many of these youth have also got violent during these protests, and they have been demanding that central government must take this decision back, and that is the reason why Congress is now going to meet the President of India to raise this demand before him and ask the central government to roll back this Agnipath scheme as soon as possible.
Absolutely. They want to now bring to the notice of the President the alleged manhandling and harassment they say that took place during the protest they staged against the questioning of Rahul Gandhi. Nilashish also joining us live with more details. Nilashish, have you been able to speak to some of them? What are the Congress leaders opining, given that they've been saying that they will take this up with the President? We'll go across to our reporters in just a bit. Nyamika continues to stay on with us. Nyamika, the Congress party, of course, has upped its ante as far as the Agnipath scheme protests are concerned. All through the day, they were staging a satyagraha at Jantar Mantar. Lot of condemnable remarks have been coming in from some of the Congress leaders, and despite all that, no action being taken, no disciplinary action, no strict words coming in from the Congress leaders, and they're heading to the President to meet him.
30 घंटों से ज्यादा राहुल जी की पूछताछ करी जा रही है और ईडी और दूसरे जितने भी सरकारी तंत्र हैं उसके माध्यम से अनुचित दबाव कांग्रेस पार्टी के ऊपर डाला जा रहा है ताकि कांग्रेस पार्टी की आवाज को बंद करा जा सके। ईडी और सीबीआई पिछले 8 वर्षों के अंदर ईडी ने इस वक्त 5422 केस ईडी के चल रहे हैं, उसमें से 5310 केस 5422 में से 5310 केस सिर्फ मोदी सरकार के पिछले 8 वर्ष के और सिर्फ 112 केसेस उससे पहले के हैं। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि कितना दबाव डालने की कोशिश यहां पर करी जा रही है। किस पुलिस एजेंसी ने
करते हुए फिर दोबारा चर्चा करके जो कोई अगर नतीजे में पहुंचा जाने उसके लिए कोशिश करना चाहिए।
What does cooperation mean? एक दफा उनसे आप कहिए, please explain what does cooperation mean? Does cooperation mean that you go and say yes to every senseless question they're asking? Is that cooperation? Is cooperation to get yourself into trouble? What does the Constitution say? That you cannot implicate yourself. You just cannot implicate yourself. You have a right to do so, right to not implicate yourself. Now, if they don't understand that, and they can't understand that in terms of cooperation, then it's a very sad thing for this country.
All right, big breaking news coming in, and this is the Delhi police, remember, briefed on the Moosewala murder probe, and 2 main shooters have been arrested by the cops. A super scoop that Times Now has now access to how arms and explosives have been recovered from the killers. Viewers, just a short while ago, you heard the Delhi police Special Cell CP break down details of the kind of recoveries that have been made from these 6 shooters, all of whom now stand arrested. They have broken down details of how there were 2 modules that were operating all through this plan, and how both the modules are linked to Goldie Barar. They spoke of the 8 imported grenades which were also brought as backup in case the rifles and AK-47 didn't work in neutralizing Moosewala. So it was all pre-planned, details of which were broken down by the Delhi Police Special Cell. And Bhavtosh joining us with more details. Bhavtosh, more that we're tracking on the explosives that have been recovered from these shooters. Tell us more.
Visuals that we have accessed clearly shows the kind of sophisticated weapons that have been seized from these criminals. That also shows the kind of planning also went by the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and also by Goldie Barar. And the weapons that have been seized, the cartridges that have been seized, the grenades that have been used or they would have used, clearly showed that they came with an intention to kill Sidhu Moosewala, and they were the idea was to kill Sidhu Moosewala. These are highly sophisticated weapons. These are prohibitory bore weapons. They also had access to AK-47 assault rifle. If we can play out these visuals, clearly these visuals were meant to kill Sidhu Moosewala. But what is most disturbing is the fact that...
Bhavtosh, I'll come back to you. Let me go across to Anuj also joining us. Anuj, some of the pictures of the explosives that have been recovered by the Delhi Police Special Cell, is pe aur jankari dijiye.
जी बिल्कुल, दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल ने जो सोफिस्टिकेटेड हथियार बरामद किया है, जिसमें से 8 जो हैं वो ग्रेनेड हैं, साथ ही साथ ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर बरामद किया है, 3 पिस्टल और 36 कारतूस जो हैं वो बरामद किए हैं। जाहिर तौर पर स्पेशल सेल का साफ तौर पे ये कहना था कि उन्होंने जो प्लानिंग की गई थी, जो स्ट्रेटेजी बनाई गई थी, उसमें 2 मॉड्यूल जो है वो पूरी तरीके से काम कर रहा था, जिसमें से एक मॉड्यूल जो था जिसको लीड कर रहा था प्रिवर्त फौजी, बाकी दूसरा मॉड्यूल था जो कि दूसरी गाड़ी में था। और जब इन लोगों ने मूसेवालों को घेरा, उसके बाद 6 के 6 शूटरों ने लगातार फायरिंग की, जिसकी वजह से मूसेवाले का कत्ल हुआ। तो जाहिर तौर पर स्पेशल सेल का यह भी कहना है कि बाकायदा जो हथियार जो बरामद हुए उनसे काफी संख्या में हथियार इन लोगों ने एक हरियाणा के दूसरी जगह पे छिपा रखा था।
जी, all right, the Delhi police broke down details of how they've seized high explosive grenades, 9 electric detonators, assault rifles with 20 rounds and 36 rounds of pistol as well. Some of those visuals on your screens. It's a Times Now exclusive, viewers. And as we were pointing out, 8 imported grenades were also brought as backup in case the assault rifles didn't work in neutralizing Moosewala. Now that version has been put out by the Delhi Police Special Cell. They have clearly broken down details of how there was a clear involvement of as many as 6 shooters, 2 of whom were arrested recently. Bhavtosh continues to stay on with us. Yes, Bhavtosh, we're putting out those exclusive visuals. Tell us more.
Well, these are prohibitory bore cartridges and very restricted weapons. And the very disturbing fact is that these criminals, while being lodged in Tihar jail, have access to these kinds of weapons. Now, while police can pat it back and say that they have solved the case, they have arrested the main shooters, the very fact that they have access the very fact that they have access to such weapons and they can use such cartridges can also clearly shows that these criminals are armed to teeth. The idea was not only to kill Sidhu Moosewala but also to spread a reign of terror in not only in Punjab but across the country. Remember, Christine, as soon as this crime happened, they also sent a letter to Bollywood actor Salman Khan. They knew Salman Khan or Bollywood would be aware of the fact that Sidhu Moosewala was brutally killed, and the idea was to send a warning to Salman Khan, not only to him but also to Karan Johar. Lawrence Bishnoi in many ways is trying to replace D Company by not only by carrying out the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, but also to send a message to various actors and singers and to sportsperson that it is now that it is now he who controls the underworld, even while he is based out of Tihar jail. He's presently in the custody of Punjab police, but the manner in which he operates now clearly shows that he's someone who has access to phones. The entire case has been cracked by the Delhi police as well as by the Punjab police. But the weapons that, the visuals of the weapons that we have just put out clearly shows that his gang has easy access to such weapons. 8 grenades. These grenades have marking of Pakistan and Chinese weapons. That also shows that they can easily have access to such weapons. The fact that his gang had given a warning to Bollywood actor Salman Khan, and we're also planning to send a message to Karan Johar. The idea was to make sure that they gather extortion or somehow get extortion from Bollywood actor, very similar to what used to happen in early 90s in Bollywood.
Absolutely. Access to assault rifles and the best of ammunition. But Bhavtosh, they also had reserved weapons in place, which they'd possibly hit in a village in Rajasthan, as per the Delhi police.
Yes, the very fact that Lawrence Bishnoi gang in fact started operating from Rajasthan. From Rajasthan it spread to Haryana. From Haryana it went to Punjab. In fact, the gang spread very quickly from Rajasthan to Haryana to Punjab, and it's quickly spreading its tentacles in various parts of North India, and Rajasthan allows them to operate very easily and safely.
So far, 14 accused have been arrested, 6 of whom are 6 shooters, and these are exclusive visuals of some of the arms and ammunition that have been recovered by the Delhi police. Bhavtosh, thank you. Slipping into a very short break here. Be back with the top stories on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
You use the word empathy. Many people will think, sir, that you're paying lip service to the term.
Yes.
Empathy is acknowledging that a genocide happened.
Right, that's your opinion.
Let me finish.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish, sir. Why aren't you letting me finish?
I'm not here to satisfy you.
What have we set off?
Opinion.
I can't ask you a question.
You finish because you turn everything around. I'm sorry.
I'm not. You use these words.
Listen, this is my last warning. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out. Simple.
But Mr. Khurshid, if you're not going to allow me to frame the questions on the words that you yourself have used, then how can we have a conversation? I don't understand what rules these are.
No.
Anyhow,
You can ask me the question. Please understand.
खुर्शीद साहब मैं बताऊं प्रॉब्लम क्या है. मैं आपको सच्ची बात बताता हूं. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to tell you this: that the people from your party, have been openly behaving like genocide deniers. They are denying there was a genocide. It's not a good thing. Number one, as a vice person, senior most leader, if you can just put some sense in their mind and say, okay, you don't acknowledge it, but don't be a genocide denier. Second problem with your party is that they are using this film as a collateral damage for their political battles, which is not a good thing. I always ask your party people, would you ever do that with Schindler's List? They will never do that. And good news is, yesterday a member of Parliament, of Scottish Parliament, in one of my events, after seeing that, he said that he is going to put a motion in Scottish Parliament. It's on record. The video will be out in next 1 hour. He said he's going to put a motion so that Scottish Parliament acknowledges it as a genocide. Your party, which belongs to Kashmiri Pandits, Pandit Nehru, Motilal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, would you pass a motion in Parliament saying that it was a genocide? If no, can you on TV say, yes, indeed, it was a genocide?
Tyagi, you're with Times Now. These are the top stories we are tracking at 5 p.m.
मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी.
Top Gandhi loyalist Subodh Kant Sahai crosses the limit of political discourse with shocking Hitler ki maut marega jibe at Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
4 साल में उसको बेघर कर दीजिएगा, एक्सपीरियंस भी नहीं होगा, गोली चला देगा किसी पर, देश में तमाशा होगा, खून खराबे देश में होंगे, बंदूक पकड़ेगा युवा.
Another Congress Neta and lawmaker Irfan Ansari fans Agnipath fire with call for violence despite Prime Minister Modi cautioning against partisan politics derailing good intention schemes.
46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके आरएसएस में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम.
Senior Congress leaders float new theories. Khurshid says Agnipath scheme was put armed forces integrity into doubt. Kharge claims Agnipath was a scheme to create private army for the RSS. The hyped up Bharath Bandh makes your daily commute difficult but fails to win public support. bid to make political capital by heaping misery on common man rejected.
सुबह 6 बजे से बैठा हूँ। मुझे कोई साधन ही नहीं दिख रहा है कि कैसे हम लोग घर जाएंगे। बहुत बुरी तरीके से फंस गए हैं।
Cancellations and blocking of trains following arson and vandalism leaves innocent commuters stranded. Times Now reports on passengers' misery from the ground.
घंटों से ज्यादा राहुल जी की पूछताछ करी जा रही है। दबाव कांग्रेस पार्टी के ऊपर डाला जा रहा है ताकि कांग्रेस पार्टी की आवाज को बंद करा जा सके।
Rahul Gandhi to face the fourth round of questioning in the National Herald case. Loyalists return to streets to shield the Parivar. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Karnataka for the big infra push and Lingayat outreach inaugurates projects worth 27,000 crore rupees. Assam continues to reel under devastating floods, over 32 lakh affected, thousands homeless, death toll reaches 71. Attack with a machete, cop Arun fights back without fear, risked life for duty. Dramatic video of Kerala's Singham goes viral. All right, some breaking news right at the top of the bulletin. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, now there is a renewed effort by the states to unearth the plot for the arson and violence. Now, what we have learned is that there are 35 WhatsApp groups and the certain tuition centers are right now under the scanner of the police. They want to see from Bihar to Jharkhand to Telangana how, in fact, this entire youth mob fury, the anger, was it fanned in a plot, in fact, in an insidious plot to ensure that there is violent protest as far as the Agniveer scheme, the Agnipath scheme is concerned. Now, states are zeroing in on the coaching centers who may have, in fact, played a pivotal role in the fire and the fury that gripped India after the announcement of Agnipath scheme. Now, let's get you some details and reports on how this entire menace is being unearthed and tackled by the security forces.
छात्रों को भड़काने को लेकर पटना में 6 कोचिंग संस्थानों पर एफआईआर हुआ है, जिसमें से एक कोचिंग दानापुर का है, निरंजन कोचिंग, और जो बताया जा रहा है वो कोचिंग संस्थान है जहां पर जो बच्चों को पढ़ाया जा रहा था, और इस कोचिंग संस्थान पर भी एफआईआर हुआ है। इसी में अंदर आपको हम तस्वीर दिखाना चाहेंगे कि किस तरह से अंदर जो कमरे बने हैं उसी में क्लासेस होते थे। हालांकि कोई भी प्रूफ यहाँ पर ना तो कोई बैनर है ना तो कोई पोस्टर है इस कोचिंग का, लेकिन जो यहाँ के लोग बता रहे हैं कि इसमें कोचिंग चलता था, आर्मी की तैयारी के लिए यहाँ कोचिंग चलाया जाता था और बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर बच्चे आते थे पढ़ाई करने के लिए। लेकिन इसमें अभी फिलहाल ताला लगा हुआ है चूँकि एफआईआर हो चुका है इस कोचिंग पर।
यहाँ शाम में कंप्यूटर क्लास चलता था, कंप्यूटर क्लास वाला नहीं, अंदर वाला में चलता था।
अंदर वाला में क्या कौन चीज़ का पढ़ाई होता था?
जैसे बच्चा सब आता था, सियाना।
कोई भी यहाँ पर कुछ भी कहने से बच रहा है, क्योंकि ये जो एफआईआर हुआ है उसके बाद से जो कोचिंग संस्थान है जो बताया जा रहा है उसमें ताला लगा है और कोई भी कुछ भी बताने को यहाँ पर तैयार नहीं है।
पिछले कुछ दिनों से बिहार में जो कुछ हो रहा है उसके पीछे भड़काऊ जो स्टेटमेंट्स हैं जो सोशल मीडिया पे आ रहे थे उनका काफी ज्यादा बड़ा रोल निकल के पुलिस की जांच में अब तक सामने आया है। उसको लेकर के बिहार पुलिस की जो टीम डेल्टा है वो 24 घंटे अब सतर्क है और कई दिनों से इस टाइप की मॉनिटरिंग हो रही थी। जिस तरीके से इंफॉर्मेशन आ रहा था उसको लेकर के अब आप देख सकते हैं कि एक सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट जैसे जैसे वो आगे बढ़ेंगे आप देखेंगे टीवी चैनल से लेकर के ट्विटर और बाकी प्लेटफॉर्म पे जैसे जैसे पोस्ट आते हैं और उनके पीछे जो जो प्रतिक्रिया लोग देते जा रहे हैं, हर चीज पे नजर रखी जा रही है। आप देखिए ये वर्ल्ड बेस्ट मिलिट्री को लेकर के प्रधानमंत्री का चेहरा और बाकी सारी चीजें, वीडियोस और सारे फुटेजेस को लेकर के जिस तरीके से लोगों ने उनका गलत इस्तेमाल किया है, वो अब जांच के दायरे में। हमारे साथ बात करने के मौजूद हैं एसपी ईयू और जो कि साइबर सेल भी हेड कर रहे हैं। सुनील जी, क्या क्या चीजें यहाँ पे आप मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं और क्या एक्शन उसके बाद लिया जाता है?
देखिए, मेरी सोशल मीडिया पेट्रोल यूनिट है और हम सोशल मीडिया पेट्रोलिंग करते हैं और जो भी चीज़ें सोशल मीडिया के डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे आती हैं उनको हम देखते हैं और उसमें जो भी ऑब्जेक्शनेबल कंटेंट होता है या कुछ इस तरह के भड़काऊ पोस्ट होते हैं, उन पे जो लीगल एक्शन है वो हम लोग आके प्रोसीड करते हैं। हमारा, आपको पता है कि सेंट्रल एजेंसी के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन है और एमएचए इसको लेकर काफ़ी तरह से अलग अलग उसके प्लेटफॉर्म्स भी हैं और उस पर हम सारे लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, सारे स्टेट्स के लोग जुड़े हुए हैं और हम लोग लगातार कोऑर्डिनेशन में भी काम करते हैं।
Going across to my colleague Priyank, who in fact got us those inputs of how now the coaching centers in Bihar are under the scanner of the police, and there is massive impetus by the social media department of the Bihar police to try and ensure that once again the violence doesn't erupt in Bihar. Priyank, now one thing is very clear, that while there was anger as far as the youth is concerned, but there were certain vested interests which may have misled them into this violent reaction. Okay, we'll just try and fix that audio with Priyank.
I was trying to say that I was talking to the senior officials in Bihar Police. They are saying that they have a series of information which they have gathered, which clearly shows that there were many political party leaders from the local area of Danapur who were also behind this. But the Bihar Police is trying to gather information before they can come out and openly talk about those set of individuals. These are the few notorious names of this area who have joined various political parties, and then they have been instigating the youth. But that is not only the thing. Since there's the mushrooming of the coaching institutes in Patna has started over the period of decades, so these coaching institute owners also very well know that if the number of students will decrease, that will certainly hit out on their businesses. That's why 6 coaching institutes have been named by the Bihar Police, which is certainly under the scanner. And what we have got to know that around 15 coaching institutes in Jahanabad as well as in Patna and Danapur are the one which is certainly under the scanner of Bihar Police officials. There were few posts which were also posted by the coaching institute owner in the last few days, which has also been deleted by them from the social media account. But these are the monitoring cell which is known as Delta Unit of Delhi of Bihar Police, which is keeping a close watch on every statement which is giving out on social media.
Priyank, stay on with me. Let's also play out this report by our colleague Tamal, who is also, in fact, reporting from Bihar after the mayhem that the state saw in the last 2 to 3 days.
Whether the protest against Agnipath, the central government scheme, a spontaneous one or orchestrated, manufactured as part of a larger design designed by some and few, a question which is now coming before the administration time and again. In Bihar, there is an emerging development which indicate that possibly it was part of a larger design. There was absolute vandalism, mayhem at Teregna railway station, which comes under Mussoorie in Bihar. And the Mussoorie police are of the opinion that there were students who were fronting the protest belonged to coaching centers. And in such coaching centers, there had been a very well thought out message propagated, instigating, inciting students to participate in such protests, which eventually led to absolute mayhem and vandalism.
में ऐसे प्रशासन के पास यदि कुछ भी हमारे माने कि विरुद्ध में यदि ऐसा कुछ एविडेंस मिलता है तो हम पे प्रशासन कार्रवाई कर सकते हैं, और ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता, क्योंकि हमारा जो यूट्यूब चैनल है उसको भी खंगाला जाए या हमारा फेसबुक आईडी है उसको खंगाला जाए, मेरा व्हाट्सएप को खंगाला जाए, किसी प्रकार के या हमारी कॉल डिटेल्स को खंगाला जाए, या हमें रोड पर का फुटेज देखा जाए, बच्चों के साथ में हम गए हैं रेलवे ट्रैक पर या कहीं भी गए हैं, किसी तरीके का, या हम अपना पर्सनल नंबर से यदि हम किसी से बात किए हैं तो हमारी वो ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग वगैरह को भी खंगाला जाए। यदि उसमें हम संलिप्त पाते हैं तो हमें हमारे ऊपर जितनी भी उचित से उचित कार्रवाई हो, इसके लिए मैं तैयार हूँ।
Let me also bring in Tamal, my colleague, who is joining us at this moment. Tamal, you also spoke to the coaching center owner, in fact, who said that he's ready for any kind of investigation. But the big question right now, and also the big challenge for the Bihar police, not only to ensure that the situation of law and order doesn't worsen in the future, but also to see whether there were some people who instigated these youth in this violent reaction.
Well, Ankit, close to 20 coaching centers across the state of Bihar are absolutely under the scanner. Why? Because police are acting on absolute information and evidences that they have at their disposal. They mostly have digital evidence. And now what is this digital evidence? These digital evidences are YouTube videos which were basically issued by such coaching center teachers and owners, where they allegedly had asked people to mobilize crowd, assemble and also protest, not specifying the language of the protest, but very fact that asking people to protest, assemble at the railway station itself is a proof of a method in the entire madness that you have witnessed in the past couple of days. That's one. Second of all, police have summoned several coaching center owners and the teachers.
Right.
Their IDs have been verified, their digital profiles have been verified, and they are all under the scanner. So when some of them deny that they have had no role, at the same time, there are people who have used the digital source, the digital platform, while being in the capacity of the coaching center.
Okay.
To propagate a certain message. And very quickly, Ankit, why is this important? Because in Bihar, there is a culture of coaching center where people are being trained for the competitive exams, including the armed forces exams. Realizing that to have a training from the government for 4 years can eat into their business, possibly that had instigated their insecurity, which resulted in such instigation and also propagation of message. So police are not letting go of their denial.
On one hand, while Tamal, it is very, very clear that the youth are angry. Not everybody is on board as far as the scheme is concerned, which the government is now hard selling as far as youth is concerned. But we saw the kind of reaction that in Bihar. It was extremely violent, and at the receiving end of this mob fury were the Indian Railways. In fact, many railway stations were attacked, trains were attacked, burnt. My colleague Priyank spoke to Mr. Rajiv Ranjan. He is DIG Railways on the kind of arrangements that the railways are now making to ensure that their property can be secured.
After the mayhem which was created by these hooligans who came in the garb of student protesters, now the railway police has made it sure that the raid route should be open. We are joined by DIG Railways. Sir, what is the status right now, and how far you have been managed to reach out to the key conspirators who were behind this incident?
अभी तक का जो हालात है, आज भारत बंद है और अभी तक के हालात पूरी तरह से सामान्य हैं। जिस तरीके से वो लोग आए थे, उन्होंने एक योजना बना रखा था और इसमें कुछ व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप सक्रिय हुए थे, उनको हम लोगों ने लोकेट कर लिया है। वो हमारे कब्जे में है सारी जानकारी। तो उन्होंने पूरी योजना बनाई थी। योजना के तहत उपद्रवी लोगों को यहाँ इकट्ठा किया और उनकी योजना ही थी कि रेलवे की संपत्ति को क्षतिग्रस्त करना। तो वो उन्होंने किया था। हम लोगों ने पहचान कर लिया है और स्टूडेंट्स तो बिल्कुल नहीं कहिए, स्टूडेंट्स ऐसा हरकत करता नहीं है। ये सारे लोग अपराधी थे और सामाजिक तत्व हैं, उपद्रवी हैं और उन लोगों ने ऐसा काम किया।
All right, let's also listen in to ADG Gangwar on what, in fact, how the state of Bihar is now preparing to make sure that those violent scenes are not repeated.
877 culprits have been identified. They have been booked and sent to jail. Lot many numbers came during our investigation, which were used to instigate the students, or on which they formed a group through which they gave a call to congregate at particular place. We are examining the role of all such WhatsApp group or all such groups which emanate from a coaching institute or some training institute. So we all are examining that issues, and few have been booked and few more are likely to be booked based on the evidence we collect. And primarily our job at present is to maintain law and order, to maintain peace on the roads and for the common people. Arrested persons have already confessed that they were congregating in a particular lodges or particular stay places or particular the coaching institute.
All right, so the Bihar police and the entire apparatus now, after 3 days of mayhem and violence, are now ensuring that those behind this are apprehended. A quick break at this moment on Times Now. News and updates continue. Stay tuned.
Times Now. Action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukde gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, there are pictures, there are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India. Slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu. And when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation. Sir, I'm requesting it. Don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go, Rahul. Please excuse me.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that.
You go. See, you heard. You've said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which.
No, say. Finish, sir. Finish.
I'll wait.
Pass judgment on my party. No, what do you mean finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You've made a whole statement has been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply.
You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotri.
I have the social media. I'm going to
No, please go ahead. Finish. We haven't finished. Finish. Make your response, sir.
Mr. Agnihotri to pass judgment. So please take my response.
I am.
My response is that Mr. Agnihotri, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotri's point of view. This is not a point of view to which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now,
no, sir, you are wrong. You are no, sir. They celebrated the killing of 76 CRPF jawans. Sir, please, the same students celebrated the killing of 76.
I'm sorry.
Why are you defending these students?
Take it from me. If anybody celebrated the death of our leaders, at the hand of extremists, I am saying to you, they are betrayers of this land and they are betrayers of humanity. I am saying
thank you. So which means Rahul Gandhi is a betrayer.
For the last 2 years, the COVID pandemic has a profound effect on mental and physical well-being of all of us, including smokers. So a recent study published in Lancet this April 2022, which is a meta-analysis of various studies published across the globe in the last 2 years, summarizes that overall, if you see, then the COVID pandemic, during COVID pandemic, the smoking prevalence actually decreased little bit overall. And there are certain attributable factors to this. Most of the time it is the fear of getting COVID, fear of getting a severe COVID and with a adverse outcome, and also increased health awareness in population in general has led to decrease in smoking prevalence across the globe.
All right, breaking news coming in. Times now impact in Secunderabad. In fact, Get Petrol, set things on fire expose. Crackdown on the carnage conspirators. WhatsApp administrators have been booked by the police. The WhatsApp group admins have been booked by the GRP police after Times now exposed how WhatsApp groups were used by protesters and the army training academic centers to mobilize crowd at the Secunderabad railway station on 17th June. Remember, there was massive violence at the Secunderabad railway station. Going across to my colleague Somit, who is joining us with more details. Somit, now particularly who are the people that the police is after, and details about this big expose that was put out by Times Now?
Well, it's a big, massive Times Now impact, we can say, because on the day one itself, we have exposed the WhatsApp status where it was very much clearly, can be seen and learned that, how the mobilization at the railway station was done. And later on the next day, that is on 18th, we have exposed the screen grabs of the WhatsApp group and also the audio tapes, exclusive audio tapes we have exposed, where the protesters are giving a call in the WhatsApp group stating that we should go and bring petrol along with us and we should set everything on fire. And also we have exposed the screen grabs where it can be clearly noticed that, the protesters, along with few of the directors of the army training centers, have taken selfies and also posted in the WhatsApp group stating that everyone should come to the railway station on 17th to, show our protest. And also, other directors of the academy should also come forward to support the protesters. And we have saw what happened. Around 2,500 protesters have gathered at railway station illegally. We have also accessed exclusive CCTV footages in which, they have, we can clearly see it is not just random, mobilization. We can say everything was planned, and few of the protesters, along with these academic, army training academic centers staff, have orchestrated this violence. And then later, they know, however, how they entered into the railway station, how they started lighting everything on fire, how they also tried to lit, set 2 loco engines on fire, in which 4,000 HSD liter HSD oil was transform oil, and
right.
HSD oil was also filled up, and even massive we can say massive explosion averted. However, we can also say that these WhatsApp groups admins have been booked now by the GRP police. They have told it on record, and they are right now searching for these accused persons.
So this will help the police, in fact, to unearth the larger conspiracy. And remember, one person also lost his life, in fact, in this violence. Let's also, ladies and gentlemen, just play out for you once again the big expose that Times Now put out, the investigation from our SIT, very, very clearly showing how this entire protest was organized.
ఎంతసేపు వరుతారా ఒర్రి నొర్రులు వస్తాయి. అందుకే గమ్మును పోయి పెట్రోల్ తీసుకొచ్చి తగలబెట్టేసినాం అనుకో, బయటికి పోతుంది న్యూస్. అంతేగాని ఎంతసేపు ఒర్రినా, ఎంతసేపు బ్యానర్లు చూపించినా, ఎంత మొత్తుకున్నా ఏం అవ్వదు. ఇంకొక రెండు గంటలో, ఒక గంటలా స్క్వాడ్ వస్తుంది, అందరిని వెళ్ళింగుతారు మొత్తం. అందుకే పోయి పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోయి పెట్రోల్ తీసుకొని వస్తే మొత్తం తగలబెట్టచ్చు 2 నిమిషాలల్లా. सब लोग बटालियन आ गया, ड्राइती फली कने आ जाओ, बस जलाएंगे. सब लोग बटालियन आ गया, ड्राइती फली कने आ जाओ, बस जलाएंगे. అరే పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోతున్నా, పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎవరైనా వస్తే పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి రండి. అరే పెట్రోల్ పంప్ పోతున్నా, పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎవరైనా వస్తే పెట్రోల్ తీసుకురావడానికి రండి.
So you saw it was a sinister plan, in fact, a very, very plan to in fact try and not only derail the entire services at the Secunderabad railway station, but also cause mayhem and violence. So Amit, thank you for joining us at this moment. With that, we're slipping into a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. News and updates continue here on Times Now. Stay tuned.
Times Now. Action begins here.
Times Now. This is Breaking Ground and I am Poonam Borde. Lots lined up for you over the next half an hour, but let's get you started with the headlines. Indian Army notifies Agnipath recruitment program, Navy and Air Force to follow suit in the next couple of days. Prime Minister Modi says few decisions may look unfair now, but they help in nation building. Corporate India too lays out the red carpet for Agniveers. Anand Mahindra, Harsh Goenka say their firms will welcome well-trained and disciplined youth.
हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी.
Top Gandhi loyalist Subodh Khan Sahai's Hitler ki maut marega Modi jibe sends political shockwaves. BJP says Congress's Modi hate has made it anti-national.
6,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके आरएसएस में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं.
Senior Congress leaders float new theories. Khurshid says Agnipath scheme has put armed forces integrity into doubt. Kharge says Agnipath was a scheme to create a private army for the RSS. A hyped-up Bharath Bandh failed to win public support. Congress desperate. Shutdown adds misery to common man's daily life. Now, after Sharad Pawar and Farooq Abdullah, Gopal Krishna Gandhi too has opted out as opposition's presidential candidate. The former West Bengal governor's announcement comes a day ahead of the opposition's second round of discussions on the 22nd of June. They have to finalize a consensus candidate. Now, even in 2017, the opposition camp had wanted to field Gopal Krishna Gandhi as its candidate, but the National Democratic Alliance's decision to pick Ramnath Kovind as its face had forced a rethink. Eventually, the opposition fielded former Lok Sabha Speaker Meera Kumar, also a Dalit leader like our current president. Sharon is live with me for more on this. Now, Sharon, before the meeting tomorrow of the opposition, it looks like there are no takers really for their pitch to put up a strong fight against the central government. This, of course, is a beginning. It's seen as a semi-final before the 2024 elections.
Well, clearly the opposition party sources have been suggesting that they know that a lost battle because both BJD and YSRCP has sealed the deal with the NDA government as far as supporting the candidate of NDA is concerned. But nonetheless, they are in fact mulling as to who should they put as a candidate. First, it was the name of Sharad Pawar that was taken up, but Sharad Pawar has declined the offer, after which Farooq Abdullah's name also cropped up. Farooq Abdullah has also backed out from the race. Gopal Krishna Gandhi's name was something that's suggested by the left. Both the CPI and CPIM wanted it to be a Gandhi versus Godse fight. But Gopal Krishna Gandhi in a statement today has said that he is grateful that the opposition leaders had took his name, but he believes that someone more appropriate, someone who's more can support the national consensus and also can deal with the unity of the opposition is someone who should be made the presidential candidate of the opposition party, and hence he has decided to back out. So now, a day before the second round of the presidential election, candidate election meeting, we are seeing that the three candidates' names that had in fact cropped up, all three of them has in fact backed out from the race. So now we have to see what are the new names that are going to be discussed in the meeting that is going to be held tomorrow in Parliament and XC building at about 2:30 tomorrow.
Right, this definitely does come as a setback before they sit down for these second round of discussions tomorrow. Sharon, it also comes at a time when the BJP too has been trying to find its consensus candidate. Just yesterday, we did see a BJP meeting as well take place at JP Nadda's residence over this.
Well, the days are in fact passing by, and we are seeing July 18th is the date when the presidential elections are going to be held, and that is why there is in fact hectic parleys going on, hectic meetings going on. We have seen how the BJP has also reached out to not just the NDA allies, but also to the opposition parties to reach a consensus. They are also in a discussion as to who should be the presidential candidate. As far as the opposition parties are concerned, though they believe that the numbers are not with them, they still feel that putting a candidate is something that is important, and that is why these three names, Sharad Pawar, Farooq Abdullah and Gopal Krishna Gandhi, that had come up. It was in fact the left that has proposed the name of Gopal Krishna Gandhi. Gopal Krishna Gandhi, remember, in 2017 was also the vice president candidate of the opposition party. Right. He lost to Venkaiah Naidu, and now
right,
once
and
again
even as the opposition leaders are going to be meeting tomorrow, Mamata Banerjee is facing flack from the BJP. Stay on with me, because Amit Malviya of the BJP has now taken to Twitter questioning the priorities of the West Bengal Chief Minister, even as she comes down to Delhi tomorrow to build consensus on the presidential candidate. He says, and I quote, "At a time when West Bengal was burning, rioters rampaging across the state, vandalizing state property, profiling people and burning their shops and homes, Mamata Banerjee was in Delhi to build consensus on opposition's president candidate. All have declined. West Bengal also suffered. Priority," that's the tweet that has come to the fore. And Amit Malviya is with us on this broadcast on the phone line. So thank you so much for speaking with us. Is this a united front of the opposition against the Modi government, or against the Prime Minister himself, a non-starter? Now, would you say that all three candidates have backed out?
Well, the fact is that this is an election that the NDA is going to win comfortably. However, Mamata Banerjee did make an attempt to cobble together the opposition leaders, and most of them, the prominent ones at least, did not turn up. The ones who did have declined to be the presidential candidate. Therefore, one must ask that at a time when West Bengal was in the middle of communal violence, where national highways were held up, people were stranded, homes and properties were being burned down, there were mobs on the street, Mamata Banerjee, the Home Minister of West Bengal, was actually in Delhi. I mean, it speaks volumes about her priority and the importance that she gives to West Bengal, or for the welfare of the people of West Bengal. We had said even back then that this is an election that the UPA is not going to win. Mamata Banerjee, on the other hand, still chose to give Bengal the second preferential treatment.
Right, now Mamata Banerjee, Mr. Malviya, is trying to pitch herself as the glue that would eventually bring the opposition together ahead of 2024. She, of course, has national ambitions, but many others in the opposition also do bear that ambition, somebody like KCR as well. Now, the Congress has made it clear they don't want to play second fiddle. Do you think that a united opposition is only going to be a mirage, so to say, even come 2024?
Look, anybody can aspire to have national ambitions. But the truth is that you have a certain mandate right now, and you have responsibility towards it. So Mamata Banerjee can have national ambition if she wants, provided she can deliver in West Bengal. The fact is that she has failed to do so in West Bengal. The state continues to suffer. It lacks on infrastructure development. It lacks on human resources. Law and order is in peril. The only industry that is flourishing there is bomb-making industry. People don't have jobs. That is the state of West Bengal. So a leader who has actually failed her state, even if she has national ambitions, at the end of the day, she has to make an effort to first deliver on the state, which has given her a mandate.
Right. Right, Mr. Amit Malviya, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. Mamata Banerjee is going to be in the national capital yet again tomorrow, but the opposition is finding it hard to build consensus on a candidate and then for the candidate to actually accept their offer, because three candidates were offered the job, so to say, by the opposition of being their presidential candidate. All three have turned it down. Moving on now to more news coming in. India is set to achieve a new milestone as far as the fight back against COVID-19 is concerned. Vaccination numbers are set to overtake the United States, Europe and Canada combined. India's total vaccination count is on the cusp of overtaking all of these countries, is what we're given to understand. Sharon is with me for more on this. Sharon, every milestone as far as the COVID-19 fight back is concerned has been celebrated in this country. We are approaching yet another one, even at a time when we've seen politics play out over the vaccination program right since its beginning.
Well, that is right, and it is going to be a very crucial milestone that we are about to reach in coming days. We have already crossed the milestone that altogether Europe, US couldn't combine, do it all together. Now we are seeing last night, in fact, the statement by the Health Ministry had mentioned how it was only about 196 crore vaccination that has been done, and only we are close to the 200 crore vaccination mark, and only
stay on with me. Dr. Sanjeev Bagai, Chairman of Nephron, also with us on this broadcast. Dr. Bagai, this milestone is just about there. We've almost reached it, and it is going to be extremely crucial because it is also a time when we are seeing a sudden spike in COVID-19 cases in the country.
Good evening. I think the India's vaccination drive has been perhaps one of the safest, largest, and the most well-coordinated implementation ever on earth, which has ever been implemented. What this really has done is this has still saved us hugely from the Omicron and its sublineages, because what the Omicron, which is presently dominating all parts of the world, which is BA.2, 0.12, 0.1, and BA.4 and BA.5, is that it is showing a huge amount of resistance towards the previous strains. And the natural immunity from infections, which a lot of naysayers have been talking about, has proved to be ineffective as far as preventing this infection is concerned. So the only way forward is vaccine. There is a lot of myths on the social media with regards to the safety profile. I want to reassure everyone that even for children, leave alone adults, these vaccines are safe. They have no significant side effects. It gives a reasonably good protection even to the new sublineages of Omicron, which are hugely immune resistant. So I think it's a full compliment to the Indian researchers, Indian government, and the Indian medical fraternity to have actually tided over the worst part of the crisis through these vaccines. It's a phenomenal achievement.
Absolutely, and our healthcare workers, our frontline workers are to thank for as far as reaching these many milestones in the fight back against COVID-19 is concerned. For the moment, Dr. Bagai, thank you so much for joining us with your perspective. Shifting focus now to news coming in from the Congress camp, where it seems like the party and its workers and followers have made it a habit to spew venom and insult the Prime Minister of this country after Subodh Kant Sahai, the former Union Minister's comments. Now, Congress workers yet again chanting provocative slogans. Listen in.
मोदी तेरी कमर खुदेगी आज नहीं तो कल खुदेगी मोदी तेरी कमर खुदेगी आज नहीं तो कल खुदेगी मोदी तेरी कमर खुदेगी आज नहीं तो कल खुदेगी मोदी तेरी कमर खुदेगी आज नहीं तो कल खुदेगी.
Congress workers there during their protests against the Agnipath scheme. First, it was a union minister and a close aide of the Gandhi Parivar, Subodh Kant Sahai, who came out and insulted the Prime Minister, likened him to Hitler. Now there are Congress workers who are heaping insult on the Prime Minister yet again. Madhav Gopalakrishnan, senior editor, with me on this for Madhav. Now the BJP would say that the Congress seems to be making a habit to make its politics personal and target the Prime Minister with such vile abuses.
Well, absolutely. And in fact, very, very clearly what is seen is that it is not just top leaders, but down to the grassroots level workers who are coming out with these kind of slogans. And in any case, the debate that we have been having on this entire issue is this, that when it comes to our politics, can we not expect to have slogans which are free from abuse? In this particular case, it is a very, very direct and open sort of threat, a death wish, as it were, where it very clearly these workers are saying that Modi teri kapar khudegi, jaldi khudegi, which very clearly at some level or the other is a reference to the death of the Prime Minister. And that is something that is quite unfortunate, given that the Prime Minister at the end of the day is the constitutional post holder and is also the head of the executive in that sense. So certainly, of course, not the kind of statement that one can expect. Of course, this is an issue that has outraged and incensed a number of people, but does that mean that these kind of slogans can have a place in our public discourse? That's certainly a question that comes to mind on seeing these particular slogans as well.
Absolutely, because it seems like these protests are not about the issue at hand, which in this case was the Agnipath scheme and the Congress's objection to it, but it all became about hurling abuses at the Prime Minister. And before I come back to you, Madhav, let's listen into what exactly transpired when these Congress workers who had hit the streets in protest over Agnipath. This is what they had to say.
मोदी तेरी कमर खुदेगी आज नहीं तो कल खुदेगी मोदी तेरी कमर खुदेगी आज नहीं तो कल खुदेगी मोदी तेरी कमर खुदेगी आज नहीं तो कल खुदेगी मोदी तेरी कमर खुदेगी आज नहीं तो कल खुदेगी मोदी तेरी कमर खुदेगी आज नहीं तो कल खुदेगी मोदी तेरी कमर खुदेगी आज नहीं तो कल खुदेगी मोदी तेरी कमर खुदेगी आज नहीं तो कल खुदेगी मोदी तेरी कमर खुदेगी आज नहीं तो.
Now, these kind of slogans being raised by Congress workers and supporters on the day that we saw a close aide of the Gandhi Parivar and a former union minister come out and liken the Prime Minister to Hitler. Listen in to what Subodh Kant Sahai, former coal minister, had to say.
मुझे तो लगता है हिटलर का सारा इतिहास इसने पार कर लिया। हुडा साहब बड़े गांव की भाषा में समझा रहे थे। हिटलर ने भी ऐसा ही एक संस्था बनाया था, उसका नाम था खाकी। सेना के बीच में उसने बनाया था। मोदी हिटलर की राह चलेगा तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी।
4 साल के बाद अगर वो रिटायर हो जाएगा, रोजगार छीन ली जाएगी, तो वो क्या करेगा? बंदूक चलाना सीखेगा, लोग उनको यूज करेंगे कि हाँ भाई आ जाओ, इसका सुपारी लेगा। आप ट्रेनिंग सिखा रहे हैं बंदूक का, उसके बाद वो लोग सुपारी लेगा कि हाँ भाई इसको मारो, उसको मारो, उसको मारो।
क्या सत्याग्रही की भाषा ये होनी चाहिए हरीश रावत जी कि अगर हिटलर की तरह करेंगे तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगी? एक प्रधानमंत्री के लिए इस तरह के शब्द का
मैंने कहा हम जो मनसा वाचा कर्मणा से सत्याग्रही हैं और सत्याग्रह हमेशा सत्य ही कहता है, और इसीलिए हमने कहा है सत्यमेव जयते।
मतलब सुबोधकांत सहाय जी ने सत्य कहा है।
सत्य कांग्रेस के साथ है, राहुल जी के साथ है, और उन नौजवानों के साथ है जो गली गली कूचे कूचे में इस समय अपनी रोजी रोटी, अपनी पेट की लड़ाई के लिए और अपने सेना में भर्ती होने के हौसले को बरकरार रखने के लिए।
वो सही है, लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि सत्य कह रहे हैं, तो क्या सुबोधकांत सहाय ने भी जो मंच से कहा वो सत्य कहा? कांग्रेस पार्टी एंडोर्स करती है इसको।
मैंने कहा ना कि सत्याग्रही हमेशा मनसा कर्मणा वाचा से सत्य ही बोलता है, सत्य ही कहता है। हम सत्याग्रही।
Subodhkan Sahai made statements that Modi will die Hitler's death. Do you endorse such statements?
I don't understand what you are asking.
जो हिटलर की चाल चलेगा वो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा।
आवाज नहीं आएगा, आवाज नहीं।
That remains one of our top focus stories here on Times Now. But a quick break on this edition. News updates continue on Times Now. Don't go anywhere.
Times Now. Action begins here.
You use the word empathy. Many people will think, sir, that you're paying lip service to the term.
Yes.
Empathy is acknowledging that a genocide happened.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish, sir. Why aren't you letting me finish?
I'm not here to satisfy you.
What have we set off?
Opinion.
I can't ask you a question.
You finish because you turn everything around. I'm sorry.
I'm not. You use these words.
Listen, this is my last warning. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out. Simple.
But Mr. Khurshid, if you're not going to allow me to frame the questions on the words that you yourself have used, then how can we have a conversation? I don't understand what rules these are.
No.
Anyhow,
You can
ask me
the question. Please understand.
खुर्शीद साहब मैं बताऊं प्रॉब्लम क्या है? मैं आपको सच्ची बात बताता हूं, and from the bottom of my heart I want to tell you this, that the people from your party have been openly behaving like genocide deniers. They are denying there was a genocide. It's not a good thing. Number one, as a vice person, senior most leader, if you can just put some sense in their mind and say, okay, you don't acknowledge it, but don't be a genocide denier. Second problem with your party is that they are using this film as a collateral damage for their political battles, which is not a good thing. I always ask your party people, would you ever do that with Schindler's List? They will never do that. And good news is, yesterday a member of Parliament, of Scottish Parliament, in one of my events, after seeing that, he said that he is going to put a motion in Scottish Parliament. It's on record. The video will be out in next 1 hour. He said he's going to put a motion so that Scottish Parliament acknowledges it as a genocide. Your party, which belongs to Kashmiri Pandits, Pandit Nehru, Motilal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, would you pass a motion in Parliament saying that it was a genocide? If no, can you on TV say, yes, indeed, it was a genocide of Kashmiri Pandits? I have a very pointed question. Was it a genocide?
Answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Can I answer that? I have said to you already that this is a great tragedy. It's a great tragedy. and it's a painful tragedy. And I've also said to you that your attempt to express the truth about this tragedy is something as an artist you are entitled to do. But not everybody will agree with your assessment, not everybody will agree with your treatment. Be that as it may, you are now saying that I should say what one MP in the Scottish Parliament is saying. Now, that's not for me to say here. You are asking me to convey a message to my party. I will happily convey a message to my party. My only difference with you today has been that you used the artist or the filmmaker's technique by saying, Mr. Khurshid, your face looks helpless. Now, please don't do these little tricks with me. My face doesn't look helpless. I don't want to say, do, or act in a manner that would be feeding what we don't want fed, which is a difference of opinion that goes down to the ground and divides our people. You have said something and done something. I am saying we shouldn't be...
Bala murder case, Delhi police has arrested two main shooters involved in the singer-turned-politician's murder. The murderers have been identified. They were arrested from Mundra in Gujarat. The police have also recovered arms and explosives from these accused. They revealed that the arrested accused had 8 grenades, 9 electric detonators, an assault rifle and 3 pistols on them. The police also revealed how the shooting transpired. There were 6 people in the Bolero and 6 sharpshooters that took an aim at Sidhu Moosewala. The 2 people who have been arrested include the module head of this entire conspiracy. He is a Haryana-based gangster who was in contact with Goldie Brar. He was in fact the head of these. Also a sharpshooter who has a murder case already against him. Now, Canada-based Goldie Brar had claimed responsibility for Sidhu Moosewala's murder, if you remember, and his associate Lawrence Bishnoi, who was lodged in jail here in the national capital, had also revealed that his gang was in fact involved.
उस दिन की जो घटना थी उसमें 2 मॉड्यूल गोल्डी ब्राड से, दोनों मॉड्यूल से उन इन टच थे। एक गाड़ी में बोलेरो में जिसको कशिश चला रहा था, जिसको प्रियव्रत फौजी जो है ये मॉड्यूल को हेड कर रहा था। अंकित सिरसा इनके साथ था और दीपक मुंडी इनके साथ था। जो कोरोला गाड़ी थी उसमें जगरूप रूपा गाड़ी चला रहा था, मनप्रीत मन्नू उसके साथ बैठा था। इनसे रिकवरीज जो हुई हैं वो है 8 हाई एक्सप्लोसिव ग्रेनेड्स अलॉन्ग विद अंडर बैरल ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर। 9 इनसे इलेक्ट्रिक डेटोनेटर मिले हैं। एक असॉल्ट राइफल मिली है विद 20 राउंड्स। 3 सोफिस्टिकेटेड स्टार पिस्टल्स मिले हैं ऑफ .30 बोर। 36 राउंड इनसे 7.62 mm स्टार पिस्टल्स के मिले हैं और एक पार्ट AK सीरीज असॉल्ट राइफल का मिला है।
Moving on now to the latest that is coming to the fore as far as the Himachal cable car scare is concerned. All 11 passengers have now been rescued. Times Now spoke to those stranded passengers who were stranded mid-air for over 2 hours but were successfully rescued. Listen in to what they had to say.
1 घंटे अंदर थे, 10 बजे से थे, बिल्कुल ठीक थी। एकदम से झटका लगा और फिर रुक गई थी, तो कहने लगे कि कुछ फॉल्ट आ गया है, वो अभी ठीक हो जाएगा, लेकिन वो ठीक ही नहीं हुआ।
मैम, जो कैब भी भेजी थी यहाँ पे, हम देख रहे थे टेक्निकल टीम भेजी थी,
इससे कुछ नहीं। उन्होंने कहा था कि तुम्हारे पास एक ही ऑप्शन है, तुम लोग रस्सी से ही रेस्क्यू हो गए। पहले तो हम लोग सारे डर गए, हम लोगों ने सबने मना कर दिया था, हम लोग नीचे नहीं जा सकते।
सर, इनके पास बैकअप कुछ नहीं है, अगर कोई फंसता है तो उसे बचाने के लिए इनके पास कोई सोर्स हमें नजर नहीं आया। तो मेरा तो आगे मैं एटलीस्ट मैं अपनी फैमिली में तो बोल के जाऊंगी कि कोई भी जना मोक्षा मत जाना।
That's all we could pack in for you in this edition of news. Editor-in-Chief Rahul Shivshankar joins you next.
Times Now. Action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukde gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, there are pictures, there are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India, slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu. And when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation. Sir, I'm requesting it. Don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go, Rahul. Please excuse me.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that.
You go. See, you've said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which.
No, say, finish, sir. Finish.
I'll wait.
Pass judgment on my party. No, what do you mean finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You've made a whole statement has been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply.
You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotre.
I have the social media. I'm going to
No, please go ahead. Finish. We haven't finished. Finish. Make your response, sir.
Mr. Agnihotre to pass judgment. So please take my response.
I am.
My response is that Mr. Agnihotre, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotre's point of view. This is not a point of view to which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now,
no, sir, you are wrong. You are no, sir. They celebrated the killing of 76 CRPF jawans. Sir, please, the same students celebrated the killing of 76.
I'm sorry.
Why are you defending these students?
Take it from me. If anybody celebrated the death of our leaders, at the hand of extremists, I am saying to you, they are betrayers of this land and they are betrayers of humanity. I am saying
thank you. So which means Rahul Gandhi is a betrayer.
For the last 2 years, the COVID pandemic has a profound effect on mental and physical well-being of all of us, including smokers. So a recent study published in Lancet this April 2022, which is a meta-analysis of various studies published across the globe in the last 2 years, summarizes that overall, if you see, then during COVID pandemic, the smoking prevalence actually decreased little bit overall. And there are certain attributable factors to this. Most of the time it is the fear of getting COVID, fear of getting a severe COVID and with a adverse outcome, and also increased health awareness in population in general has led to decrease in smoking prevalence across the globe. COVID pandemic can increase smoking also because of the boredom, lockdown measures, increased level of anxiety, stress can also attribute to increase in smoking. But largely this is seen in the subset of patients who are persons who are already smoker. So in the same Lancet study which I was quoting, 21% of smokers actually decreased smoking during the pandemic, but 27% of smokers actually increased their smoking. So suppose they were smoking around 3 to 5 cigarettes, so they increased to 5 to 7 cigarettes during the pandemic, which highlights these things. Also, 4% of smokers actually quit their smoking during the pandemic for good. Many youngsters nowadays, if you see, because of peer pressure and also...
Exclusive with me, Rahul Shivshankar, the big story. A story that seems to suggest that the rioting we saw, that the arson, the vandalism we saw was instigated. It wasn't spontaneous, at least in large pockets, in large measure. How can we say this? Because various states and their police are beginning to zero in on certain coaching centers, tutorial centers, viewers, that might have had, according to them, a pivotal role to play in the fire and fury that gripped India after the announcement of the Agnipath scheme. Now, viewers, these coaching centers run very big businesses. The entire industry is worth crores of rupees. And with a scheme such as this, it would make them pretty much redundant. That's perhaps the reason why, according to the police, that they mobilized a large number of youth to ensure that this entire scheme was put in mothballs. It seems that this arson was planned. The mobilization messages were all sent well in advance. 35 WhatsApp groups are on the radar. The center has in fact banned these 35 WhatsApp groups. Over 1,200 protesters have been identified. These arrested protesters have allegedly confessed to how some actors, some tutors coached them into taking up violent means to protest the passage of this Agnipath scheme. Times Now has accessed these clinching messages that show how the youth were told to assemble at different spots to ambush. What do we know? 35 WhatsApp groups have been banned over fake news, crackdown for peddling fake news and inciting the stir. Government own report says that provocative WhatsApp groups were issued. 1,200 protesters arrested in pan-India crackdown. 21 UP police injured in violent protests over the Agnipath scheme announcement. Roles of operators of coaching centers are now under the lens. Times Now visited some of the coaching centers in Danapur. Remember, Danapur saw worst of the violence. You can see on your screens how an entire train was set on fire. The train station was vandalized extensively. The tracks were also uprooted in different places. The coaching center now stays closed in Danapur, and locals won't say a word. Take a look at this report, viewers, that we are filing.
छात्रों को भड़काने को लेकर पटना में 6 कोचिंग संस्थानों पर एफआईआर हुआ है, जिसमें से एक कोचिंग दानापुर का है, निरंजन कोचिंग। और जो बताया जा रहा है वो कोचिंग संस्थान है जहां पर जो बच्चों को पढ़ाया जा रहा था, और इस कोचिंग संस्थान पर भी एफआईआर हुआ है। इसी में अंदर आपको हम तस्वीर दिखाना चाहेंगे कि किस तरह से अंदर जो कमरे बने हैं उसी में क्लासेस होते थे। हालांकि कोई भी प्रूफ यहाँ पर ना तो कोई बैनर है, ना तो कोई पोस्टर है इस कोचिंग का, लेकिन जो यहाँ के लोग बता रहे हैं कि इसमें कोचिंग चलता था, आर्मी की तैयारी के लिए यहाँ कोचिंग चलाया जाता था और बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर बच्चे आते थे पढ़ाई करने के लिए। लेकिन इसमें अभी फिलहाल ताला लगा हुआ है, चूंकि एफआईआर हो चुका है इस कोचिंग पर।
यहाँ शाम में कंप्यूटर क्लास चलता था, कंप्यूटर क्लास वाला नहीं, अंदर वाला में चलता था।
अंदर वाला में क्या, कौन चीज का पढ़ाई होता था?
जैसे बच्चा सब आता था, सियाना।
कोई भी यहाँ पर कुछ भी कहने से बच रहा है, क्योंकि ये जो एफआईआर हुआ है उसके बाद से जो कोचिंग संस्थान है जो बताया जा रहा है उसमें ताला लगा है और कोई भी कुछ भी बताने को यहाँ पर तैयार नहीं है।
Viewers, on the ground, raids have begun as part of a crackdown. In Uttar Pradesh, 34 FIRs have already been filed. 387 people have been arrested. In Bihar, 145 FIRs filed. 877 arrested and counting. In Sikandrabad, all the way down in the south, 46 arrests, many sent into judicial remand. From Bihar, Rajasthan to Telangana, the army training centers are under the lens. Among the 35 arrested in Aligarh, 9 are operators of coaching centers. 6 coaching centers in Patna are facing FIRs. Bihar Railways DIG says that those who pelted stones can't be called students. First, listen in to what the Bihar DIG of Railways has said.
after the mayhem which was created by these hooligans who came in the garb of student protesters. Now the railway police has made it sure that the raid route should be open. We are joined by DIG Railways. Sir, what is the status right now, and how far you have been managed to reach out to the key conspirators who were behind this incident?
अभी तक का जो हालात है, आज भारत बंद है और अभी तक के हालात पूरी तरह से सामान्य हैं। जिस तरीके से वो लोग आए थे, उन्होंने एक योजना बना रखा था और इसमें कुछ व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप सक्रिय हुए थे, उनको हम लोगों ने लोकेट कर लिया है, वो हमारे कब्जे में है सारी जानकारी। तो उन्होंने पूरी योजना बनाई थी, योजना के तहत उपद्रवी लोगों को यहाँ इकट्ठा किया और उनकी योजना ही थी कि रेलवे की संपत्ति को क्षतिग्रस्त करना, तो वो उन्होंने किया था। हम लोगों ने पहचान कर लिया है और स्टूडेंट्स तो बिल्कुल नहीं कहिए, स्टूडेंट्स ऐसा हरकत करता नहीं है। ये सारे लोग अपराधी थे और सामाजिक तत्व हैं, उपद्रवी हैं और उन लोगों ने ऐसा काम किया।
877 culprits have been identified. They have been booked and sent to jail. Lot many numbers came during our investigation, which were used to instigate the students, or on which they formed a group through which they gave a call to congregate at particular place. We are examining the role of all such WhatsApp group or all such groups which emanate from a coaching institute or some training institute. So we all are examining that issues, and few have been booked and few more are likely to be booked based on the evidence we collect. And primarily our job at present is to maintain law and order, to maintain peace on the roads and for the common people. Arrested persons have already confessed that they were congregating in a particular lodges or particular stay places or particular the coaching institute.
Big breaking news coming in, viewers. Crackdown continues on this coaching institute linked to the riots. This is what the police have been telling us. In Patna, a coaching center has been raided. Let's get more details. Let's go straight across to Priyank. Priyank, what's happening?
Yeah, certainly, Rahul, I would say that this is a massive time saw impact soon after we started exposing the role of multiple coaching centers and the WhatsApp group which was made in the name of, study groups by these coaching center, which is certainly emerged. There's a fresh raid which has started at this Naya Tola, which is a hub of the coaching institute. If you talk about Patna, these are the SSB, Jawans who have been deployed here to keep, to allow all the kind of security measures which can happen. Just turn around, Rahul, and you can see the number of students who are stationed here, and every board which is there on this particular street will have either a residential accommodation for the student or coaching institute. So this is the manner in which over the period of 2 to 3 decades this area has become the hub of the coaching institute. But in between that, they have been many multiple coaching institute role which has also come up, who have been instigating their student to get indulged in violence so that this policy can be taken by the government. We are at this Guru Rahman Institute, who is known as Daroga Guru. You know why this name has been given to him? Because he is very famous that anyone who enters and take his admission in his coaching institute will become a Daroga. That means he will wear a uniform, either it be a paramilitary force, armed personnel, or the Bihar police officials. So that is the kind of cloud these individuals had among the students. That's why the raids are being carried out. What we are getting to know that multiple agencies could also be behind this particular raid which is going on. It could be Bihar police also, and which can be assisted by several individuals of the income tax department, because if Bihar police has raided this, there will be several irregularities which has been happening in this particular coaching institute. which can also come under in the financial terms, because we are talking about these institutes which has grown up over the period of 2 to 3 decades, and then having this kind of cloud influencing allegedly students and then coming out and trying to portray them as teacher is something something which is being a matter of investigation. Once again, Rahul, you'll be amazed. Look at these coaching classes. Scholars Library, then you on the other floor you have Anand Kumar sir, then you have another coaching institute. If you turn around and talk about this particular market, which is known as Gopal Market, there are 8 institutes which is operating. Motivational classes, then you have engineering classes on the right hand side. Look at this board. This building has AIM Civil Services, CET, STET, KVS, NVS, and you name the competitive exams, and these people are the one who have been teaching students how to appear in that. So Bihar's Patna, which is the capital city of Bihar, has been the hub of coaching institute from because the students from Jharkhand as well as Bihar, then many parts of West Bengal, from everywhere, from the northeastern part of the country, from everywhere they come here. And what they are being taught? To go out on street and do asking is something which is certainly not acceptable. That's why their role has come under scanner and the raids are being carried out.
Priyank, very quickly, what do these coaching institutes gain by actually tutoring these students into vandalism? Can you explain to the viewer?
See, Rahul, the number of the age gap has reduced. So obviously those number of aspirants who could have competed for more time period, who could have been the source of money for them for longer period, has decreased. The second option is that since there is a possibility which they are thinking that if the youths they feel that the age gap is less, that less number of students will try to appear because they will feel that there is no further future into it. So these are the mental calculations which has been done by them. That's why they want this policy to be taken back. Henceforth, their role has come up. We are not saying that they are totally involved or they have been proven guilty. But so far, the WhatsApp group which was being operational and the shelter which was given to various students in and around the areas of Patna has come under scanner. That's why these raids are being carried out.
So all of this was engineered and orchestrated.
From the Patna police can be seen in the frame. Yes, certainly, Rahul. I was just trying to tell you that Patna police officials who were part of this investigation team are also seen here. Sir, ये कौन से direction में रेड हो रहा है? किस कार में? अमित जी किस कार में? हाँ, hello. Certainly, they does not want to indulge in too much of media conversation because the senior officials, the ADG, the DIG, and the SP of the cyber cell who has spoken to Times Network since morning. They have spoken in detail regarding the role of WhatsApp group. Secondly, the role of various coaching students. So far, we have name of 15 coaching students. But the breaking input, which I would like to once again tell to Rahul, that although the Bihar police is not talking about it, but the role of Danapur's local MLA has also come under scanner, who could have been behind the attack at the Danapur cantonment, although it's a political thing. So the Bihar police is certainly not trying to come on record. But what sources have told it to me earlier in the day, that they are also probing the role of the local RJD MLA from Danapur behind the violence which happened at Danapur railway station.
That's very interesting. That's a very, very interesting update and a big news break here. What we are being told is that the involvement of the local MLA from Danapur and RJD MLA reportedly is also under the scanner. Now, let me go back to you, Priyank, because I really want to understand what was in these messages that has led the police to conclude that there is a link between some of these individuals who run these coaching institutes and, of course, the arsonists, the vandals.
See, Rahul, these students from across the state of Bihar and I would say the eastern part of the country come to these coaching institutes, which is at Nala Road, Ramna Road. There are several roads which is near Ashok Rajpath. And in my childhood days, I have seen these institutes growing like this only. Now, the second point, what is the role of these coaching institutes? These coaching institutes certainly want more and more number of students to come to them and take admission in their coaching institute so that they can get get admission at various platform. So what had happened that there was several WhatsApp group which was made by various students to study, to prepare for the competitive exam, or in fact for the running early in the morning. These groups were used by several individuals to vitiate the atmosphere. They were circulating fake propaganda, and these WhatsApp group were also used to mobilize youth to different portions of Bihar. Like what happened in Danapur was certainly not a spontaneous thing. These group of individuals burned down Rahul property worth 176 crore, which is certainly not a job of one individual. The second point of your question, what sources have been indicating you to Times Network that Reedlal Yadav, who's a local RJD MLA's role is also under scanner for the Bihar police, because not only railway property was attacked, but also the Danapur cantonment, which is one of the most important bases of army personals in this portion of the country, apart from what Assam Rifles has, was also put under attack. So that was a clear-cut provocation. If armed personals, since it's a prohibited area, could have fired, then the loss of students' life could have also resulted. I would certainly say we have raised questions on Bihar police, but they have managed to maintain that no.
Okay, yeah. Let's open this up. Let's open this up. Stay with me, Priyank. Let me just open this up and ask some direct questions of our guests this evening. Sunny Dhiman, Sumant C. Raman, Dr. Raman, Abdul Basit, General Secretary and spokesperson of the RJD. Let me first begin with you, Abdul Basit. Mr. Basit, this is a very, very serious, serious disclosure that is being made by Priyank, who is telling us that a large number of these protests were orchestrated. They were part of an attempt to destabilize the peace in Bihar, and it's had political backing from opposition groups, including CPI-ML cadre, RJD, others. This is shocking.
देखिए आरजेडी का जो जन्म है वो आंदोलन से हुआ है। देखिए कोई भी आंदोलनकारी अगर आपको ये लग रहा है देश के लिए गलत काम कर रहा है, तो बेशक उठा के जो बड़े हमारे सीनियर नेताओं के साथ आपने करते आ रहे हैं 7-8 साल से, आप उनके साथ भी कीजिए। मगर मैं क्वेश्चन सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से करना चाहूँगा कि आप ये बताइए कि इन गलत पॉलिसियों के पीछे कौन है देश में। मुझे ये बताइए कि इन गलत पॉलिसी के पीछे उनके खिलाफ एफआईआर कीजिए। कौन है सलाहकार मोदी जी का जो इस तरह की गलत नीतियां हर साल कोई नीति गलत लाके आप
मिस्टर बासित, ये आप जरा अपना नहीं एक मिनट बासित साहब, डोंट यूज फाउल लैंग्वेज प्लीज डोंट यूज फाउल लैंग्वेज। यहाँ पर थोड़ा तहजीब से आप बात कीजिए। आप भावुक जरूर हुई है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। अब आप पत्थर भी फेंकने लग जाएंगे, फिर उल्टा काम करेंगे और बोलेंगे हम आंदोलन करें, तो गलत है। तो आप गालियां वालियां मत दीजिए। लेट अस बी अ लिटिल मोर एटिकेट ओरिएंटेड।
कोई गाली किसी प्रकार की, मैं कोई किसी गाली को मैं समर्थन नहीं देता, ना मैं कोई गाली देता हूं।
आपने अभी दिया ना,
समझिए
कौन
क्या है कि
आपने कोई वर्ड इस्तेमाल किया जो मैं आपको कहना चाह रहा हूं गलत वर्ड है। ऐसा वर्ड मत इस्तेमाल कीजिए। आप समझ रहे हैं मैं किस पे बात कर रहा हूं। आई डोंट वांट टू रिपीट दैट वर्ड।
राहुल जी
प्लीज
सुनिए आप। राहुल जी सुनिए आप। मैं एक बात आपको स्पष्ट कर दूं कि आप हर साल जितनी भी गलत नीतियां इस देश के ऊपर लादी जा रही हैं, इसकी जनता जवाब देगी। हम तो एक छोटी सी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हैं, मगर जनता इसका बिल्कुल आपको जवाब देगी 2024 में। हर साल थोड़ी कोई भी नीति लाएंगे और उसको पूरी जनता के ऊपर आप लाद देंगे। आप क्या
मगर इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि वायलेंस होनी चाहिए। एक मिनट, लेट मी ब्रिंग इन राहुल नार्वेकर, स्पोक्सपर्सन ऑफ द बीजेपी। नार्वेकर साहब, आप
आरजेडी पूरी तरह वायलेंस के खिलाफ।
अब्दुल बासित इज सेइंग दैट इट इज अ पार्टी दैट इज बोर्न आउट ऑफ एन आंदोलन and that people are upset with your political party and therefore they are reacting in this violent way. How do you respond to Mr. Basit's remarks?
Well, I think Mr. Basit's remark explains squarely that he claims that his party has arisen out of protests, but I don't think his party or he understands what are they protesting for. So be that as it may, let me just tell you, these events which we have witnessed in Bihar are completely orchestrated. If you see the modus operandi of this event, if you see the sequence of these events, you can see that they are stage managed. And unfortunately, in democracy, people, irresponsible people like Mr. Basit and his party indulge in actions which are undemocratic and results in a chaos that we are seeing today. They are taking advantage of the liberties that the Constitution has given them, and therefore,
one second, बासित साहब, इनका कहना यह है कि जो पार्टी आज लोगों के हित में बात कर रही है वो जरा इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करें। उनके जो प्रभारी हैं लालू प्रसाद यादव साहब, वो तो जेल गए हैं लोगों को लूटने के लिए, चारा स्कैम में। तो आप लोगों की बड़ी हित की बात कर रहे हैं। आप
देखिए, ये
आप कैसे कर सकते हैं?
देखिए, मेरी बात आप समझिए, आप मेन चीज पे फोकस नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप अदर
नहीं, मैं उसी चीज पे फोकस कर रहा हूं।
आप फोकस कीजिए कि
देश के हित में और लोगों के हित में पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी को जलाना तो ठीक नहीं है। आप मेरी बात से
देश के हित में बात कीजिए। देश के हित की बात यही है कि आपने व्यापार खत्म करे, आपने इंडस्ट्री खत्म करी, आपने शिक्षा खत्म करी। आज आप इंस्टीट्यूशन के ऊपर एफआईआर कर रहे हैं। आपने 2340 आदमी उठा के बंद कर दिए। ये प्रोटेस्ट और मैं आपको बता दूं, पुलिस के हाथ जितने भी व्यक्ति आए हैं, पुलिस के हाथ जितने व्यक्ति 2340 व्यक्ति जो आपने गिरफ्तार किए हैं, उनका कहीं ना कहीं बजरंग दल और आरएसएस के साथ लिंक है। मैं आपको चैलेंज करता हूं,
किसी को अंदर नहीं, पूरा देश चलाने को लेते हैं।
शुभराष्ट्र,
आपको मैं चैलेंज,
शुभराष्ट्र वांट्स टू कम इन, शुभराष्ट्र वांट्स टू कम इन। यस, शुभराष्ट्र,
गिरफ्तार कीजिए।
Rahul, I come from Bihar.
Yes.
Okay. And I have a huge problem when RJD politicians come and start pontificating a lot on how should politics be done and how should anchors pose questions to RJD politicians. Mr. Basit, मैंने बात अपनी रखी नहीं है अभी। अब्दुल भाई, मैंने अपनी बात अभी शुरू ही की है। राजद के नेताओं को सार्थक राजनीति करने के अलावा बाकी सब चीज पे ज्ञान आप दिलवा लीजिए, ये देने को तैयार हैं। ये कह रहे हैं कि हम लोगों ने गलत नीतियों का जवाब हम लोगों को 2024 में देना है, तो ये तो आपके प्रोग्राम पे खुलेआम एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं कि ये जो प्रोटेस्ट हैं वो राजनीतिक हैं। ये प्रोटेस्ट किस इशू के लिए हो रहा है राहुल? पहले वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट प्राइमा फासी दीज प्रोटेस्ट्स आर अबाउट स्टूडेंट्स, so called allegedly students who want to get into something as pristine as the army. I am an army kid in the sense that I've studied in army school. Let me tell you, it is an institution where no compromise on ethics is done. You do not necessarily have to be extremely brainy or extremely brawny to get into army. The basic qualification to get into an army is a mindset, is an attitude, is something, it's a passion that you feel for your nation. Now, why do I mention the word alleged? I mention the word alleged with students because no student worth their salt who wants to appear for army examination and wants to serve the country on the borders is going to do the kind of mayhem that can be seen on the streets. Have you noticed the way they treated old women? Do we not know that under any contingency that the country faces, then there are floods, when there are any kinds of natural disasters, army is the first institution to run. These are the kind of students who are going to protect our citizens tomorrow. So let me make it very clear that these protests are not only political, and I'm not saying it. Mr. Basit said it. Mr. Basit made it very clear that this is how people are going to respond in 2024. So the trailer for 2024 is that all kinds of riots in the names of student protests, etc., is going to happen.
Okay.
और आप क्या कहेंगे बासित साहब कि आप आंदोलन से शुरू करने वाली पार्टी हैं? आपने किसी एक आंदोलन को हाईजैक करके आपके नेता आते हैं, एक टर्म अच्छा काम करते हैं चरवाहा विद्यालय खुलवा करके, और उसके बाद आकंठ डूब जाते हैं करप्शन में, आकंठ डूब जाते हैं गलत काम में, और आपका नहीं सुनिए, जनता की आवाज सुनने की हिम्मत रखिए बासित साहब, जनता की आवाज सुनने की हिम्मत रखिए अब्दुल साहब। लालू यादव ने जो किया उसकी सजा उनको मिल रही है।
अब उन्हें पुलिस
और आप ज्ञान मत दीजिए कि आप क्रांति के पार्टी से आप आते हैं।
Okay, let me open this further very quickly. Two responses. Sunny Dhiman, spokesperson of the Youth Congress, and Dr. Suman C. Raman, political analyst. Let me bring them in. They have been listening patiently. Now, Sunny Dhiman, today the Congress and some other opposition parties were hoping that the Bharath Bandh would prove successful. It hasn't. People went about their ordinary day as they would. Clearly, the support for what you believe is disappointment with this scheme is absent. In fact, in different places, it was Congress workers that set about trying to blockade roads, trains, inconveniencing people. Sunny Dhiman?
Yeah, good evening, Rahul. Let me remind you the famous British maxim, that is, king can do wrong. And actually, we are living in India where king, that is the government, that is the Modi, he cannot do any wrong. Be it Notbandi, be it GST, be it lockdown, and now it is, farmer protest, and now this is what is happening with Agniveer. You are ruining 225-year-old recruitment process of India's army, which is based on regimentization, and you are killing it.
And the mandate is very clear, which you all fail to recognize and acknowledge. Until you stay in the state of denial.
1 second, Rahul Narvekar, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish, please.
No, that's not the way. That's. If you want to shout, you can shout. Nation is watching that you are.
Let him finish.
So you are ruining time-tested Indian Army's recruitment process, and you are throwing it overnight, and you are expecting that there will not be any protest.
But Sunny Dhiman, today was an opportunity for you to assess the public mood. The public seems to not have favorably backed your call for a Bharath Bandh. Now, if there was such popular disenchantment, would they not have backed your Bharath Bandh? They have not done that, sir.
Rahul,
yes,
you just see the way last 3 years. We
are not going. I was just talking about this issue. We can talk about those other issues, sir, another time. 1 minute. Let me bring it. Dr. Raman. Dr. Raman. Yes, Dr. Raman, if there was widespread anger, why wouldn't the opposition's Bharath Bandh have struck a chord? People would have said, here is our opportunity to strike, send out a message, a powerful symbol of our anger by participating voluntarily in this boycott, and it would have sent a deafening message to the center, but it hasn't happened.
First of all, I'd like you to put out the official call for a Bharath Bandh made by the so-called opposition parties that you claim all the opposition parties called for the Bandh. I don't know which opposition parties have formally issued a Bandh call and when they issued a Bandh call. So perhaps if you could educate and give the viewers a list of opposition parties who had called for a Bharath Bandh today, that would help establish that fact before the audience. Second, as far as the scheme itself is concerned, we've had many ex-servicemen, many of whom have, vociferously supported the BJP, expressing their reservations. A classic example would be General G.D. Bakshi, who has, multiple times been on your show. Now, he is talking, significantly taking an anti-Agnipath stance. So you've got to ask yourself questions. You got Mr. Kishan Reddy's statement yesterday. You've got Mr. Kailash Vijayvargiya saying that he will employ them as security guards in BJP offices. Look, they wanted job security, not security jobs. I think there is a slight disconnect here. And it is important that the apprehensions of the youth, the violence is completely unacceptable. The strictest action must be taken against, whether it is coaching centers, whether it is political parties, whoever indulged in violence must be dealt with strictly as per the law. But there are genuine voices. There are a number of students who said, look, we cleared our medical last year. We are waiting for the exam, which has been postponed 5 times. Now they tell us that there won't be an exam. There are some who say they got some provisional letter or something last year from the Air Force, and now they have left in the lurch. Now, these are questions which need to be answered to. The government needs to clarify what is going to be the status of all these youngsters. So while dealing with the violence with an iron hand, which is completely acceptable. That is what the government has to do. They also have to allay the concerns of the genuine aspirants, those who have been asking what happens to what we went through last year. We have crossed 2 hurdles. We're waiting for the final to cross the final hurdle, and now the rug is being pulled from under our feet. What do we do now? So I think there are genuine questions, and painting everybody who is asking questions as an anti-national, as somebody who the toolkit is operating and so on, beyond a point will not work. The government has to look into and answer all these questions. It would have been very nice.
The point is, viewers, there is now gathering evidence. We can all talk about anger. We can talk about sullenness. There are 2 immediate things that need to be pointed out. There is now gathering evidence that seems to suggest that some of these protests, maybe a majority of them, were orchestrated. Number 2, if there was genuine support for the opposition's point, the people themselves would have observed a bandh and obeyed the opposition's call. I leave it at this. I'm going to go straight across to Meghna Deka for more on this story.
Well, thank you so much, Rahul. Well, before we move on here on Explosive Exclusive, let's get you a look at the top focus stories. Here are the headlines. Well, it's all set to take the centre's Agni Pariksha, which is all happening. In fact, let's tell you how the Indian Army has notified the Agniveer recruitment program. The Navy and the Air Force are expected to follow suit in just a couple of days. Prime Minister Modi says a couple of decisions may seem unfair, may be unpopular, but eventually will help in building the nation. Corporate India too lays out the red carpet for Agniveers. In fact, several of the top corporate honchos have been saying that their firms will welcome well-trained and disciplined youth within their ranks. Senior Congress leaders float new theories. Salman Khurshid says that Agnipath scheme will put the armed forces' integrity into doubt. Kharge, meanwhile, claims that Agnipath was a scheme to create the private army for the RSS.
तो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, ये याद रख लो मोदी.
Top Gandhi loyalist Subodh Khan says Hitler ki maut marega, Modi jibe sends off political shockwaves. BJP says that Congress's Modi hate had made it anti-national. Bharath Bandh has failed to win public support. The Congress's desperate shutdown has added to the misery of the common man's daily life. And this is a Times Now exclusive. 9 coaching institute operators have been arrested. Many others are under the scanner for mobilizing violent protests against the Agnipath scheme. Times Now also accesses WhatsApp chats establishing this incitement.
30 घंटों से ज्यादा राहुल जी की पूछताछ करी जा रही है. दबाव कांग्रेस पार्टी के ऊपर डाला जा रहा है ताकि कांग्रेस पार्टी की आवाज को बंद करा जा सके.
Rahul Gandhi is quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate for the 4th time in the National Herald case. Loyalists return to the streets to shield the Congress first Parivar. Prime Minister Modi, meanwhile, is in Karnataka for a massive infra push as well as reaching out to the Lingayat community. He's also inaugurating projects worth 27 crore rupees, this ahead of the civic polls. Third opposition probable withdraws from the presidential race, dealing a massive blow to Mamta's bid to unite the opposition ahead of the 2024 elections. Now, is this going to be an advantage for Modi of 2024? Major breakthrough in the Sidhu Moosewala murder probe with the arrest of 2 of the sharpshooters from 2 different modules. Grenades and AK-47 assault rifles also have been seized. Well, with that, big breaking news which is coming in on the front of the presidential poll. Sharad Pawar has invited Asaduddin Owaisi, AIMIM chief, for this meeting. NCP AIMIM meet will be discussing the presidential candidate. Owaisi has thanked Pawar for this invitation. But this at a time when you have NCP's alliance partners, the Congress, lashing out at Asaduddin Owaisi and the AIMIM in the midst of this political alliance partner. The NCP has called AIMIM, trying to build a consensus candidate with them for the presidential push. Remember, there are 3 candidates, and the latest one was Mahatma Gandhi's grandson, who has also declined to be the presidential candidate for the opposition's United Front. Let me go across to Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan, our senior editor. Madhav, this is very interesting. Asaduddin and Sharad Pawar to be meeting over the presidential race. What can we expect?
Well, Asaduddin Owaisi's party has been invited. He has been invited himself, and he has accepted the invitation in the sense that he has thanked Sharad Pawar and the NCP for their invitation, and has assured that one of his representatives, most likely a member of parliament, would be attending this particular meeting. Now, this is, of course, assuming significance, because it is ultimately a numbers game when it comes to the Rajya Sabha, or the Lok Sabha. For the presidential polls, every MLA's vote, every MP's vote does count. It does have its own significance. So that is, of course, one important aspect. Also, on test here is opposition unity. If there is the index of opposition unity is something that opposition parties want to actually show and demonstrate that they can, in fact, take on the government in this particular regard. In the past, we have seen TRS and Aam Aadmi Party not attending the last meeting. The TRS, of course, had cited its differences with the Congress party and did not want to be seen on the same platform as a party that is competing with in the state of Telangana. The Aam Aadmi Party, however, is waiting for what the announcement is as far as the presidential candidate is, what sources are indicating to us. But all of this is happening in the background of all the 3 names that were suggested not working out. Sharad Pawar, of course, had refused, then Farooq Abdullah declining, and now news coming in of Gopal Krishna Gandhi also declining being the candidate. So what really is a name, and who is that one face that the opposition can project? In the past also, we have seen presidential polls are largely about a conscience vote and trying to give the government a fight. In this particular case, will the opposition be able to do that and at the same time maintain unity within their ranks? That's what we have to watch out for, and that's why tomorrow's meeting becomes that much more important.
Absolutely. Let me in fact go across to Mr. R. Rajagopalan, who's joining us, a political analyst. What do you make of this meeting between Sharad Pawar and one of the representatives of Asaduddin Owaisi? Do you think they can reach middle ground? Do you think opposition parties can actually come together despite 3 of their candidates themselves bowing out?
Now, since these opposition parties have failed, 17 political parties have failed to arrive at a consensus of one candidate, they got into 3 divisions. One is, Farooq Abdullah, Gopal Krishna Gandhi. Now they are trying to have 4th person. That means OIC means that the candidate of Sharad Pawar, who has in mind, must be a minority person. Apart from that, Meghna, I tell you, much before the election started, process started, presidential polls, Mamata Banerjee convened a meeting and announced the name of Sharad Pawar. That is a flop show. Second thing, since opposition has no candidate, it becomes very easy for the government to go in for a candidate who will get more than 65% of the votes, according to my calculations. Apart from just now, Madhav Gopalakrishnan was describing, what the 2 names are making rounds in Delhi circles is from Congress, Mallikarjun Kharge, they want to zero in on him. And second thing, Sam Petroda. Whether Sharad Pawar will agree to this, we do not know. Tomorrow's meeting is also going to be a flop show, because tomorrow evening, my understanding is BJP is going to announce set of details of the presidential polls. What is that Central Parliamentary Board meeting and leaders meeting, NDA meeting? The set of dates are going to be announced tomorrow. So therefore, tomorrow Sharad Pawar show will also be a flop show.
Mr. Rajagopalan, now you mentioned minority appeasement, which is why I would like to ask you the next question. Asaduddin Owaisi has been very vocal about the NCP specifically, even about the Congress party, saying every time you need our votes, you come running to the minority sections. However, when we need you, you are never there. He said that specifically about the NCP as well as the Congress.
But NCP in the Maharashtra elections, Rajya Sabha elections, the MIM voted for it. Asaduddin Owaisi voted for Sharad Pawar. So therefore, they are hand in glove, Meghna. Apart from that, my understanding is opposition failed to get a candidate, And if it is going to be presidential elections, there is no candidate. What about 2024 prime ministerial candidate? All the 17 political parties will jump into it. Now they withdraw. And once that the prime minister's position is there, all 17 will rush. That is the Indian democracy, dance of democracy and falsehood of opposition parties.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Rajagopalan, for your perspective. Let me go across to Madhav. Madhav, taking off from what Mr. Rajagopalan had said, if the opposition can't even come to a consensus candidate with 3 of their own candidates now opting out of the race, starting with Sharad Pawar, Farooq Abdullah, now Gopal Krishna Gandhi also, do you think they can possibly come together when it comes to a prime ministerial candidate for 2024 going by this?
Well, that's always a challenge. That's always a challenge. As Mr. Rajgopal was saying, there are 17 political parties, and each of those political parties has their own priorities within their state that they have to look at, and also their own aspirations nationally which they are looking at. How far will this particular candidate be able to reflect that? And also, of course, their own positioning as far as, taking on the center is very, very important. It's not going to be easy for them to come up with one particular name. Also, of course, given the fact that the numbers are not really stacked up in their favor at this point of time, bringing someone to actually, fight this fight with no clarity on whether they would actually win is, of course, going to be a very big challenge. A number of aspects, of course, Mr. Rajgopal was referring to whether invitation of OAC means that there could be a minority face also that is considered. Certainly, of course, all of those options are on the table. Attempt within Congress and a section of Congress also to talk about Sam Pitroda is also very much there, but the Congress itself has not formally reacted to that particular move. So all of these options being on the table, Mallikarjun Kharge, another name on which consensus many are believing.
Well, in fact, do stay on with us. Do stay on with us. Inside scoop coming into the race to Raisena. There is again, as we were discussing, a rift in the opposition. In fact, this is very interesting because remember, we told you how Sharad Pawar had declined the offer of being a presidential candidate to the opposition. But as per sources, Mamata Banerjee had decided to convene the meeting in the first place because Sharad Pawar told her that he's fine with being the candidate if the other opposition parties also back his candidature. But in the first meeting itself, Sharad Pawar declined the offer, which irked Mamata Banerjee, and now she has decided to not be part of the meeting tomorrow. Mamata Banerjee's TMC is going to be represented by one of the party MPs. Now, this is very interesting inside scoop which is coming in that the rift in opposition, well, it's already out for everyone to see. Mamata Banerjee is not going to be part of the big meeting which is going to happen tomorrow because she's miffed with Sharad Pawar, who rejected after saying that he would be okay to become one of the presidential candidates. He refused to be part of this race. Let me go across to Madhav. Madhav, as we were discussing already, the rift is out in the open.
Well, yes, and this is something that was expected. Of course, Mamata Banerjee not attending this meeting, the official reason that has been given is that because there were prior arrangements or prior commitments in West Bengal that had been given by the Chief Minister, and that is why she is unable to attend this particular meeting. But certainly, of course, after Mamata Banerjee, wrote those letters to all 18 political parties, if I'm not mistaken, all the top leaders of the various political parties, regional as well as national. Certainly, of course, Mamata Banerjee was hoping to be able to convince Sharad Pawar and bring all the opposition parties together, and TMC in that sense being seen as playing an important national role in that facilitation. Now, that's not exactly what happened. Several other names were discussed, and in fact, as the reporters have put out, Sharad Pawar, of course, declining in that very meeting, and this is at some level, or there many see this as TMC being miffed with this particular decision
making.
In fact,
do stay on with us. Do stay on with us, Madhav. In fact, Shekhar Iyer is also joining us, a senior journalist. What do you make of this, Mr. Iyer? Already, there is an inside track here we are breaking for our viewers that Mamata Banerjee is so miffed that Sharad Pawar, after saying yes, apparently said no to his name as being one of the candidates for the race for Raisena, that she's decided to boycott tomorrow's meeting. Do you think the biggest test for opposition unity is not to get their own candidate in the Raisena, but to even come up with a consensus as to who it should be?
Right from the beginning, there was no unity at all. It was Mamata who insisted on meeting Pawar in Mumbai. and where she was clearly told by Pawar that he is not interested in any presidential race at this juncture, and he doesn't want to fight an election where he will lose at this stage of life. This was made very clear to her. In fact, the reports after her meeting in Mumbai appeared in the local press clearly indicating that Pawar had conveyed everything. But she insisted that at least he come to Delhi, otherwise it will be a huge loss of face for her. That is why she persuaded Praful Patel to bring Pawar to Mumbai, to Delhi for that meeting. And there also it was very clear. See, the whole thing shows this Mamata Banerjee took a unilateral move to show that she is actually leading the opposition. That is something did not go well with leaders like Telangana Chief Minister KCR. So that right from the beginning, there is this one-man upmanship game among these top opposition leaders, thinking that whoever takes the initiative in this regard is going to have an edge as to the projection of being a prime minister aspirant in 2024. That's the real reason. That is why people say, you don't have a candidate, you don't have a strategy. So why did Mamata get to it? So Mamata doesn't feel any purpose will be served her own presence. But I am told she'll be deputing Abhishek Banerjee to attend this meeting.
Oh, that's going to be very interesting to watch out for. Thank you so much, Mr. Shekhar Iyer, for joining us here on the show, as well as Madhav for that inside scoop. We're going to be tracking all the developments, all the politics very closely here on Times Now. But let's move on in the bulletin now. Well, there has been a massive development in the Moosewala case. We'll get you all the details of that on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times Now. Action begins here.
which is coming in after the army today notified the recruitment scheme of Agnipath. Now service chiefs are going to be meeting the Prime Minister. This meeting is likely tomorrow. They will be likely to brief him regarding the scheme. That's the big breaking news which is coming in. Remember, the army has already notified the recruitment scheme and the rules. And very shortly, we expect within the next couple of days for the Navy as well as the Air Force to follow suit. Now, in the midst of the fire that we've seen, the misinformation campaign, as the centre has been calling it, has happened. The chiefs have come out, made it very clear that there is going to be no rollback of the Agnipath scheme. Of course, it is a policy decision. However, it is the armed forces who, remember, are going to be implementing it on ground. In fact, they've thrown their weight behind Agnipath scheme. They've all come out and are figuring out the little changes which need to be made, the clarifications which need to be given out as well. Now, what we do know is that the tri-service chiefs are going to be meeting the Prime Minister, briefing them personally about what the details and the minutiae of this scheme is going to be. Let me go across to our consultant editor, Srinjoy Chaudhary. Srinjoy, what do we expect to happen in this meeting tomorrow?
One thing is that the Prime Minister will get a final briefing. If, assuming there is no trouble today in the few hours that's left and tomorrow, then very clearly it will look like progress. And the Prime Minister will take a view on all the changes that have happened and the decisions that have taken since this whole issue came up and how they will actually improve the situation. Let's not forget that this idea came from the armed forces. There was a lot of discussions on it. It was tweaked and then placed before the public. After that, of course, there have been protests because sufficient information was perhaps not with people. People deliberately misinformed other people. But now everything is in place and things appear to be cooling down a little bit. So assuming this process continues, and let's hope it does, then Prime Minister will take a final view tomorrow and see what the progress has been and what more needs to be done.
Srinjoy, you must explain to us, because it's important for our viewers and something that everyone must understand. Now, this is a policy decision. After this policy has been rolled in by the government, it is the forces which decide what the minutiae of this is going to be, isn't it? What is the role that they are going to be playing? Because there is a lot of misinformation which is also doing the round regarding the ambiguities.
There has been a lot of misinformation. The important point here is the fact that the armed forces themselves wanted it. This was not something that has been forced upon the armed forces by the government. That's the first thing that has to be understood. The armed forces themselves wanted this process. They wanted young men, and women. They wanted them for 4 years. That would make the army and the other services much younger. And you young men actually do the fighting. And this argument that they will be untrained and they will not have any kind of interest in continuing in the armed forces for 4 years.
Well, we'll just come back to you, Srinjoy, for more details on that. But with that, big breaking news which is coming in the race to rise Sena. What we are picking up as per sources is that the BJP and its alliance partners are roughly 1.5% away from the hallmark which is required for the presidential polls. BJP is also trying to reach out to YSRCP as well as some of the other like-minded parties. YSRCP, remember, has about 4% votes. The BJD, which has about 3% votes, if they also come on board with the BJP candidate is likely to sail through. So let me go across to Mohit. Mohit, tomorrow we expect some kind of an announcement to be made by the BJP as to who's going to be the face of their presidential candidature. However, this is going to be very interesting if they can bring the other parties such as YSRCP and the BJD on board.
Well, you see, I mean, the first meeting that happened of the campaign committee of the BJP, what we were being told by the sources, was a specific task was designed by each and every single member, that what exactly they have to do and which place they have to go and talk to the MLAs and the local leaders over there. Now, Rajnath Singh and JP Nadda have been given responsibility by the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party to talk to the opposition leaders regarding having a consensual candidate. But it seems that that is not likely, because tomorrow we have again an opposition opposition party meeting. You see, we also need to understand the arithmetic of the presidential poll. BJP is likely 1.5 to 1.3% away from the halfway mark, and if they get to these votes, 1.2% votes, then the candidate will sail through. Now, the YSCP has around 4% votes, and the BJD has 3% votes. And earlier also we have seen that how BJD and YSRCP, Jagan's party, they have decided not to be part of the opposition party's meeting. Now, if that happens again tomorrow, and if these parties are still meeting, and also we need to see whether TRS is taking part or not. So if that happens, then the BJP candidate will surely sail through, and in all likelihood, then the BJD and YSRCP will support the BJP.
And also, interestingly, these are the two parties which have also skipped the all-party opposition meeting which has happened. So that's an interesting one to watch out for. Thank you so much, Mohit, for joining us. That's all we could pack in for you here on Explosive Exclusive. Up next, India Wants to Know with Padmaja.
Times now. Action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukde gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, there are pictures, there are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India. Slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu. And when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation. Sir, I'm requesting it. Don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence, and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go, Rahul. Please excuse me.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that.
You go. See, you've said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which.
Say, finish, sir. Finish.
I'll wait.
Pass judgment on my party. No, what do you mean finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You've made a whole statement has been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply.
You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotri.
I have the social media. I'm going to
No, please go ahead. Finish. We haven't finished. Finish. Make your response, sir.
Mr. Agnihotri to pass judgment. So please take my response.
I am.
My response is that Mr. Agnihotri, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotri's point of view. This is not a point of view to which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now,
no, sir, you are wrong. You are no. Sir, they celebrated the killing of 76 CRPF jawans. Sir, please, the same students celebrated.
Nobody celebrated. I'm sorry.
Why are you defending these students?
Take it from me. If anybody celebrated the death of our leaders, at the hand of extremists, I am saying to you, they are betrayers of this land and they are betrayers of humanity. I am saying.
Thank you. So which means Rahul Gandhi is a betrayer.
welcome. You're watching The Nation Wants to Know with me, Padmaja Joshi. The fight against the centre's newly launched Agnipath scheme has turned personal and even more murky. The opposition has hijacked the stir to berate the armed forces. The provocation has gone to the next level after the armed forces made it clear that the scheme will not be rolled back. In fact, one after the other, it seems that sensationalism has completely taken over any sense. Rabble-rouser Congress MLA Irfan Ansari yet again crossed the line by saying that youth who have been trained in guns will turn into contract killers. Congress's veteran leader Salman Khurshid went a step further by putting a question mark on the army's character. And it didn't stop at this. JDS chief and former Karnataka Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy even branded Agnipath as the RSS's hidden agenda and compared it to the Nazi movement.
4 साल के बाद अगर वो रिटायर हो जाएगा, रोजगार छीन ली जाएगी, तो वो क्या करेगा? बंदूक चलाना सीखेगा? लोग उनको यूज करेंगे कि हाँ भाई आ जाओ, इसका सुपारी लेगा। आप उनको ट्रेनिंग सिखा रहे हैं बंदूक का, उसके बाद वो लोग सुपारी लेगा कि हाँ भाई इसको मारो, उसको मारो, उसको मारो।
जिसके लिए बनाई है वो संतुष्ट हो जाए तो हमें क्या समस्या है, लेकिन जिसके लिए बनाई है वो बेचारा संतुष्ट नहीं है, वो चिल्ला रहा है, वो रो रहा है। तो जब तक वो रोएगा, हमारा ये दायित्व बनता है कि उसकी रोने की बात, उसके दुख का विषय जो है वो हम देश के सामने रखें। और इसमें सिर्फ नौजवानों की समस्या नहीं है, नौजवानों की तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, बड़ी गंभीर समस्या है। लेकिन जो चरित्र है, जो कैरेक्टर है हमारी फोर्सेस का, उस पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। वो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट का विषय है।
देखो, अग्निपथ ये तो 46,000 युवकों को वो क्या तैयार करके आरएसएस में लाना चाहते हैं, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं। कभी आपने सुना है क्या किसी देश में ऐसा हुआ है कि 4 साल ट्रेनिंग देना और छोड़ देना? यहाँ पर तो परमानेंट वैकेंसीज हैं। युवकों का जो आज हर जगह एजिटेटेड है, तो उनको अलग निकालने के लिए, उनका दिशा भटकाने के लिए ये काम कर रहे हैं।
ये आरएसएस इंप्लीमेंट ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ
2014 के बाद पहले 10,000 स्टार्टअप तक पहुंचने में हमें लगभग 800 दिन लगे थे। कभी बीते 8 साल में हम कुछ 100 स्टार्टअप के बढ़कर आज 70,000 के पड़ाव को पार कर चुके हैं। और बीते 8 सालों में देश को इस रास्ते पर तेजी से बढ़ने का रास्ता भी आसान नहीं था, सुविधा का नहीं था। कई फैसले, कई रिफॉर्म तात्कालिक रूप से अप्रिय लग सकते हैं, लेकिन समय के साथ उन रिफॉर्म्स का लाभ आज देश अनुभव करता है। रिफॉर्म का रास्ता ही हमें नए लक्ष्यों, नए संकल्पों की तरफ ले जाता है। हमने स्पेस और डिफेंस जैसे हर उस सेक्टर को युवाओं के लिए खोल दिया है जिनमें दशकों तक सिर्फ सरकार का एकाधिकार था। आज हम देश के युवाओं से कह रहे हैं कि सरकार ने जो वर्ल्ड क्लास सुविधाएं बनाई हैं, इनमें अपने विजन को, अपने आइडिया को टेस्ट करें। केंद्र सरकार युवाओं को हर जरूरी प्लेटफॉर्म दे रही है, इनमें देश का युवा मेहनत कर रहा है।
Tuhin Sinha, spokesperson of the BJP, joins us along with political analyst Ji Bagri. We have Anwar Hussain, leader of the RJD. Anwar Hussain साहब, ये बताइए कि नक्सल कैसे बन जाएंगे? 4 साल की ट्रेनिंग के बाद ये अज्यूम क्यों किया जा रहा है कि जो भी ट्रेनिंग लेता है गन में वो नक्सल ही बनेगा? अनवर हुसैन साहब, आपको आवाज आ रही है?
जानना चाहूंगा,
हाँ बोलिए।
आपसे भी जी आवाज आ रही है। I would like to know from you that why you are so critical from on the statements given by the opposition leaders.
I am not critical, I am curious.
And the BJP supporters that you invite here on the debate.
I am not critical, sir. I am curious. I am genuinely curious to know that why would anyone make the assumption that people who have taken arms training are going to become Naxals or terrorists?
Okay, let me. No, let me explain then. See, why the Indian government is interested to dismantle an organization which is one of the most respected, reputed and reliable institution in India. Army, so far nobody questions the integrity of army. And it is because of who? It is because of our army jawans. It is because of our army officers. What suddenly came as a need to do this surgical strike?
So you still
and
haven't
say
answered
that
my
our
question.
Appointment system coming from the Nehru time in the army was wrong.
So two things I have to say to you, but I will again repeat the question. I will first answer your question. When you say that the government is dismantling a tried and tested institution, the 3 chiefs were there when this entire plan was announced. Then yesterday you had senior officials from the 3 forces saying that this was debated for 2 years within the Ministry of Defence between the 3 chiefs and the former CDS, the late CDS General Bipin Rawat. Now either you are saying that the armed forces are trying to dismantle the armed forces. They stood up and they said खत्म कर देते हैं आर्मी को. 75 साल से जो आर्मी, एयरफोर्स और नेवी हमारे लिए लड़ रहे हैं उनको खत्म कर देते हैं. Either you're suggesting that, or this is not so much about the government as about the military itself needing reforms. That being said, let this be debated in open. What I am again curious to know, why is it being assumed कि 4 साल बाद जो लड़का निकलेगा अग्निवीर से वो नक्सली बनेगा? वो कुछ अच्छा क्यों नहीं बन सकता? वो इंजीनियर क्यों नहीं बन सकता? उसको तो डिप्लोमा मिला होगा, वो इंजीनियर क्यों नहीं बनेगा? आप कह रहे हैं वो नक्सली बनेगा, क्यों?
No, I don't understand. When a person is trained in the army for 4 years, why he can't be continued in the army itself? No. If he is not there in a position to continue with the army, why not he is completely absorbed in CRPF and other paramilitary forces?
Sir, you are not answering my question. I am asking you a question about the West. You are answering me in the East. I am asking you a simple question.
I'm not saying something from my words. It is the words of the BJP leader itself.
Sir, my simple question to you is, why is it being assumed that the worst will happen to anyone who comes out of the army after 4 years? रेगुलर कमीशन के बाद भी जब हमारे सोल्जर्स रिटायर होते हैं वो करीब 40 साल के बाद घर पे थोड़ा ना बैठते हैं. 40 साल के बाद भी वो दुनिया में बाहर जाते हैं और कुछ ना कुछ काम धंधा करते हैं. ऐसा तो है नहीं कि 40 साल में जो हमारे जवान निकलते हैं रिटायर होके वो सब नक्सल बन जाते हैं. व्हाई इज इट बीइंग अज्यूम्ड कि वो नक्सली बनेगा? और एज अ कांग्रेस एमएलए सेड वो सुपारी किलर बन जाएगा.
Why the government is assuming that? No, let me know. Why the government has assumed that the entire appointment process that was earlier adopted with the army, why it has become unfit now?
Exactly my point. The government is not assuming. Here you have the military chiefs who are saying that we mooted this reform.
Kind of no confidence.
Including the CDS.
Our government is showing no confidence with the jawans who are staying in the army for the last 15 and 20 years.
अनवर साहब, मैं वही तो आपको बताने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ कि ये खुद आर्म फोर्सेस कह रहे हैं कि हमें रिफॉर्म चाहिए. या तो आप कह रहे हैं कि जो 3 आर्म फोर्सेस के चीफ्स हैं वो आर्मी को खत्म करना चाहते हैं, वो आर्म फोर्स को खत्म करना चाहते हैं. जो आप कह रहे हैं कि सरकार थोप रही है, आर्म फोर्सेस कह रहे हैं हम ये चाहते हैं.
These things have not been planned on the. These things have not been planned only on the army chiefs. Political intervention is there.
Okay, political intervention is there. So let's start with you, Tuhin Sinha. Basically, you are saying that the heads of, that the chiefs of Army, Navy, and Air Force are parroting the government line. So answer that, Tuhin Sinha. Then I'll come back to Anwar.
I'm very disappointed today. So far, we have heard terror organizations and enemies of the country wish death for the Prime Minister and cast aspersions on our armed forces. Today, we have the Congress party leaders doing the same. What have they reduced politics to? You know, Malika Arjun Kharge was saying, I have never heard of such a scheme. World over, army recruitments largely happen through the conscription method. You know, I am sure that at this day and age, when we have a population which wants to explore at a younger age, 25%, for all you know, might not want to continue. So we are adopting the best of both methods, conscription and voluntary. And besides, what is the credibility of the Congress party? You know, when it comes to defense deals, they have not managed to strike a single deal without brokers They never managed to implement OROP, and today they want to simply thwart a revolutionary, a transformative scheme. They come to your television studio and read out what is given to them. So no wonder Irfan Ansari, who claims to be a doctor, which I doubt very much, says they will, turn into hired shooters. I think we should not underestimate the IQ levels of our youth. They are not like the Gandhi siblings. They are far more intelligent. They are far more enterprising.
Nothing personal, please, about any individuals. But why are you doubting?
But how do they come with such statements?
Okay, Professor Dinesh Varshney, why are you assuming the worst? Do you think that people who are coming out from the armed forces will take to arms, become Supari killers, turn into RSS shakhas? Even that's one theory. कि RSS की शाखा में जुड़ जाएंगे.
Look, Padmaja, first of all, let me put a note of caution on behalf of my party, that is, all youth have a right to protest peacefully without any rioting and harassment and vandalizing the public property. Number two, the BJP is doing politics by this scheme, a politics of rejecting the pension and basic civil rights, human rights and the social security to the forthcoming generation in the Indian Army, Air Force and Navy and forces. Number three, I would like
to know something. Human rights कैसे? You are in a private job. Don't you have human rights? You are saying सिर्फ pension मिलना अब human right है. आपको तो pension नहीं मिलता होगा कि आपके human rights खत्म हो गए.
Definitely, it is the Bajpayee government in 2004 which cancelled the assured pension.
But sir, you're not answering my question. We are going all over the place. First of all, to say कि pension मिलना human right है, much as this may be a policy of the government, but pension human right नहीं है. कई ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको पेंशन नहीं मिलती है, जो प्राइवेट नौकरी में है, और उनके भी ह्यूमन राइट्स हैं. दैट्स पॉइंट नंबर वन. पॉइंट नंबर टू, टू से कि ये निकलते ही सुपारी किलर बन जाएंगे, मर्डर बन जाएंगे, गैंगस्टर बन जाएंगे. Isn't that doubting the very capability and integrity of the people who will be in uniform for you for 4 years? Professor Varshney.
That may be a BJP stand, not ours. That is not a stand of the opposition parties.
It is not the BJP stand. It is something that has been said by the JDS. It has been said by the Congress. It has been said by Digvijay Singh. It has been said by Mallikarjun Kharge.
Padmaja, will you please allow me to complete my 2 more points? Then you are welcome to ask me as many questions.
But sir, we have to talk about the issue. My point is, how can you make such an outrageous statement and suggest that people who are trained in weapons are going to become murderers?
Will you please tell me one thing?
Yes.
Appointing a person for 4 years and then leaving him after 11,70,000 rupees, which will yield only 54,000 rupees per year interest. Inflation rate is 8.75. That means the money is zero at present today. What will happen after 4 years?
Sir,
whom are you teaching mathematics of interest and the salary and other
things?
Sir,
you are talking about interest. I am talking about what is the interest in trying to predict gloom and doom for anyone who is going to be an Agniveer.
Let me complete. And another thing, I am very sorry to say that yesterday 3 military leaders, while delivering the press conference, have threatened the youth of India in a language like the civilian leaders as BJP leaders are threatening.
What is the threat? Okay, Rishi Bagri, respond to that. By the way, what is the threat? They have said we will make you sign an undertaking that you have not done anything unlawful. What is the threat in that, sir? Police verification is not a threat. Police verification is a requirement.
What do you mean by this thing?
What do you mean? Obviously you require a police verification.
Even
Tomorrow there will be murderers,
needed.
gangsters, Chinese spies, everyone being recruited. Obviously you get police verification done. That is a legal necessity. Sir, कल को आप कहेंगे पासपोर्ट के लिए पुलिस वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है, आपको थ्रेटन महसूस हो रहा है.
Your duty bound to take part in the people's movement to defend the rights of the people of India.
Okay.
There are high courts, there are IPS officers, there are IAS officers.
Okay, Rishi Bagri, now respond to this. Rishi Bagri, okay, so you're basically saying that military officials were issuing threats to youth of this country. Rishi Bagri, respond.
Good evening, Padmaja. I mean, opposition has played a very dirty game by pushing the narrative that Agnipath scheme is about government trying to save money by reducing pension. They are trying to create killers. One actually went step further and said कि वो जो अग्निपथ वाले होंगे वो रेपिस्ट भी बन जाएंगे. So I mean, Agnipath is not about saving money. It is about modernizing Indian armed forces. And it is evident from the fact of the defense budgets in the past 8 years that, sir, please keep quiet. Sir, please keep quiet. I haven't spoken when you were saying, you were blabbering actually. And in the past 8 years, the budget the defense budget has doubled from 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh crores. I mean, जो लोग बोलते थे मनरेगा में 100 दिन गड्ढा खोदने को रोजगार की गारंटी मांगते थे, आज वही लोग बोल रहे हैं कि 4 साल के बाद क्या करेंगे. This is the same people, and you need to understand, national security is not your Manrega employment scheme. Let's army decide what is good for the country. I mean, fact of the matter is that the schemes has been launched with 3 objectives. One is to reorganize the armed forces, improve efficiency, and improve overall combat effectiveness of the army. It is not your Manrega scheme. ये सब नहीं है सर. आप जो बोल रहे हैं, it doesn't go like that.
Professor Vashne.
National security is also not the sale of India. National security is that you should be imbibed to teach the military values, put into the defense forces, defend the nations, and then can be absorbed in army logistics, army administration, army intelligence, military. There are more than 16 departments in the army where earlier these people have been adjusted. Even now the army adjusts. To whom are you making a fool? You wanted to only create the 4 years your youth on the expenditure of the state to help the monopoly houses to guard their installation, guard their land, which Modi ji has sold as an India sale.
Okay. Tuhin Sinha, respond to the more pointed issue that Professor Vashne raised, that now you have come down to threatening the youth. First you are giving them no pension, only tension, and now you are threatening them also.
You know, I don't know how equipped they are to comment on defense issues, but the Kargil review report, which had come in. Of course you're not. You don't even understand. You don't even understand. The world over, this is the practice. In 1999, allow me to speak, please. In 1999, the Kargil review report had first highlighted the need to bring down the average age of our armed forces and had talked about the need to explore the conscription method. So if after 23 years, for the first time we have implemented it, that should be lauded. And, you know, rest assured, I'm telling you that both the Congress parties and the left parties, the reason why they are redundant is that they don't understand the youth of the country. The youth of the country is far more enterprising. A lot of them would want to explore a different life, an entrepreneurial life, with the package which they get at the end of the 4-year scheme. Besides, there are a slew of announcements which have come forth to take care of those who want to continue. So all of these have been taken care of, but merely to hallucinate things, to imagine situations which don't exist, this is the way these people block positive changes in the country.
Okay, blocking positive changes, or actually also doubting the capability and the mental faculties, the preparedness, the wisdom of people who are going to be coming out of Agnipath after 4 years. However, the protests are going to continue. That's what the opposition has said. We are expecting an important statement also tomorrow from the 3 services. Tamsa will keep you ahead on that story. For the time being, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. Quick break.
Times now. Action begins here.